in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just tasting my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, changed. Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb. I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect. I be blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like, whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah, red bone body, long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare. Yeah, can't buy one, need pairs. Yeah, I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment. Gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed. Give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never.
Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. With my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the Midas on. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Who will ascend to VCT EMEA 2025?
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Ascension. It's time to bring you some more Valorant action. We've got two BO3s lined up for you today. I'm Mitch, and this is Ash. Pleasure to run it back with you, Ash. I'm excited to get our teeth into casting some more EMEA action.
Yeah, so am I. It's been a hot minute since I've actually been in the casting booth myself, and I'm really looking forward to being able to chat over these games and see what's going to happen today, because it's been a pretty interesting couple of days so far. We're only now 3 days, this being the third day, into the group stage here for Ascension.
Yeah, and a lot has not gone according to plan. Just taking a look at the groups, you can see right there, Apex in the middle, Desire, who were the left field pick for most people, right at the bottom, and Go Next on top of the group. It has been a wild and wacky scene out here. You can see the games for today. Of course, you're here on the Omega stream, so CGN and Barca and MOUZ and Pacific later, and then of course there's other streams, Alpha stream covering a couple of games, but yeah, I mean, none of those look good. Apex and Desire, they're not supposed to be great teams. In all seriousness, it is going to be pretty hype today. We've got a lot of big matches, and I think this is a good litmus test for, now that we're getting deep into the group stages, just where these teams are at.
It absolutely is. I think that's like the crazy thing. You were talking about how some of the results were unexpected over the past couple of days, and that's what what the real reflection, I think, of Ascension and our region is as a whole as EMEA. The fact that we have these regional leagues, and when they go pitted against each other, top teams from each of these leagues, they're not used to playing against each other, so it can be a completely different result from what you would expect, just because they don't have those reps, and the stylistic differences that vary also from region to region. So I'm really looking forward to this. We have both of the doc teams here on our stream today here as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting you say that as well, because I think that's a perfect segue into the matchup that we're going to be seeing. You can see it in the bottom corner, CGN versus Barca. The fact that you're playing against mostly the same teams in your region, a lot of you will have the same flavor profile of how to play the game. CGN are a team who most certainly do not have the same idea as everybody else. In fact, Benny is playing Phoenix on most maps, which has been disturbing and unsettling to watch.
It really hasn't. It takes us back to like what we had to watch the entire year with like in the tank, I feel like on Gentlemen's, but a little bit of a different style because CGN does tend to be a little bit more contact play. They have a very like, I feel like CS leaning style in that kind of sense. Meanwhile, for the likes of Barca Esports, I feel like we see a different approach. You also have the fact that Jesse here for his debut on this team, which I feel like he looked great in that matchup that they had up against Go Next Esports. However, that was a lot of weight, I think, to have on this one player's shoulders, going straight into Ascension, not having played with this team throughout either split, and the fact that he was still able to pull out those numbers and look comfortable with the team says a lot about that player.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I think that this guy really impressed us yesterday from what we saw over on, I think it was the A stream yesterday. And I think that there's a lot of potential on both sides. We've seen those stars shine through on CGN in particular. I think the fact that they managed to open this up, taking down Desire, that is the reason the Desire on the bottom of the bracket. It sets them up as a big foe, and they almost bested Apex. They could have done it on the first map. They could have done it on the third map, but they didn't get it done in the end. Now a chance to cling on to life and send Barca into a pretty brutal spiral. We've got the veto coming down here, Ash, and well, it's going to be Barca to pick first.
It will be, and I feel like when you're looking towards the vetoes, we're not too surprised about Icebox and Lotus being taken out off the gate. Picking into Bind, though, I have questions here. Okay. I think it does make sense. Barca, they probably saw the comp that CGN was running during the play-ins. It was kind of wonky. They're running that Phoenix, Yoru, Viper, Deadlock, Brimstone comp, no initiator, and it didn't go too well for them. But I feel like it's also maybe a card in hand here for CGN to have that be that first map as well, because they could also pull out something completely different. Meanwhile, Barca might be expecting that old comp that they just saw.
And then we'll be moving on to Ascent. This is somewhere that we've already seen what a team like CGN can do there. They almost bested Apex. It was 12 to 14 in the end. Going to that overtime was crushing because Apex needed 5 rounds in a row. There's a reality where we're coming in today talking about this being a map, Ascent being a map for CGN, that they are almost undefeated on this year, just the one at the very start. They would be on what, 4, 6, 8. It would have been a 9-win streak with Apex being the most recent victim. So no way that we can doubt them when it comes to Ascent. So we've shaped up to a pretty decent map veto for both squads, Ash. I wanted to ask you, coming into this matchup, do you see a clear favorite with how the chips have fallen so far over the last couple days?
Oh, a clear favorite? I feel like on paper, most people are going to say CGN for this matchup. I think it really depends on what comps they look to run, because they can get a little bit funky there. And we saw how that was maybe a little bit overcooked that last time that we saw them on Bind, and me focusing on that because that is going to be the first map that is coming out here as well. But then at the same time, you reconsider the fact that for Barca Esports, they have only played 1 match so far. So they've had a day off. CGN have played 2 days back to back. So that rest day could also go into play with the fact that they're able to maybe prep a little bit more heavily for this upcoming matchup.
Yeah, well, I mean, another interesting point as well, when we mention these teams, and I talk about the 9-win streak it could have been for CGN on Ascent. Barca don't really have that opportunity. They play BO1s in their region, so for the most part, you don't have those reps down. Now, Agent Selects come through, and a couple of changes for the side of Barca. We're going to see the Brimstone coming in on Jesse, and he has really been the one that's drawing our eye. I'm excited to see how he can perform here today.
I think it makes sense, probably looking towards Jesse being more comfortable on the Brimstone as opposed to the Clove that we were seeing previously KP set running here for Barca. And then for CGN also having these changes come in here, right? They're going to be leaning back into the double controller. Sure, they had that last time around, but they're running the double duelist this time. They have an initiator in play, getting rid of the deadlock that we saw last time and that Yoru as well. I think this looks much more comfortable for CGN. I'm wondering how Barca looks to adapt considering these changes.
Yeah, I think Davey switching off the deadlock, I'm absolutely a fan of it. I detest deadlock, although this is one of the maps where you can get a decent amount of value, but you're dead right. Element moving away from a Yoru, that's a complete identity shift for the CGN side. So, you know, some of the questions were for Barca, what would their comp look like coming in because of Jesse, because of changes made, and of course, KP was playing a Clove before, so it's a very different look coming out of Barca. I'm excited to see what it's a little bit of a different look, I'll say. It's a very different look for CGN. So I'm very excited to see how this map pans out. And all that's left to do is get into it. Barriers up in just a few seconds.
Yeah, at the gate, looks like we're going to look for some actually pretty early outside of hookah control. This is a great read so far from Barca.
Oh yeah, they've gotten right up in their face, and that flash was perfect. The follow-up, pretty good for CGN. 3 kills already under their belt, and very big damage done to Jesse. Tucked in on that A site, nade's gone through. Spike is trying to run away and just about makes it around the corner before Maniac can punish. The A site now wide open thanks to Jesse going down, and the plant will be secured. 3v1 on the retake.
Great play to just try and divide up the attention here of Barca, right? But I've got my eyes on the fact that we saw Caterpillar smokes off the gate for the pistol round over towards that B site, but now in this retake, Maniac has nothing to work with, just the ghost in hand, and for CGN, they're playing all doubled up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right way to play to start. Just find that contact, make sure the player's coming from the angle you expect them to be, and then just run the clock down. That's why Element takes first fight. If he loses it, the others tuck in and run it all the way to Spike Explosion. Luckily, they don't need that. 1-0 for CGN, kicking this off with a dub.
Yes, they are, and it was a great read to kick things off. Again, I think maybe that expectation that Maniac was going to be going for that TP play, as you do with the Yoru here on Bind, right? That's the expectation with the teleports. You try to go for some of that early control, that early pressure, and then you can rotate off very quickly with that teleport. You would know.
Well, the kind of pressure I apply on this map with Yoru is a little bit different to what we're going to see from Maniac, but I think Barca can probably thank the coaching staff for that. This is more of a blind crunch than what you'll normally see. Usually there's going to be a lot of players coming through Bath when you see all that utility thrown through the teleporter. So this is to fake out that there's probably 2 guys A, decoy went through, and another. So 4 guys A. It should be easy to just walk into the B site, right? CGM find out, no, it was all a ruse. Barca were sat there waiting, stacked up, but they pumped the brakes on the attack just in time, bait out Maniac into pushing, equalized to a 4v4, and now have some control towards A.
Oh, but look at the control they're looking to take back towards this A site. The timing, though, is just so good for Anguist. The 2 players to be pulled back towards B. Showers control, though, still in the hands of Guardy.
They might... Sorry, Ash, sorry to cut you off. I think they might go back to the B site. It might have been the idea. You know, Davey doesn't have a free, easy rotate, and the space being taken on A without a kill coming in, you start to think that pump and brakes, they'll rotate. The A site's a little bit more stacked up. They've got a decision to make, and they're going to make it, I mean, close to blind.
Running down the clock here as well with 20 seconds on the board. It's a big risk to take.
Well, it's a huge risk. And he's just shift contacting and seeing them all. Luckily, they've cleaned that one up. That could have been very, very messy indeed. And I have to commend Barca for just sitting down and waiting. They didn't get overzealous in their peeking for info.
No, it's really nice discipline coming out from the Spanish team. Overall, though, again, this is kind of the pacing that we do expect to see out of CGN. The fact that they're just looking to continuously walk up into these spaces. They don't overutilize their utility. Sure, they might show their hand a little bit early on, but they're not afraid to press pause, this squad. But now it's going to be rifles in hand across the entire board because of the buy that CGN had into their anti-eco.
They've already had run it back used, but you can just see on the map, no one's close by. They still decide to challenge it. Interesting decision making, a little bit of a gamble, but it has worked out to at least stop further control. Damage on the spam is decent, and even better now, doubled down by Davey. That's your Viper out of the game, and well, your Fade ain't lasting too long either. Benny securing backside control towards Bath, and well, the backside itself was almost retaken. And Yak put down to 30, and the Molly biting at Guardy's heels. That is rough for Barca. It feels like they haven't had a fair fight so far. When they eventually get one, it might go their way, but the round most certainly won't.
No, it's gonna have to be a save for the last 2 players on Barca here. Maybe Jesse looking for some sort of exit, but other than that, trying to keep these rifles into the next round. And a big round win here for CGN as well to convert the 3rd one on the board. You could barely even call it a bonus, all things considered, because they did go for that. I think it was like a 3 rifle 2 pistol buy. Pretty classic economical strategy at this point in time within the game, but I like the idea still. It didn't pan out for Barca, but you can already see the adaptations that they're making here, Mitch. The fact that they're kind of bunkering down on this site. They're not showing too much of their positioning early on, and they are allowing CGN to walk into them and trying to trap them in those crossfires. It was just pretty unlucky. There were a couple kills through those smokes that went through on the CGN side, which just made it that much more difficult to try and hold that site and go for that flood retake.
Yeah, I have a feeling next buy round will be a different look from this squad, with CGN obviously having to run it back. A lot of respect given to that ult, but when you look at CGN, they're about to have the orbital strike online for the next round, the buy round as well. And that's going to be very disruptive in terms of positioning. You could see that putting Barca on the back foot certainly worked out in the previous, and he's just going to force them back. There's no way they stick around after that flash.
They're continuously investing in this run it back here as well. The refresh on it so quick, but the first blood actually into the hands of Barca. Anguis being taken down. That lurk wall no longer of use here towards that A site.
Yeah, they've lost a player to a pistol, and it's not too bad, but it can get very scary if Barca make the right read, take the right gamble with a Yoru, possibly even more likely. You have that gate crash for the rotations. We can see it's not being used like that right now, but there's always that potential. CGN shifting their way towards B, and it seems like Barca are calling the stack.
I like that they choose to play discipline, play those numbers though on their eco rounds, guarantee that they can try and make some of these fights as unfair as possible, play the advantage in numbers. And again, CGN, they continue to run down this clock, always going for these hits so late into a round.
Yeah, they got the orbital strike online already, so kills and plant not so valuable for Vince. He's on his way to the site and better hurry up. They still haven't taken control over Hookah. The drop on site is good. So is the one in Hookah, but Vorwin puts a bit of a twist on this round. He's already got two. And although he won't find the next, the plant still needs to be secured. Maniac in position. Just needs to deny it, and at this point, stopping that plant is all that he needs to do to win the round, but he can't get out of Hookah. He can't get there in time, and now a fight in the late round. Davey has the time on his side, can't really fall away, and with the rifle, lands the shot to the head of Maniac. A great recovery on this round for CGN. They're not letting anything slip.
That's massive, but Barca, they also make that round so close. And I feel like that timer is something that we're going to have to keep our eye on as this match goes down, because it's getting tight in some of these eco rounds. The heroics from Vorvin as well on this site was insane, the shots that he was able to hit, but right down to the wire. We need to start seeing Barca heat up, though, because these rounds are now starting to slip away. CGN nearly comfortable in the lead, quite comfortable so far in the lead that they've amassed, and Barca continuously on that back foot economically.
This is the round I was talking about them having an orbital strike for, but they've just gone for Benny. I don't know if Benny thinks he popped his ult. He almost has it online again. He's one away, but he's ran into the site, straight in. Just a tunnel of smokes to cover him. And although he will be dropped, Element might have had the space if Jesse wasn't waiting right down below to catch him. This is a crazy round. You talk about unusual play styles. I think that one is right up there with the craziest fifth round attacking, but they are 4-0. They felt confident. Now I bet that confidence is waning a little bit.
Oh yeah, and look at the space that Barca have as well. They've pushed out through showers, have that short control here. They can comfortably have this 4-stack over towards this B site. CGN, they still haven't moved. They still got that orbital strike available to clear out backside if they really want to.
This is it once that snake bite fades. 35 seconds. Decision to be made. CGN, try to fake it out. Go back in the other direction. Use the orbital strike to be almost a smoke. Get them towards the site. They might have thought about giving up on this, but that kill might just spur them forward. Davey going down makes this harder. Spike has to be recovered, and they won't get anywhere near it. Jesse, we talked about this guy, and he's the reason for the first round for Barca.
Massive 4K there for Jesse, but that play from CGN, I mean, we'll see a little bit of what actually happened. You see the idea there. There's caterpillar smokes underneath that allows for that safe drop through. You try and flash through the sky clouds that were dropped, but if that doesn't go your way, you're out of your brim smokes. Those don't refresh. You're back at square one. And it's just the duelist kind of left to dry. Deep line to be watched.
Lucky to get out of there. But Element, not quite so lucky. Caught off. Nice shot by Benny. That's why he's so valuable. He has the ult online so many times. Vince in the same boat, and that's enough to catch Vorwin this time. Size just about escaping it. Will find that position again for the squad. Barca have a foothold on the site and a flank underway. Anguis goes back to check it. The timing here key for Jesse. Can he read the round right? Can he find that gap when it's offered? And that might be it. Spike down. Everybody's looking at the site now, and Jesse knows it. That gap wide open. And he'll step right into it. Davey, turn back to watch it. Look away at the wrong moment, but gets a warning shot. He's back alive, keeping the control for this squad. CGN now only looking forward with 2 players left to drop. Guardi and a Viper's Pit on Size. Should be a relatively easy round with Benny locking that in. It's only the Pit to deal with. Size already tagged. I honestly didn't think he'd use the ultimate here. He did, and he met the same fate.
That was so unlucky there, though, for Guardi. Benny full flash, still able to get that pick while strafing side to side. But the timing there from Jesse towards short was impeccable as well. CGN, they've just been so good at keeping their cool when things do get scrappy. Again, these pauses working out so well for them. Just maintaining the space that they've garnered, not looking to push too far forward, seeing if Barca will give them anything in return.
Last player standing.
The timeout to be called here from Barca, much needed. They need to start climbing back into this. If we see another round go into the hands of CGN, they know they're comfortable at the very least going into half. At minimum, even. And then every single round afterwards is just a cherry on top of that, right? We've got massive ultimates to look here for in the hands of Barca as well. If they do commit to this full buy coming through, if it's not, it might just be like a semi-eco with a couple rifles in pocket.
It'll definitely be a little bit more shaky. That's for sure. Yeah, I think for CGN, I kind of wanted to see them get off to a decent start here on the attacks. I'm worried. You know, looking back at their previous games, it was the one up against Galacticos. Man, Bind did not look good defensively. They won the pistol and the follow-up, so 2-0 start and ended with 4 rounds. And that was just right at the end. They managed to figure it out for a couple of kill streak rounds. I think that's a worrying sign, but also we've seen them step up since then. I'm sure work's been done, and the level they've brought to the tournament so far, I don't expect it to be a walk in the park for Barca. Certainly not if they end on 1 round.
No, definitely not. Flash play to come through. Teleport, and Benny's going to be taken down early. He's been such a big part of the entry here for CGN, the ability to contact up, throw out the curveball when he wants to flash for himself and take one of those early engagements. Now it's going to be eyes on Element to make that space. He does have that showstopper available here.
The Prime Yoru strat's working to start the round. Maniac's gone back in for a little bit more action up close on A. The smoke's going down, though, seem to have deterred the push up from Anguished. He's gone back to grab the spike. He does seem to still gravitate towards the A site. Early fight for Jesse and a challenge that might not be taken again. Vince's head ripped clean off. Smoker down. Still got a Viper wall to cross the site, but they have to get past Maniac first. The flash, well, it might get Element, but it's gonna have to be Says to find the follow-up, and he grabs 2, closing this one out very cleanly for the side of Barca.
Yeah, Barca also looking a little bit more comfortable. They figured out the kind of crossfires that they don't want to be setting up here towards that A site. It was great early engagement through that TP that we initially talked about for that first blood as well. And again, Benny's just been such a big part of the entries for this. Typically, you'd maybe expect on some maps to have your eyes more on Element, this player who can be so explosive given the right time, but their approach on Bind, their approach on most maps are very contact heavy, right? But when you see Element on that raise, you do expect a little bit more of that loud execution. It's not going to be the case. Just continuing on with this conditioning here towards that TP out of showers, forcing CGN to play back.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? That just a decoy sent through. It's in their head. And understandably, after the impact of the previous round, At any moment, he could come swinging out those doors, and CGM want nothing to do with it, instead walking the other direction into Size, who's had a good game so far. He's been locking it down, but more importantly, Maniac uses the gate crash to get away. Element's rocket launcher scared him from downtown, and it won't land. Too far away. The player adjusts, but he can't dodge the bullets of Anguist. A nice connection with Vorman, known to be around here. They were looking for him, and they have most certainly found him, and yet gets back into the action just in time. The Element is surprised, catching Element, but the spike still needs to be retrieved, and Jesse has it on lockdown. This is a big problem now for CGN. They've just used a Viper's Pit on A, and they haven't got the spike. Orbital Strike is going to be used. What in the world? This was deep in the spawn, and the reposition from Jesse. He's in their heads. He knows exactly what they're going to do. That spike, and he's got the opportunity to drop it, but instead the fall back, and now the weight of the round on Guardi's shoulders, and he's going to land it.
Spike down A.
19 seconds on the clock here.
Last player standing.
Big swing from Anguist, but doesn't know where Jesse's going to be coming from.
10 seconds
Still managed
left.
to get that plant down. Jesse having repositioned
Spike
all the way
planted.
back in towards CT. Anguist expecting the flank to come through. This timing could be massive. Opportunity to walk out backside.
Oh, he's checking it. Anguist has the right angle. He has the right idea. Jesse's caught with a smoke in hand, and that's a 4-piece for Anguist. Try as they might, they can't let this round slip. Anguist with a firm hold on the reins.
Such a great read coming out. I mean, rescuing this round realistically. Jesse had so much pressure on Barca, so much control of the map. His timings have been impeccable with the way he's been walking out, taking map control, taking that space and going for these lurks. We've got that op back in hand here for Maniac. We'll be looking for something potentially through the short TP. No, it's just going to be, again, conditioning with the clone coming through.
Same old, same old. Smokes go down, util to slow them. And he can't quite get as close as he wants. And Jesse, well, he got greedy. An Element is punished ×2. Orwin gets aggressive. Cheeky play in the smoke, but it might cost him his life. The spray of many players enough to take him down. And a 4v2 that CGN are now left in. They have everything pieced together for them. It's Barca that have to fight their way in. And Maniac's on the other side of the map. This one's going to be run down quite a bit on the clock, and with the man advantage so heavily stacked to the attackers, I think the right call is being made by Barca.
Oh, absolutely. You've got that operator you're still looking to save here as well. The money situation on the side of Barca, it's going to be so important to save these 2 guns into the next round. I still can't believe that we are seeing that triple smoke strat being laid down there on the B site, but again, maybe just overcommitting to the fight there on the side of Barca. However, we've got a little bit, not quite that much money, a little bit of money to spare. Go searching for this Element. Not going to be able to find anything, and just an exit pick here for the side of Barca. But again, we need to start to see them heat up a little bit more. We see glimpses of the right idea for the engagements that we're going through, just maybe just overcommitting on that fight on top of Tube there, not really knowing how many were waiting on the other side of Hookah.
7 rounds so far, a very strong statement from this attacking side. And Barca, well, they've been able to fight around the middle of the rounds that we've seen so far, but it has to see an uptick fairly soon. Operator in the hands of Maniac. Decoy. Gate crash back towards the A site. That's going to be used. He's in position. They've heard the steps. They know this is where the hit's coming in, but those smokes should be blocking them out. It would be an aggressive play to step into it. Size goes for just that, and he's found his reward. They know as well there's someone stuck in the corner. That could be the spam play. There it is. Oh, well, they're cleaning it up.
Spike down A.
Size towards mid has just picked up a triple. This round is done and dusted. Anguish got a 4K. To pick up one of the previous rounds. So let's see if he's got the ace up his sleeve straight into the op of Maniac. And well, you might think he missed, but look at the HP of Anguist. He certainly connected. That wall just thick enough to keep Anguist alive.
Yeah, it's tough here too. With 50 seconds, there's just no opportunity for a save. You know Barca's going to swarm you. Try to take this weapon out of your hand, all things considered, and it's just going to be a flawless round here for Barca. I feel like the rounds that we see Barca winning often are where they are finding that early engagement, able to take down a key piece, a key component, that usually being Element or Benny right off the gate.
Last player standing.
So when they're going in a little bit earlier, going for an earlier fight, it denies that opportunity for CGN to contact out, find a little bit of that information that they like to work off of the map control there, and just kind of putting a stop to the plan. Run it back available though into this round here.
You're dead.
And you know, with CGN, that means it's going to be used right off rip. Clearing out a lot of this mid space. Size again, picking off the entry. Nothing found for free. On the side of A, you can see that Benny has to re-clear everything towards Bath. He's got up close now. It takes a little bit of time, but they've lost a player. Element down. 3 rifles still to work with, and they're set on A.
Going up.
Trying to still find some sort of opportunity to walk out, but it's a little too daunting. Still have 1 flash to work with here. Another smoke to give Benny the space.
Got a flash. Might want to just pop this out. Yeah, he was thinking about it. There it is. Flash goes out. So too does Benny, and he's missed the action. A wall separated him from it. Big play by Jesse. That double, well, it keeps them in the advantageous position overall, but not on the site. Vorwin is in a 1 versus 2 on the A side. Has to try tag them on the way out. Grab the info on the last player, and he's done an excellent job already picking off the first. Just Benny. Although he hasn't been spotted, he will be very soon, and there it is. The blue border lets him know. Maniac knows exactly where he's positioned. That's an opportunity. And he can't quite convert the full distance, and Vorwin is there to close it out. 4 rounds for the side of Barca, guaranteed a nice recovery so far.
No, lovely discipline out of Vorwin as well, just to make sure that he can stay alive, wait for that rotation to come through. It's a little bit difficult on the execution there. Benny having used the run it back through showers. I know Element was trying to kind of be that distraction factor to give that space over towards Benny to make that entry on the other side of the map, but unfortunately was just divided up from the rest of the team, unable to follow up on that short control.
Right there.
You have Nightfall available here in the hands of Devi. Otherwise, though, on the side of Barca, we are snowballing into a couple ultimates, but nothing online so far.
Launching smoke.
Yeah, orbs could definitely be fought for in the early round. Considering we're in round number 12. Vince, Element. Oh, and Element's got it. He's fought for the orb the hard way, and he's got his reward. Nade thrown through deep. Maniac with an off. Sure, he'll land the first, but now they're close. Now the real test begins. He's at least able to make it out. He's passed that test with flying colors, but they're still behind.
Oh, very nicely done. With this plant, Vince will have that orbital strike here as well for the post plant. And the entry just gets that much harder with Maniac on that op here as well. Both flashes having already been used up too.
It's Benny. It's Benny up close that has to get it. He won't find the first. Now numbers equal. Vince has the orbital strike. I think Davey might have been hit by one of those op wall banks. He's 5 HP. Respective orbital strike buys them the time that they need. Yop hoping to pick him as that laser beam falls away, and he'll get the shot. Maniac might just have bought them the chance to take it across the line, but a huge reveal that drops the pit as well. But it's an op he's facing into. 5 HP, and Maniac will job started by his teammate Jesse. The defuse across the line. 7-5 at the half.
Right down to the wire there. That was an insane round. It could have gone either way. The haunt was incredible. I love the change of pace, but let's take a quick break and we'll see what's going on in the second half.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
You all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up. VCT, came out the room like this. Hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up. I land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They're killing the mood and up in the few. My land in the tomb. I ain't gonna lose it.
Welcome back, folks. 7-5 when we left you. CGN now starting out their defensive side here on the pistol, and they've had a bit of a challenge. It was a pretty big streak of rounds for this side. They managed to put a big lead up, I think 7-2. Barca got right back into it towards the end of the half, Ash.
That they did, stealing that momentum away, stopping the bleeding, because we did start out, I believe that was 4-0 to kick things off, and then 5-1 afterwards, and a big climb back here for Barca. The defense is where we have yet to see the CGN composition change work. The adjustments are way they struggled last time we saw them on defense. This pistol round will be pivotal. No. Okay. We did not just... Okay.
Shaky start, spike out in the open, and Barca need to reclaim that space. The entirety of the defensive side has rotated in to defend this. The shot's not ideal from size at the start, keeping things interesting from the 3 versus 3, but the damage done favors the side of CGN. But it's Vince that has to try to recover on this 60 HP. His opponents both decently low, but playing this together, he's managed to thread the needle back towards the spawn. He's escaped the site. They know that he was here moments ago, and they're gone looking. They're gone searching. The question is, when he rounds that corner and elbow, will they be gone to the A site?
I love this, though, from them. The ability to just maintain the double up, play those numbers, and then
30
just
seconds left.
shift over towards that A site for a more comfortable plant. Vince will be able to recover a ghost or different pistol on site to try and bolster his weapon in this 1v2. And now the creep back over, knowing that B has been left empty, hearing the plant go down here as well. Both players looking to double up short open plants here, and great opportunity to tuck behind the wall.
Oh, Vince is being played. That plant's so open.
No,
he might not even be... The problem is, though, he might be looking the wrong way when he diffuses it. I like what he's done. He's gone and cleared one of those angles for the most part. That's a deep clear. He'll at least get it half without having to worry about his back. Looking just forward, looking at the angle that they'll be peeking. Wall goes down and Size lands the shot. If he misses 1 or 2, that round gets terrifyingly close. But in the end, it's getting closer and closer to an equal scoreline.
I like the play, though. You raise the wall, you have both players kind of walk forward, you drop it to take the fight together. I got really nervous, though, there. I was surprised that we had little guy, wingman, going in with that spike alone, it being dropped on that site, and the fact that Barca are able to recover that is massive for them. Heading into this next round, it'll be more of this full lean towards the A side. CGN looking to fight early for the showers control with Element and Devi. Marshall in hand, the only buy into this round here for CGN.
It is Element with that rifle, but he's not had the opportunity just yet. Smokes down. Barca looking to play a pretty passive game, grouped up as a unit. They left a lot of control towards the B site for their opponents to take, and Benny has filled that in, but just take a look at the map. They've grouped up and started to re-clear this space. Benny picked the one angle that he had a 1v1 on, but he doesn't win it. The downside of the Classic, and now CGN, well, frantically moving to the B site. Barca ultimately have no notion of going there. This is still a slow play from them with a minute on the clock.
And done so well to already pull some of these rotations over towards B. It's just going to be Element alone on A in heaven with that Marshall once again. Barca are playing so safe right now. Just maybe worried about space that CGN has taken, knowing that they do love to contact up for that space. Being very deliberate, very diligent. Information given with that chirp. Someone was watching from heaven, but it'll just be the wait for the rotation from the rest of the team here on CGN.
Nade not in time to take down the wingman. He's safely able to get the plant in. Barca, they have everything to work with here. I love the early round setup. They faked them out perfectly, got the stack up on the other side. Now all they have to do is avoid peeking straight into that Marshall. And indeed, it's not the Marshall, it's the Sheriff on Anguished to pick up the opening. Couple more kills and we start to get a bit worried. And Yak certainly trying his best to alleviate any concerns. He's already got himself 2, but tagged down quite low, as is Jesse. They have to be cautious of the Marshall, or at least you would think so. Jesse just went swinging out with a pistol. Fair play.
Nicely tied up, 7-7 here though. Comfortable for Barca.
Left.
And a great start for them on the attacking side, just to be able to equalize right off the gate. But this is where we really see the test here, I think, for CGN. Once the rifles do come out for them, how they look to approach these rounds. Again, they've continuously gone for some of that early control, some of that early space. Barca had previously been coming out on top with those initial engagements. See, right off the gate, there's a poison orb lineup for a long, just to allow these players to walk up comfortably, use the prowler to clear out over towards garden.
Oh, bit of chaos, a lot of utility thrown in, but Benny and Element dropped immediately. Guardi is just steaming forward, spike in his hand, and 3 kills in his back pocket. CGN called for a save immediately. This isn't a Barca round. This is a Guardi round. I see now why he was the feature of, I don't know if you saw the piece. It was played on the A stream the other day. Barca put out this really hype video in collaboration with, I mean, the football club, obviously. And Guardi was a big part of it, and they're tying him into the culture of the club. And I can certainly see why. The guy is insane.
I mean, he just said, yeah, let me get in there with the Guardi. Got 3 and was like, yeah, okay, it's pretty good. I think this round's ours. He's got that thrash up for next round here as well. And that's a difficult round loss there for CGN. So comfortable for Barca. But what a way to kick off that round and find the lead here for Barca Esports as well. CGN, well, they'll have 2 of these hero rifles to work with, but otherwise it'll be a question of if they do look to bolster their buy for the rest of these players or rely on the heroics of just 2.
Yeah, it's not an easy one. There's some temptations if you're CGN.
Come on, little homies.
Best out a little more, try to fight back now. Benny 1 away as well. Could have to run it back with a little bit of map control and an orb seized. You can understand it if they went for a heavier buy and a little bit of investment, but it's only into Sheriffs and a Marshal. Oh, Benny has gone out wide looking for the orb indeed, but well, I suppose it's a success. He's found it, but no use in this round, nor is Vince.
This just gets that much more uncomfortable now. Sure, still have the 2 Vandals to work with here, but Element's alone backside.
Last player standing.
Well, Element was alone backside. Anguist is alone on the server. 1 versus 5 again. He's been in this position a couple of times. Life of a controller. Smoke fading will give him the first, but he's not interested. Not unless they make some big mistakes. Hey, if 2 players come swinging around this corner and he kills them, sure, he might go for it, but for now he's just playing with them.
Yeah, and they're looking for him as well. You can see already on the other side of the map, Jesse is hunting. Just in case Angus has backed off and is maybe hiding towards elbow or front sight. Let me stand in spawn though, keeping it safe, knowing that he doesn't know what's going on the other side. Expecting Barca to be hunting. They're more than comfortable when it comes to their money situation. That's tough. I like the idea, trying to get that orb control there for Benny. I would have expected maybe a little bit more support, not just going for it on your own, but run it back will be available into this round at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, that'll definitely be a difficult tool to deploy, whether you want to use it in the early round and risk them just running away for it. I mean, more likely in the retakes, and by the time they've gotten into a retake position, it feels like most of the time Barca at this point have had such a big advantage that it's just not worth going for. Oh, they've sent it in the other direction. That's absolutely gorgeous. Using the thrash through the teleporter, instantly catching those players before they have time to react, and with both seized, it's the easiest double of your life. B-site seized it. Well, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. By the time there's a retake option, the team's already dismantled.
That was an incredible micro play coming out with the thrash. I mean, just to some sort of like pseudo pinch outside of Huga, and now this retake it's looking like another save, especially with Benny going down with that run it back, not having that opportunity to bring that ultimate online. I think they were looking for maybe a pick or two before making that investment. But now, again, it's been 3 save rounds back to back for a player or two on the side of CGN, really needing to carry these weapons over. But these early fights that we're seeing CGN take, I feel like we're seeing a lot of solo endeavors. Sure, they were paired up. It was unfortunate with that Thrash. It was just a great read coming out from Barca there with that execution outside of Hookah. But otherwise, I think when we look towards that Showers control, I'd like to see maybe a little bit more support from Benny. They'd maybe find a little bit more success on that side of the map, and a much needed timeout to be called here now by CGN. They haven't found anything since we swapped halves.
That's true. 5 in a row, and then 8 if you consider the end of the last one. I mean, this has been rough. They were 7-2 in the lead, now facing a 10-7 deficit. This round, there is not much they could have done.
Okay, we didn't need to slow-mo that.
I think they had less than a second to react from the time that Thrash went through the TP to the time that Thrash exploded and completely stopped any plans of theirs in that round. So for them, unlucky. For Barca, very well placed, very well executed, coming off the back of Guardi having a big round as well, where he just single-handedly took over a site, earned a lot of orbs with the plants as well. CGN timeout, they have a lot to discuss, that's for sure. And in terms of the buy, you can see there are going to be rifles for the most part in this round. Benny, I would imagine Benny is going to grab one of those Vandals and pop the ult. Or, okay, he grabs his own Phantom, all good. The point being, yeah, you want him to have a rifle, because this is a round where you're putting your credits on the line. I wouldn't be upset to see the ults go on the line as well.
No, this is a huge swing round here for CGN. It's a must-need win, right? Barca otherwise will find themselves at 11, a potential match point, and CGN get pushed onto another eco and half buy. They're kind of forced to put everything that they can into this round. Dimensional drift out towards backside, finding so much information here with scouting.
Yeah, they've done it onto Anguist, but it's all about Maniac. He's got in the smoke before. We've seen this from him, and he's got in at just the right time. A kill, a denial of the run it back as well. Massive play. And for the side of Barca, this seems to be them hammering another nail into CGN's coffin. Double up. It's Lamps with Guardi holding up close, and Size further back, waiting for them to cross the corner. Eventually, though, they have to look towards the site. The defuse is underway, half already. Molly only just now landing. It's too late! It's too late! Oh, they've made a big mistake here today. I don't know what they thought was stopping the defuse from going the full way. I don't know if they thought that Molly was going to land a little bit earlier, or if the spam had cleared it, but they were very wrong.
I don't think they expected that it was going to be stuck there. I think the fact that Vince walks through the smoke after laying it down there for Benny, maybe thought Vince was the one to tap. But Vince also takes so much space, it makes it difficult for Barca to try and fight forward when you have 2 of those players playing for their lineups. Back to a default here for Barca. That round was huge and must needed for CGN. Just one away from that orbital strike here for Vince as well. Crossfire in towards Hookah. Nothing to be found. Just playing that push and pull. Now looking to re-clear towards that shower side. So we see Barca moving back towards this A site.
Yeah, the A side is undoubtedly the target. Anguist has done well. Minimum 1 whenever they move towards this site. We'll see if he can do the same here. Certainly needs a big performance. Element has rotated into position. Davies here as well, and it's Anguist and Element opening this up, fighting out in the open. It's not gone well. Size again able to grab a double, and with him surviving into the late round, finding those kills, the Viper's Pit comes into play.
What can they find here? It's not going to be much. Vorwin just to clean things up. 11th round on the board here for Barca. Great investment with that Viper's Pit. CGN. They still have... Actually, they don't have much to work with here. This is tough. Barca looking at a potential match point off of this round. There is opportunity to try and invest some of these ultimates here on the side of CGN if they can manage to find a pick or 2. considering they do have that showstopper, they have that orbital strike available. Those two ultimates could completely shift around here and grant them some sort of thrifty. But it'll take an early start to make that even worthwhile.
Oh, nice spray. Maniac drops Element in the open. CGN have a lot of weaknesses to work with in this round, and now a man disadvantage added on to the toll. Maniac, hello? He's just TP'd in the open. He's gone absolutely crazy.
Oh my god.
And of course, they didn't expect it. Davey up close, dropped after just the one. Benny in the same boat. And so Vince, valiantly, going to try to fight for this round in a 1 versus 3. He's got a Sheriff by his side, a big iron on his hip, and it's going to have to find 3 heads to bring this across the line.
Yeah, and they're all stacked up over towards short together here as well. One spotted out. Size is just watching the cross there. It's match point here for Barca on their map pick.
Match point.
CGN, they'll have money into this round. Again, 3 big ultimates to work with here. The orbital strike previously invested, 1 away from that nightfall as well. There's also, again, opportunity for Barca to snowball into 3 ultimates in this potential last round for them.
Last player standing.
The scary prospect. Yeah, we see a little bit of a fight put up. Just not quite enough. And I think the big fear, you know, sure, orbital strike is used, but like we've discussed, CGN, they have plenty of ultis to use in this round, but they have to be careful about how they use them. Safety nets that they can fall back on, but 4 rounds where they may need to fall back on them.
Yeah.
Preserving it, but also not just leaving it in your inventory until the game's over.
Maybe not. He said already here for the taking. Showstopper out over towards Hook as well. Nobody's home though.
Nothing to be done. Main thing, Benny. He's gone run into the spawn. He had no idea. Maniac had already snuck through the Yoru TP, getting him up close. Anguished and Element putting up a good show to start this one out.
Oh.
But then Maniac again delivers. He found the first onto Benny, who's been a big player for CGN, and that double, well, it seems to have closed it out. Size gets the job done, and Barca take the map.
What a way to close this one out here for Barca. We ended off the half 5-7 in favor of CGN. They're only able to find a singular round after we swapped sides. And I feel like, especially when we saw them on the attacking side here for Barca, they looked really, really clean, really disciplined. They were doing super well with the trades, the engagements they were looking to take together. The coordination was sublime.
Well, now, quite a challenge for their opponents of CGN. We'll see how this series is going to pan out, if we'll make it to a 3rd map after the break.
1 enemy remaining.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
¿Qué opinas del Barça de este año?
Ay, ¿qué quieres que te diga, hijo? Esta temporada no fue nada fácil, pero ¿cuándo lo es? No es fácil armar un equipo con el que competir, un equipo que funcione, que dé seguridad en defensa y emocione al atacar.
Ya te digo, tenemos un killer polaco que hace temblar a todos los rivales.
¿Un qué? Lo que tiembla es la grada con las promesas que tenemos. Los mejores de por aquí. Pero nuestra ambición no podía quedarse solo en hacer un buen papel.
Claro, estamos preparados para todo. Guardiola está listo.
Oh, sí, aunque ahora está en otro club. La huella del legado de Pep y su tiki-taka sigue presente.
¿Qué Pep ni Pep? Don Antonio Guardiola. ¿Guardi?
¿Cómo?
Si es Antonio Guardiola con vida, la ronda siempre es probable.
Claro, Guardi, el ídolo que todo equipo debe tener y que vino desde abajo para coleccionar MVPs.
Troca de Guardi mano a mano. ¡Ey! ¡Para Guardi!
Junto a él, Maniac y Jesse. Uno ya sabía lo que era ganar y nos guió a levantar la Rising. El otro llega al equipo con toda la energía que necesitamos.
Que viene enfadado Maniac. Maniac que electrocuta al primero y al segundo doble.
A su lado Saiz, el niño dinosaurio, que se reivindicó una vez más.
Busca la tercera, la firma, triple, para ti lo que.
Y Borwen, nuestro gran capitán, curtido en 1000 batallas antes de llegar aquí. Liderando desde fuera a Lucas Rojo y Mason, que aplicaron de nuevo la fórmula para ganar.
¿Está este Barça también entre los mejores?
Sí, papá, ya hemos demostrado lo que sabemos hacer. Ahora es el momento de Ascension. La dura batalla para conseguir una plaza en VCT EMEA, donde pelearemos con los mejores. Y una vez allí, empezaremos a escribir nuestra nueva historia.
La historia de un equipo que es más que un equipo, como ha sido siempre.
Welcome back, folks. Yes, we've just seen the first map of the day go down, and Ash, it was an eventful one to say the least. A couple of interesting comps, couple of interesting strategies too, but in the end it is Barca who end up on top 13-8, but that was their map pick.
That was their map pick. They looked really comfortable. CGN were the ones with a hot start, though, to kick things off. They started off 4-0 on this map in that first half. End the half 7-5, and then it was just Barca all the way, basically, other than a single round that CGN could find in that second half. And it was pretty crazy. I think we saw some great timings coming out from Jesse. Maniac was such a huge factor on those entries and early engagements that Barca were looking to find, and CGN just, they kind of struggled to find an answer there on defense. But now we're heading over to their map pick here on Ascent. However, Mitch, although it may be the map pick of CGN, Ascent is also a map that Barca have been undefeated on throughout the entire 2024 season.
Yeah, that's a pretty big map for them. As we said, talking about this veto before we started out the series, I'm expecting it to be a relatively close one, but that first map, Barca dominating it, I don't know if that changes things from my perspective of thinking about the sort of power of these two teams. I guess the one thing I'll fall back on, though, is saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, it was CGN, right, who used to be playing the deadlock, and then they come into this map, they don't have the deadlock, and now your defensive side is summed up by just one round. I think it's fair to say that maybe Barca are just the better team. Maybe that's how it is, but I'll at least keep some hope that you're moving to a comp that doesn't do so well that you have to make adjustments to how to play your defense. Didn't make those adjustments, didn't work out. GG, go next, as the leader of the group would say. And now we move into a map where I guess they'll feel that little bit more comfortable, and maybe we'll see them be able to hit back just as much as they receive.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because both these teams run some pretty unconventional compositions here on Ascent, right? When you look over towards Barca, you're expecting them to go lean into this double controller comp where they have that Viper and the Omen there, a Sky that you don't really see too often on this map anymore, if at all, to be honest, on Ascent. I feel like most teams still lean very heavily into that vanilla Ascent comp. We saw during VCT that there were some of those Deadlock Cypher comps being thrown out there as well. And then meanwhile, for the side of CGN, again, they go back towards that Phoenix pick that honestly felt like it was lacking a little bit in the first map that we saw today.
Yeah, and to be honest, there were a couple of maps where, you know, maybe Benny, even thinking of the last Ascent that they played up against Apex, he was having a tougher time. So was Element as well. But the reality was there's always someone else to step it up. And it was Anguist last time we saw over on that Killjoy, being able to do so much damage. And again, we'll see that composition come through for both teams. It's sticking to what they know, sticking to what, in theory, they're good at. And when we came into this on the first day that we saw CGM play, I said to Tom that I was not happy with this comp. I think that Phoenix should be easy to figure out after you've seen, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I think they had like 10 VODs of playing that map. You should be able to figure it out. You should be able to figure out what they're doing and put a stop to it. But CGN, they're always shaking it up, and they're very aggressive when they take control. You often don't have the time to make a read on what's happening before the play has already happened.
Especially when they don't show too much of their hand in the early round there,
defaulting, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they play super slow. It's always those contact plays. If they show anything early, they always pause, and then they kind of force the other team to invest a little bit more to get the information that they're actually looking for here. But as we head on into Ascent, I think the big takeaway from map number 1 for me was just how adaptable Barca was on bind. They were continuously making adjustments. Meanwhile, for CGN, I felt like they were kind of running back the same like micro and macro strategies over and over again, and kind of hitting a wall with some of the map control that they were looking to take. So I'm going to need to see a little bit more of that adaptability that we did see glimmers of in some changes of pace, some changes of tempos from CGN, but they really got to bring it up now, considering they are down the first map.
This is it. Like we said last time around, CGN, they'll play their slow plays. They'll wait for you to make a move, and then if you wait for them, they'll be on you quick as can be. Difficult to make the adjustments, and I think for Barca, a real test. See if they can bring it across the line. Of course, don't believe the hood. They are 1-0 up in terms of series, and that defensive side being challenged. They've come out on top with the opening duel. Sai's barely holding on down below, and Maniac's got him covered.
Yeah, Sai's just being able to live here on this site as well, and that's both duelists down, so entry power nulled here already into the first round, just continuing to go for these fights dry, and in a 1v5 it's looking impossible here for Devi. Should be an easy cleanup here and a flawless round for Barca.
Gone.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not quite flawless, but close enough. Although a lot of players are low, I somehow don't see Davey making the hero play. Maybe he does. Unrotating. Migrating. No shock darts. One could be very useful here. And it's not to be main. He might just be... Nah, he won't get there in time. There are already 2 players covering the cross. Jump cost him a lot of his HP. He was on 40, now down to 15. But he might just get the plant out of it. Fair play. The guy is determined. I'll give him that. And he'll get his reward. All right. Fair enough, Davey.
Hey, just looking for a little bit more cash to put in your pocket here, right? With that plant at the very least. And that's a tough round, though, for CGN. I think it is difficult. You have to give Benny credit to the fact that he is leading from the front in the sense that he's playing that Phoenix flick while IGLing for the team. On bind, we saw it being used in a bit more of a solo manner, where we see him going for that information, trying to relay it to the squad to assist with that calling. But then it kind of falls apart when that entry doesn't quite work out the way that you were expecting, right? You're not going to be able to play that information role anymore, having to call from the grave. And it can be very difficult to juggle that task as well while you are looking for that entry. And just kind of having to be the brains behind the operation there too.
Nice shot. And Yak on the ball when it comes to that mid fight. You might need to be. Gotta watch out for Davey, who's lurking around Marshall in hand. Well, that is a lesson learned the hard way. One player down. The side of Barca have one player with a pistol. So that's the allotted losses already sustained from this point forward. We don't want to see players drop. The cost will most certainly be paid in full by the defensive side. And there's a chance here for CGN, now that they've got these players trapped in main almost. It looks like Barca will sneak out. They'll make it away. They'll create some distance, which is all you need to do in a round like this. Got to be careful again not to give Benny too many opportunities. He will not miss all that often.
Information garnered with the guiding light. I like the idea. They're initially going for some of that pressure towards mid, looking to crunch, but Benny to be taken down here makes it a little bit more difficult.
Makes it very tough. Size, ghost in hand, Guardy providing him with a bit of cover. The wall was doing just that as well, and Size isolates one with Guardy on the other. A cleanup in the late round, and well, the question of cost, that's the question answered. And carry everything forward.
I think what's cool too is having this Viper that you get to play with here on defense as well. Just that opportunity. You see the wall that's thrown over towards that B site. Just allowing it to be that much easier to kind of bunker down on site, move between the wall, find that cover, go for isolated picks, and be able to play some of these more creative crossfires. But a tech pause to be called out here. So far, I mean, what are your takeaways, Mitch, between the two comps that we're seeing from these two teams? Because I feel like there's a lot of pros and cons between both. And it is quite nice for Barca to be able to start off on defense, considering they are running that double controller. It makes it just that much more complicated, I think, for CGN to try and find those lurks on and to cite the contact plays that they like to lean into.
Yeah, look, I think at this point, when you're talking about a composition that has Phoenix, that has another duelist as well in the jet, which typically you're going to want for actually breaking through to the side, right? The problem that I have in my mind is when you move to defense, to actually getting value out of those agents is going to be difficult. Like, you have to essentially shoehorn in early aggressive plays. But then I think back on what I saw, and a lot of the time that's not what CGM were doing. I feel like that's sort of the benefit for them in running this composition, that they don't just do what is sort of on paper. I have Phoenix, I go push. We've seen it many times. I think like running a Phoenix on maps like Haven, that was all that it was good for, and it was the downfall of it, because teams get used to playing defaults, to having that op early round, to playing anti-flash and then swinging in to kill you, and you can't quite find that same level of value. I still want to see so much more of CGN up against good competition who are working to anti-strat that, because maybe it doesn't work the first time, the second time around, but I feel like these are the kind of compositions that break. And one of the main reasons that they break is if someone like Benny comes in with a bad day. Like, we say the same thing when it comes to Reyna. Like, you need to have a team that's able, like, anybody can step it up. And on the day where a Reyna isn't performing, or in this case, in a lot of these CGN comps, where Benny isn't performing, your whole game plan kind of falls apart.
It's a big shout. It's a big shout. Just not being able to find that kind of value, especially when that ultimate in itself is all just being able to make that space, being able to frag with it as well, and try and get your own pick and get out and find those openings for the team here. I think, again, that contact play style just very much so plays into the composition of Barca here as well. The fact that they can continuously kind of cycle these smokes, it makes it that much more difficult for CGN to try and thread the needle and find some of those gaps in that map control. Again, we saw glimmers of it. I like the idea where they took that mid control, they took arches, go over towards Pizza and Market, and look to try and pinch the players that they knew had pushed into B main, but just not really having the weaponry to actually back it up in that second round. But now with rifles in hand, that's where I have my eyes. You also have Divide just 2 away from that Hunter's Fury. Early aggression and B main control already being denied here by Barca.
Yeah, a lot of presence, a smothering presence at times from the defensive side, pushing up on A now. A lot of control being garnered by this Barca side. The reaction.
Well, they played the ebb and flow.
I mean, they're doing a great job on the defense. The question is, can CGN make the adjustment? Because the walls are closing in on them right now. They are trapped in towards short, and this flank about to come through is being watched, but the wall has covered them crossing over. Vince hasn't managed to see them until they walk right out into the open, and there's a quick triple swing. So that one is tidied up nicely, and they've dealt with the main danger.
It's just Maniac alone on site, Outlaw in hand.
Oh, he's run out of bullets, and that goes to the sheriff, and doesn't find a whole lot more with that. Nicely done. I feel like this round has fallen into CGN's laps through some good decision making by them. The fact that they have Vince watch their back, and for the most part, well placed shots, especially those ones from Davey.
Yeah, just a little bit overextended on that cat push, I think, over towards top mid. And you can see CGN are wary of it now. I think the idea was to try and push them into the Outlaw, or have the Outlaw push them back into the waiting arms of the two controllers top catwalk, but back to a default here. CGN more wary now of the fact that Barca are going to look to play that push and pull. Much more standard setup. Hunter's Fury is up here for Devi as well.
Scanning ahead.
I mean, the thing is, Davies Hunter's Furies have been unreal. We talked about this yesterday, and that this guy, talking about Leo and his shock darts a year and a half ago. Davey is Leo back then, but with Hunter's Furies. He finds like 2 kills average. It's incredible. And he, unfortunately, going to meet an early demise, matching that performance from Maniac and Anguist. Oh, he suspects another player. I thought he'd swing out a little wider. They are very much wary. These guys could be close to shock dart avoided, but Element's bullets are not. The cross clean to the B site. CGN overwhelm it. Grab a plant down in what seems to be an irrecoverable round. Barca will likely just save these weapons. I mean, their credits are terrible, so I'd be surprised if they throw them away.
That'll be pretty pivotal. I think that is one thing that we can give kudos to for both these teams. They were very wary of their economic situation in that first map, and just ensuring that they do have the ability to find success on those rounds where we're going to expect those half egos, where these rifles do make a massive difference as far as what we're able to see coming out of them going forward. But the opportunity now for CGN to tie things up here, right? You've got also, but he's not too far from that run it back going into the next round. Vince just 2 away from that Cosmic Divide here as well. But the ebb and flow looking quite good here for the side of CGN. The adjustments have been good with their defaults. Vorwin just able to tuck away and save this rifle into the next round.
And we've had a number of impressive rounds from CGN. Those last 2, though, starting to put them on the map. They've equalized things. We're coming into round number 5. Davies still Hunter's Fury ready to rumble. I'm not sure if it's going to be used here, though. Barca, a lot of weaknesses. They're not fully pushed down to an eco just yet. Keeping their money over for the next. Does lead to a couple of weaknesses, though.
And there.
I don't think this is going to be a very... Oh, man. That's rough. I think we've seen this a number of times, Ash. We talked about defaulting. I feel like they just mid-round defaulted. They just pumped the brakes and said, go ahead. They will repeat.
I mean, I feel like that is a little bit the story of what we've seen so far on this map here, right? What a flick! Coming out from Devi, but overall, done and dusted here for Vorwin. Not much you can do with the classic in hand. Or make that a sheriff. Still able to find one at the very least. CGN, clean 3rd round on the board for them. And I think some of the conditioning went well for them as well. I think Barca were expecting, again, that heavy mid control for CGN that they favored, that they found the most success on. But with the contact plays, Barca just... Okay, that's a nice little zoom in. I can't lie. Spot on the hospital flick. But as I was saying, Mitch, I think what Barca are struggling with a little bit in these last couple of rounds are the lack of information that CGN are giving towards them, and not wanting to expend too much of their own here as well, right? Because when you do have the Sky as your solo initiator as well on Ascent, those guiding lights not being able to refresh anymore means that you have to just be that much more conservative about that utility usage, and they just don't have too much more scouting that they're able to do other than going for some of those contact, those space plays.
You're exactly right. I mean, a lot of it is going to be someone like Maniac as well, taking that space with the operator and holding it so they don't have to re-clear late. Flash and drone, well, that's going to leave them in a tough position. Even tougher with Hunter's Fury activated, catching the first and second tags. What have I said? Davey, he hits it every time. That's the operator dropped. Only one kill. They can be thankful for that at least. But what they do have is 3 players coming up short with 2 towards main. Maybe Jesse can get the jump on them. He's found one, but the second evades. And with that, CGN in a 4v2 post plan.
Yeah, it's another question of, okay, I feel like you kind of expect them to try and go for another save, especially with the chip damage that's been taken. Guardy not even able to get out there. Size alone gonna opt to save this weapon through, because for CGN, I mean, they've gotten the last, now with this round will be 4 rounds on the board. Barca not able to find anything since their anti-eco in round 2, and the bank is starting to pump up here for CGN. They're very comfortable, I think, for nearly the remainder of this half realistically, and this operator is going to be a massive part about the next round that Barca is going to need to be able to take some of this space. Great pick through, still hunting for him though. They do have the money to do so, and the op will not be able to be carried over, which makes it that much more difficult, I think, into this round here for the side of Barca. There's going to be the knives at the very least, so they'll still be able to bolster into some sort of full buy, but a timeout much needed here from Barca Esports.
Yeah, they're going to take their moment to gather themselves. 2-0 up and a 4-round streak for CGN. That just can't be tolerated. They've already got a map under their belt, so it's not like the pressure is applied just yet with Haven coming up next. Like you said, although this may be CGN's map pick, it's not a weak one for Barca. So far, they've had their troubles. Sure, the Hunter's Fury opens this one up. It's not just that. So much more going on across the board with this defensive side being able to seize a lot of space and get ahead of them. A couple of these positions, and yet it still falls apart. And I think we look to Maniac. I mean, he, as we said, was a big part of that previous round. Posted up with the operator, looking for the control, but CGN had the answer. They had not only the flash, but the drone sent after him. That got the reveal. That got the Hunter's Fury, and a big piece of Barca's, I guess, game plan just removed on that alone.
Placing swamp grenade.
Tough, very much so, struggling with that. I think as well, we saw the early information that Barca were trying to find. Run it back, immediately use the knives, unfortunately miss, and the updraft through the window.
Nice spray, but it's returned on. CGN are not giving up this control all too easily. A 4 versus 3 as they barrel down towards Maniac, all alone on the site, desperately trying to find a safe haven to fight from. He grabs the first and the second, eventually meeting his demise, but he's done so much damage, it makes it easy. Davey landing nothing, just 85 HP, sat on Vorwen, but he is content to sit and fight, standing his ground with Jesse coming to back him up, and Barca seem to have found a solution.
Maniac being able to find 2 in backside there was also a game changer here for Barca. Without those 2 picks, that's a completely different round. You're into a 2v4 situation. The fact that he can even live for the second is immense for the team when you have 3 people firing at you. And it's just such a great retake wall that we haven't really gotten to even see Vorwin attempt to use on that B site for the most part, because I feel like time and time again, it's continuously been those save rounds that we've seen out of Barca, but finally being able to stop the bleeding. Now for CGN, they've got Seekers to work with
here
on the side of Barca. CGN will have to consider that and working to use the one-way actually in his favor. Maniac taken down early.
Get out of my way.
Blade Storm, a suitable backup option for Element. Can entry with it and use the op to post afterwards. Guiding Light gone deep. Guardy has the info, knows there's players close, and catches the shot onto Element. An impressive fight. There's plenty more to be picked up. That only equalizes things. CGN not looking to the B side anymore. Lockdown will keep them out. We'll buy a little bit of space. Seekers from the side of Barca. They've kept control of the site. They found where the players are, and now Vorwin's even managed to pick up a kill from the push up on A. CGN need a response. And Jesse, oh, he's tucked in the corner for big value. Just the one to be found. He knows where they're going, sends the information to his teammates, and that's the rotation from Guardy in on time. Equalized now, 4-4. CGN, we might see a pause out of that squad soon.
What a great way to pick things up here. I mean, that's also with them starting off with the upper hand. Element able to take down Maniac. But the fights here have looked a little bit more comfortable for Barca as time has gone on. But it's not even like we're seeing much of a change in the way that they're looking to take these fights, right? We saw Barca previously kind of sitting back, looking to see if CGN will walk into them, but feel maybe a little bit more prepared as far as the rhythm and the pacing of when CGN are looking to take the timings on this map, as opposed to, I think the last few rounds beforehand, Barca looked maybe a little bit caught off guard with some of the peaks that CGN were looking to take. But now the timeout to be called, like you mentioned, as we do equalize, and it's for good reason. You have a lockdown to work with alongside that Cosmic Divide. You have to make that combination worthwhile.
A lot hangs in the balance in a round like this. Economy for both teams is shaky across the board after reinvestments, and I think that's going to prompt them to use these ultimates a little bit quicker than what we've seen in some of the previous rounds. CGN locked down to get them into sight. Viper's Pit for Vorwin, not likely to be used off rip for a number of reasons. Lockdown could push him out of it, for example. Also, he has an op.
Yeah, that was the main one I was looking at.
Typically not great in the pit when you smoke yourself off, essentially.
Definitely not. So much tree info cleared out. Forces a guiding light to retake the space as well.
Nice shot. Couldn't do that from inside the pit, tell you that. Nicely done. Vorwin not backing off though, staying up close. It'll be size with the opportunity, or the pressure, I suppose, to keep control over market. Vorwin, this could be a one and done. Down goes the lockdown. Close for Vorwin. He spotted a shoulder, but couldn't quite get it done. Snake bite down. He's running for the hills. Should be able to avoid being detained in the back corner. No, in fact, that position's already occupied. He's going to give it up. Sit on the site. Take the detain and hope that his teammate can cover him. Sized as well. Gets the jump on Benny. They're desperately trying to shut down the player they detain, but they don't manage it in time, and he's jumping around the site with a shorty, giving Guardy the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos and close this one out for Barca. 5 rounds now cemented, and from a 4-2 deficit, they've taken the lead.
I mean, setting himself as bait and playing the trap perfectly on the side of Barca, with Size just to be able to watch his back, the mid-site smoke that came down as well to give him that cover to work around. So nicely done here from Barca. We're so aware now of the way that CGN are trying to work across this map, especially that market control that they like to garner into the mid-round. They've really gotten a read on the pacing here from the defaults of CGN. Just catching on to some of these patterns. The operator to be revealed here over towards B.
Well, B-site change up. Still an operator, but this time it's Maniac. It gives him that get out of jail free, and he uses it here. Dash activated to keep Benny from trading out that missed shot. Viper's Pit active on A main. The utility from Killjoy is what's covering off short, and it's about to be tested. 3 players. Make that 4. Heading towards that position. The nanos will stall them, but I don't know that they'll stop them.
Oh, and that pit to drop here, A main as well. Timing perfect for CGN's creep up towards Cat.
What is that shot? Nicely connected by Size. And Voron's there to back him up. They don't want to overextend. Goes running through those smokes, but need to be careful. It's a narrow angle to play on, and they heard the jump back. Now Guardy's kind of out in the open. No man's land, but oh my god, strong. That double clean. He saw the barrel down below, realizes it a little bit later. Not too late. 3 kills clocked up, and now 6 for Barca.
Lovely shots coming out from Guardian. That control over tree, just buying time for that rotation here as well. An incredible cross to be thrown down. Now, just trying to make it as uncomfortable as possible for CGN to contact up those mid plays. There's been 4 rounds in a row. Barca have completely answered right back. 2 more rounds left into this half. For CGN, it's been awkward buy into this one.
Yikes.
The opening shot is good. Anguist, big player for the side of CGN, eliminated 2 rifles still floating around though. A chance if someone like Vince or Element can step up to the plate and deliver a home run for the squad. 4-2 lead for CGN, and it has slipped to this point. The shoe's on the other foot, but Element fighting to take it back. Size knows that someone could have crept his way through, and that's exactly what Benny was looking to do. Now creeping up behind them in the spawn. The flank timer is on. Size still with a battle to take, and it's one of the rifles dropped for free. They're aware of Benny after the first, so he meets his demise quickly. And Davey, 1v3 up, waiting for him to swing. It is cleaned up nicely. Barca extending the lead further.
Last round before the switch.
And it's kind of leaving us having a couple questions about the depth of the CGN roster, right? Again, the contact plays is where they find that comfort, but it's the adaptations that we're looking to see start to shine. That was my concern going into Ascent. It was lacking a little bit there on binds, and it's a question of, okay, what are the true dimensions of this composition? How are they going to be able to kind of change that pace going in here? We've seen a couple faster rounds where Element is looking to entry quickly. Run it back to be the opportunity here towards the A site. Maybe a bit of a fake play, but it's not going to be the case. They're just looking for that orb control. The Seeker is to be baited out early on for that information here as well. Everyone's hightailing it back towards the B side.
Yeah, they've realized, you know what's going down.
Yeah, but they're being funneled straight into this KJ setup here too.
Watching here.
Not just that, Guardian, as it were. He's already spotted them coming around, as has the turret, but he'll back off. Double, in fact, triple op in play, but double op for the B site, yet to be spotted, and now CGN runs straight into a Blade Storm to back up. Maniac runs out of ammo or decides to swap. It's unclear which, but the result very clear. CGN 5 versus 2. The site is theirs.
It is. Still have that wall to work with here, though, on the retake.
Spike planted.
To get them closer. Actually getting on that spike is going to be a monumental task. So many players to take down the opt across the first, and Anguist is cleanly hitting that. The spam to close it out, 7-5. A little bit of a recovery in the end. A round on the board for CGN, but Bars have done a phenomenal job.
That they have. I think that round, they just greeted a little bit too much with both of those operators, but we're going to see how they handle things on the other side of this half right after a quick break.
Motivated on focus, came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta shadow one of my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Welcome back to half number 2 of map number 2. It's Barca after going 4-2 down, leading by 2 as we move on to their attacking half. A test for the Barca squad that could see them take this series 2-0. CGN, well, they haven't had a terrible kickoff to this tournament. As I said, they defeated Desire, a team that everybody holds in high regard, and almost eliminated Apex OT on 2 of the 3 maps. And both OTs went in Apex's favor. This is a squad that definitely has a lot of potential, Ash. It looks like Barca might have them beat.
They just might. We have to also remember that as far as the DOC league goes, CGN was the team that everyone expected to make it out. But look at this trap over.
Oh, it's beautiful. 3 players up close. Element, they weren't aware of him. He lands the first flash a little late, and it's returned on. In fact, it's Guardy's flash that gets them all. Davey still tucked in the corner, though, able to survive a moment longer. Sai steps up and equalizes it yet again. It's been back and forth, but now it seems CGN are locked out of any further impact. The door soon to go down, and there it is. And a plant almost assured on the back of that.
That should be secured comfortably here.
Spike planted.
When it comes to this retake, there's not too much that you have to work with here for Vince.
Oh, he's got the first. That's Jesse down. Just size. 53 HP with the Sheriff in hand. Needs to land that first, and he doesn't get any of the bullets. To the body would have been enough, but Vince, the one to keep CGN in with a chance. Hot on the heels of Barca now. At 6 on the board.
Yeah, lovely retake to come through, but also a great trap there in towards tree as well. You got 4 players just lying around the corner. The bait plays work so well to be able to even get 2 in this situation. And just to equalize those numbers. And things got really scrappy. And the buy to come through here for CGN. Looking to make this one comfortable for them. That's the expectation. Interesting split here from the side of Barca. That spike's going to be all by its lonesome over towards tiles in Size's hands. Just looking to regroup in mid.
This will be a slow approach from Barca, but there is about to be a quick change in pace. Element! Well, he slowed this round down a lot. That's 2 kills that puts them to basically no potential. I saw everybody grouped up on the side of Barca, making space, getting together. And I thought that burst of aggression might have led to at least some bumps in the road, but, well, looked like it was smooth sailing.
Oh, just great duels to be taken there by the CGN squad. I think ultimately as well, doing really well to be able to divide up the team with that Molly, and then I feel like these are 2 pivotal rounds here for CGN as well, right? Just to bolster that confidence a little bit into this second half. Again, we have to remind ourselves that Barca are the team that are up a map from Bind, that being that 13-8 win earlier on today. And it's CGN the ones who are trying to keep themselves in this best of 3.
Well, it doesn't seem like CGN are very scared. They're already pushing up on A. You can see Element in quite an advanced position. It makes sense when you've got the Killjoy on B. This is where you're going to get aggressive, if at all. If Benny was here, I'd expect them to continue the aggression, but because it's Element, he'll just be holding the corner. And if Jesse walks all the way up, he's in for a nasty surprise.
That's a bit of what you talked about earlier as well, the way that you're going to expect this team to play defense. Just going for some of that early extremity control. You try and funnel these players into the Sentinel setup on that B side.
Scout destroyed. There.
That is the other thing. You talked about the difficulties of playing it with a Sky on the defense. Well, when you're on CGN, Davey has to do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of finding the info, or like you said, Element or Benny running it up, taking the control. Element has the flank, and it's going to be quite a while coming. CGN players on site. It's Davey. He's already heard them up close. The flash catches him. Maniac and Jesse delivering the kills and stopping this defensive side from having much of a chance. This is a round where they're not looking to win it, though, on CGN. They just want to take weapons out of their opponent's hands. That's the expected best case scenario in most of these, especially when you come to a post plant. They just want to keep Barca locked in if they can.
Yeah, do as much damage as possible. You can see they're completely triangulated on it, right? Able to find one towards logs and just go for the remainder of those exit frags.
Yeah, problem for Barca is eventually they've got to make a move, and it's straight into Element with a player up close, ready to do serious damage. And I kind of thought Element would swing once that fight happened, but he was lagging behind slightly. In the end, certainly not the end of the world. Barca walk out of that one, 3 players alive with rifles. They'll be able to invest into the coming one, but CGN, with the damage done, they've bought themselves an opportunity to put their opponents down to a weaker economic position.
Yeah, decent idea and a decent bonus overall, just to be able to whittle them down just slightly there. On the side of Barca, I think that was some lovely utility we saw coming out from them for those micro plays, just being able to flash in towards Boathouse, make that space very deep in sight there for Maniac. And immediately, that operator is going to be smoked off here for Element. He's going to have to reposition a little bit deeper in case they look to walk past that wall. No!
Both kills straight down mid, a collateral. That's a crushing collat for the side of Barca. They're fighting right now to keep control of the lead, and instead CGN have made a statement of an opening to that round. This one is theirs. The question for Barca is how many weapons they want to commit to the fruitless cause of seizing it back. At least that's how it looked. They've instantly gotten 2 kills as I say that. Spike is still behind, and it's spotted. Benny's just rotated. He pushed up on A. He's seen the spike. He knows that they've got that lockdown. That gets Vince to move into this position on mid and be ready for the big swing. His triple kill puts 8-8 on the board, and CGN, who are trailing for quite a bit here, now equalized.
Yeah, gorgeous crossfire to be found there with Benny's push out from A.
Hey, my ult's ready.
But what a collateral for Element to open up this round here for CGN. It puts a complete stop to the game plan that they had to crunch towards this B site. And just so unfortunate, I think, when you think about the fact that that flash does go through from Guardy, just not able to hit its mark with such a small angle, such a tight angle that was being held there. But a timeout now to be called by CGN. They've got the Cosmic Divide. You also have Barca on the back foot with that economy. And they're starting to snowball into some of these rounds. CGN want to have a chat now to see what they can continue to do here on defense to maintain the success they've been finding.
Well, that's it. Keep the ball rolling, right? This has been I guess a more conventional opening. You win the pistol, you win the follow-up, you lose the 3rd round, and you fight right back in the next. For CGN, that 4th going their way may just put the wind in their sails, but like you said, this timeout, it's being used to make sure that's the case. You've got the operator on Element, Bladestorm if things get a little bit spicy, so that's going to open up room for CGN to play some more aggressive early rounds if they want to. And like we've discussed previously, they probably want to with the composition that's in play. I see Benny ready at the barrier on A, and that tells me we might just see the push-up. Benny's flash this time used. Remember, when Element pushes A, typically he's just holding. He's keeping the space. But when it's Benny, that curveball is going to be used to take space, and it's a more aggressive A stance. That's exactly what we're seeing to start this out.
But the timing here might just be missed. Might be able to maybe catch out Jesse on Cat. He's aware.
Oh,
so aware.
The Classic gets the kill. That's a free upgrade on mid. A thorn in the side of this squad now have to be careful rotating around that position. And with Davey down, this round has gone from bad to worse at 2 versus 5. On the side of CGM with that operator, they may very well be thinking of saving. It's not just about the fact that there's a Bladestorm for next. Like, that's all well and good, but buying that operator will be a big economic punish and not one that CGM want to tank. They'll leave Vince around to try to make it costly, but Element is on the other side of the map. The thing is, Jesse, the newcomer to the Barca roster, has made the read. He knows they're unlikely to go for this 2v4. He knows they're unlikely to use or give away that operator. And with the Blade Storm on Element, he is desperately trying to defend this. Jesse might have a chance to take it out of his hands. And in fact, he's going the right way. He really has an idea of where this player could be. Will he check the left, though? He's seen the arm just as he took the knife out. Unlucky. And it's Element to confirm the up for the next round.
Massive to be able to carry that over here for CGN, but we have to remember that's off the back of what, it was a half buy for Barca. CGN, they're the ones who use that timeout and they lose the round. Devastating for them as Barca take that lead back into their hands. That was just such a massive pick. Jesse's so aware, and this is something that we continue to see from this player debuting on this Barca squad, is his ability to have those reads, have those great timings, that internal clock that ticks so well.
The lead kept by Barca. They won't relinquish control of it anytime soon. Adjustment from the attacking side seems to be to cover that A aggression with one player further back and one up close. And to watch for mid pushes, which Davey has somehow just managed to wall bang straight through mid. And it's either below, but that may have been the player up on top. Either way, straight through the wall. It sent them into a spiral on the attacking side as they seek out control and find only defenders waiting for them. Now Guardi and Size with a 2 versus 5.
Yeah, having to recover this spike towards Amian as well when you've got Benny just sitting on that.
Last player standing.
Unfortunate. Angus just didn't quite have that angle, and Guardi has to fall because of it. And left in a situation where we expect them to try and go for the save. But I think that Odin pick was off the back of,
30 seconds
I believe Maniac got scanned just at the last second of that dart, trying to move up with the Trailblazer, and you know, the paper thin walls we have here on Ascent. There's not too much you can do there.
Well, it seems they're spreading out a net to try to catch this little fishy. It's Size looking to hold on to control of this rifle. And Anguist, I thought he was going to keep going. He cleared the corner and gave up. They don't want to lose the weapons. Oh, he's seen him. He's caught a whiff, but a little bit too late.
That's the thing, though, right? They don't really have the economic advantage to actually make the risk and actually take that opportunity to go hunting here. Barca eyes are going to be on Maniac with the knives in this round. The Blade Storm to come up. You've got the Seekers out here as well. One away from that lockdown. This is a massive snowball round here for Barca. And it'd be a great time to try and get that lockdown up as well, because the Hunter's Fury not quite yet available here for Devi.
Well, Guardi's committing his whole utility belt to this A site. And there's a Blade Storm coming. The CGN have rotated 4 players in, thinking that this is definitely where the hit's happening, and they may still think that. A Blade Storm kill from Maniac, another Sky Flash on A. 3 players who left A come back in going, wait, it is A? Are you sure? Because that Omen TP was probably back B, but maybe they're faking the fake of a fake? Is that what's... No, it's just straight up B. They've been ruined. They've been double faked. And now the straight up walk in as Barca find themselves a free plant with a late lurk from Maniac. I am shocked, perplexed, confounded at the fact that that man has just used his ultimate. Benny, suppose he gets it online often enough. They're winning all the fights. Benny going out of his ultimate favored him as he catches Maniac's flank, who seemed to just be asleep at the wheel. And the push up from Size gets absolutely nothing. They've even revealed him. Oh, forward. He's not long for this world. A shock dart on its way. The classic gets the job done first.
So nicely done. Again, the pause coming out from CGN. Barca themselves, they even paused on site. They tapped that spike, seeing if they can bait CGN into a fight. But when that spike doesn't get initiated, CGN, they take the time to wait for the rest of the team to regroup. It was a great entry coming in from Benny with the run it back to make that space. And with double digits found here, Barca forced to use their last timeout. All timeouts used up here within regulation now from both teams.
Well, it's definitely been challenging both of these squads, pushing them to the limit. The Barca timeout, as you said, will be the final one that we get to see. Double digits for CGN, and that pushes their opponents into a pretty rough spot. The economy is not readily available for comfortable full buys. There can be things like utility missing at least size, able to drop over a rifle, and then I think even then he's going to be playing with no utility. On the attack side, it might be slightly easier.
That's an expensive round loss there for Barca as well. They invested, what, 3 ultimates into that last round? The Seekers from the Shadows and the Blade Storm really going to only be the lockdown that we have to look towards, and maybe the pit into the post plan if we see that cycled up here. You've got 2 major alts on the side of CGN. That Cosmic Divide and Hunter's Fury can do damage. We've seen how Vince likes to place it to allow that kind of funnel back onto site, make that space for CGN to look to walk up.
Well, here we go. Round 20 is kicking off with the barriers already up and Barca already up short. 4 players shift walking it through, and it looks like a complete, yeah, indeed, a completely open part of the map. CGN not even casting an eye towards it for now. Have some idea that there could be a play coming through. The smoke, though, blocks out any impact. Surely Benny, though, a double kill as they step into it. Maniac does his best to recover with a Hunter's Fury from Davey and a rare miss as he doesn't find the connections. A 2v3 plant secured.
Still closed here. Viper's Pit to be popped by Vorwin. Maniac's going to be playing in hell. Pit does cover the majority of that tree entrance, but I don't think the entirety of the door is actually spotted out. So there is a little gap to be able to walk out if need be. Just getting some of these weapons as everyone else looks to regroup and play actually towards heaven together here on CGN on this retake.
The swing on, they immediately guess where Maniac is. A pre-fire from Anguist. Unstoppable. Nice wrap from Vorwin. Great positioning. Those are both headshots. Are you kidding? Anguist in the end gets the kill, but it's not enough. The clock has already decided the victor. A sneaky play from Vorwin, and that just couldn't have went any better.
No, so nicely played by him, but look at the trap that CGN also had set. They were waiting, aware of the fact that they like that on the side of Barca, they like to use that poison cloud to walk up towards tree. They have the crossfire prepared, but that second snap onto Element's head was absolutely huge. That was a disgusting flick to come down. Now tied up. Both these squads fighting neck and neck in this second map.
Standing ahead.
Well, the Odin spams to start this one out. I think it's fair to say Size has won that. Forced his opponent backwards. Davey ain't content with it. Up goes the drone. 1, 2, 3 spotted. He's going to jump for a little spam battle, but he was already well and truly awaited. Time to run for the hills. Get out of that lockdown. That means Barca will gain control over the site. Maniac is up close. He is really up close, waiting at the door for them to walk through that smoke. And indeed, for them to walk into the doorway. A nice easy kill for Maniac. An advantage now for the attack.
But there is still have that lockdown to work with here, as well as the Cosmic Divide, but this backstab from Vorwin actually doesn't quite work out. CGN have somehow equalized in numbers.
He used up all his aim juice in that previous round. Maniac certainly didn't. Nicely connected. Run it back. Not going to find the kill or really the information, but it does clear most of the site. They have an idea now. The backside is where that player resides. Nice stuff by Davey for the first, but he's dropped by Jesse. Now tucked in, just running the clock down. He knows time is on his side, and there's no way for Benny to claim victory. The attacking side has the lead again. 11 rounds for Barca, and they're on the home stretch. They could be bringing this to a 2-0 and putting CGN in the bin.
A big part of that was the respect that was given to that lockdown there as well. The fact that Size had bought into that Odin to counter spam back, making it so uncomfortable for Davi to even try to actually spam that lockdown, which was actually in a wall bangable position. and forcing him off that site. It could have made all the difference. Okay, wait. I actually didn't even see that flick until the replay.
There's 2 rounds in a row here where I'm just like, that flick would get you banned. If I was watching the demo, I would be clicking that hardware ban that guy, get him out. I don't know how he did that with the Odin. And the last round, Vorwin inside his ult, the 90-degree flick onto Element's head was outrageous. A couple individual plays. That has been the difference at times. Just 1 round in between them, but it's Barca with the lead. And the credits all invested from CGN into this round here. If they lose it, 2 in a row needed, starting out on the back foot. This is where they have to make their final stand. And it's Barca with no need to rush, no feeling of urgency. They are spread across the map.
I'm just looking to see if CGN will look to play into them. The pace will change at all.
I have the spike.
See if CGN will try and find some of that space. It will be very passive A main control that they're looking for.
Nice shot. Vorwin delivering. And the numbers back to equal territory. I'm looking over at the B side. There's a little bit of space and sound being made by Size. He's just gone in and broken a PC utility that got a lockdown out of CGN. They are feeling a little panicked on the defense, and maybe less so now with the pick they've just found. Jesse and Maniac down and out of the round. And a big play back needed now by these attackers. The plant being found is fortunate. The kill onto Element more so. Getting a little bit scary if you're CGN. It felt like they'd just gotten a handle back on these rounds, and now they've got to fight for it yet again.
Oh, lovely wall to allow Size to just tuck behind, hoping that someone might cross through. It's a sandwich retake from heaven.
Oh, what? Vorwin! This guy needs to be studied. His A site shots have been next to none, and 12-10 as a result of it. I can't even fault CGN. They spread out. They played contact for their fights. They tried to swing on the guy standing in the middle of sight and take him down, and they could not get it done.
It's just disgusting the way that they were able to just take these fights dry here as well, just looking to play those contact opportunities, not even giving a chance for CGN to really walk into them. Angus is crossed though. Playing an off angle here in B main, the turret watching for the first piece of contact.
Well, looks like Anguist, the human turret at this point, this has already been destroyed. Instead, he's just standing his ground. Once he gets contact, Davey swings. This is a big gamble, a big play from the side of CGN. It's gotten damage done. There's the kill from Davey to bring favor into their lap. He's even looking for the dash out and finding a beautiful CGN just in the nick of time, finding solutions. And it's only Jesse, 1v4, the world to be found, and the spike down in the open.
45 seconds. All he needs is 2 for the From the Shadows. Not gonna give him anything though. Forcing him to walk into them.
30 seconds left.
25. Times of the essence. I don't know what the plan is here.
Oh, he's just got to save at this point. There'll be 1 round left until overtime, and right now, by the looks of it, you can guarantee that at least 3 of your players will have a bye, but if they lose this rifle, it could just be that much more awkward economically for them into the next round. So just trying to ensure that they have as full of a loadout as possible.
It's the right call. The safe play. And at 12-11, now locked in, CGN. They're gonna feel a lot better about their chances. The little streak of rounds from Barca made it seem like we were about to hit the end of the road. The opening of this round with Anguist finding a kill and nothing else after it got me very worried indeed. But Davey dug deep, and thankfully he did, alongside Element being able to take that round. Now the attack side gets 1 more try.
One last
Blade
shot.
Storm, at least.
One from the Seekers here as well. Already looking to deny that orb control pretty early on, though. Not fighting too aggressively on the side of CGN, knowing that Barca will probably be looking pretty heavily on one of those sites. And at least forcing a little bit of pressure on it.
It's Bladestorm to lead the charge. They've seen the snake bite go out. They have an idea. Paranoia. Unfortunately, catching Benny. That means Vince is all alone. No support. Still gets 2. And in comes Benny then for his bit. 3 versus 2. Seekers used by Guardi. No point in keeping them, that's for sure. Confirms that all 3 players are dead ahead. Full frontal assault from CGN. Size has a tough job. When the drop is coming down, when these players are swinging, he's the one that has to kill them. If they jump around to Jenny, he's the one that picks them out of the sky. The cloud burst. Well, he knows that no one crossed on the back of that. That's at least some information. He's got to keep his teammate alive down below. Guardi goes for the crazy play. Swinging out now just down to... Should be easily dispatched, and exactly like that he is. Size does well, though. Finding the first and the time now ticking low. Someone needs to get on that. The defuse needs to be stuck. All he needed to do was drop the diffuser. Even then, it's close. He doesn't land the shot. The bullet never leaves the chamber. And so the round doesn't signal the end of the game. We're going to overtime.
Overtime.
OT here. Sweat on the backs of Barca. They had the opportunity to try and close this map out earlier as well. CGN really being able to pull it together when it counts here in the second map. Wanting to take it to that third. Not allowing this to be this 2-0 series here for the side of Barca. That's tough. I saw the vision there for Size. Difficult though. Just not able to take the swing quite wide enough. As we head into this, Maniac's gonna go for the glass cannon operator. Look for that early B main control, that deep line to deny that space early on.
Oops. Maniac is gonna be forced forward. Down to 78 HP. Lil tag.
It's a nice molly idea there coming out from Anguis, though, expecting that aggressive angle to be held. Not quite on the money. Still being able to hold this line, though, towards B main as the rest of the team looks to regroup. Trailblazer on the other side of the map as well is going to notify Barca that nobody's home on that A extremity. Looking to bolster their mid control now, because previously it's just been the alarm bot watching. Doors closed here, too.
Certainly gonna have to give it away. Guardi went for the spam, didn't get much. Maniac a little different though. Caught them in his crosshair. A clean kill to start this off. Guardi though traded through the smoke. Reinforcements cut off. Now it's only the players on site to hold strong. Maniac already good for 1. Size there to back him up, and Size has mattered in every play so far. See if he can do so again. Maniac missing the first. He's allowed 1 to slip past. Davey now up close. Now wait for the wall before Anguis peaks. I like this. Blocking Maniac's ability out. 13 seconds. The shot won't land. The spike is planted, and CGN quickly claim control over this site. Size is the last man standing, wrapping around the back of the site. They know he's in the boathouse and no need to take this fight as an individual. There's a shorty out up close, waiting. No, not waiting anymore. Looking for the fight, taking it. And well, there's a shorty in Size's hands too. He almost had it. 1 kill away isn't close enough. 13 now for CGN with map point.
Switching sides.
Too close for comfort there on that B site, though. The toxic screen meant so much to be able to maintain this space back site for the control of Barca, but then it also kind of worked against them there as well, because you do have Element that was, or not Element, Maniac, who was on that operator. The overtime timeouts we called here from Barca off the gate, knowing that they are going to need this one round to either deny this map, to both deny this map to CGN and also take it to a second overtime.
Yeah, this is it. I think for CGN being able to take this map sweep it out from under Barca's feet. It could set them up nicely moving into Haven. Set us up for another long day of Valorant, but that's what we're here for. Barca have to buy us another OT. Moving to their attack side. And just one glance at the timeline right in front of you, you can see there when Barca were on their attack, it was pretty close when it came to buy rounds. This one could be looked at as a bit more of a coin flip, and that gives CGN a good shot.
Yeah, that is true. It's gonna be the same angle that Element's gonna look to take towards B main here as well. Early mid control on the side of Barca. All extremities smoked off. Look at the even deeper line that they're looking for here.
Couple of spams, little bit of damage. Barca looking to reposition to the A site. Locked in on that angle. First point of contact will be Benny. He has 2 curveballs. It is OT. He's stocked up every time. Doesn't need them. In fact, the flash that connected onto him didn't seem to matter whatsoever. Great stuff by Benny. Using the smokes to get out of here, but now he's hit by the paranoia. Luckily, he's got a safe haven to hide in. Size manages to drop Anguisse. It looks like a decent position for this attacking side. 3 versus 2. Guardi stepping it up, but Element on a sliver of health. He could have done it with the op. The shots won't land this time. It's Guardi's 3K that keeps Barca alive. Another overtime for us.
God, the Sky player and Guardi just able to pull it all together when the team really needs it. CGN, I feel like they've always had consistently good reads on that tree push there as well. Benny had always gotten at minimum 1, if not 2, playing inside that Astra smoke that is laid down by his teammate to maintain this control because they're expecting the flash to come through. Just great micro plays across the board for this team, but the heroics in the individual mechanics on the side of Barca to be able to pull that one back together, in the timeout on the site CGN to be used here as well. Glass cannon back into the hands of Maniac.
CGN taking their moment to catch their breath. Round 27. We've gone the distance so far. And we may be going to another map. The defensive side, Barca, Maniac's op. I'm looking forward to seeing the position of this around middle. I feel like it hasn't really gotten a lot of impact. CGN have been fighting for that control. Even in previous series that we've seen them, it's been a large factor of that slow play, has been seizing mid control in some way, shape, or form. But Maniac hasn't been able to deliver there. There's always that extra bit of utility waiting around the corner. This time, just take a look at B main. That's where Maniac is set up. I thought he might be getting aggressive with both players close to the barriers, but looks like a much more passive stance will be taken.
And this creep up towards Catwalk. A play that both these teams have tended to favor. Stalled out though by that one way to be placed down by Vorwin just outside a tree. Again, these deep smokes so well respected by the side of CGN, just waiting for the cycle to drop.
It's not going to be going well for CGN to start this one out. Flash as well from Guardi is fantastic, so he doubles up on the short play. Jesse's timing couldn't be any better. The second Davey looked away, Jesse went swinging into that angle and now leaves just 2 versus 5. CGN, they had map point. They had a third map within their grasp just moments ago. Now they may be going to their defensive side, having to fight back into an overtime, having to fight in the next overtime just to take it to map 3. And well, I don't think it's going to be easy there. I expect they'll have to fight for that too. Guardi stepping it up yet again. He already had the double, but not satisfied with 2. He's taken 3.
Yeah, walking up here, but completely sandwiched. Info given with the steps up towards heaven here as well. This round's just about done and dusted. We'll see Barca with match point. And a big hold on towards tree from the side of Barca to secure that Guardi. Again, heroics finding those initial 2. And that green light to Maniac to even push up into B main just to get that line of sight and not much more space and information on the side of Barca. will we see them close it out? Element's not going to opt for the operator this time. Just going to lean into that Vandal. Feel a bit more comfortable rifling into this round. Because it is a big gamble if they're not walking into your line of sight. If you have to play retake with that weapon, which makes it that much more difficult.
And he's been smoked out. This is to allow Maniac to close in the distance on mid. Guardi is there with him. They flash through the wall, see no one. Second smoke up. It's the extra screen for them. Remember, they put this one up. It was Jesse. Put it into play so that they could at least clear Pizza, find that little bit of extra space. And now they took in from Maniac. Where are they going with this? Barca, a very, very slow play. I think this is going to center around the fact that they haven't really gone for heavy lurks a lot in the past. It seems like CGN thinking about going for a mid clear. Benny up close, flash in hand, and there it is. But no swing on the back of it. No danger for Maniac.
Not quite yet. Element's got that wine control here towards A as well. Maintain that. The little presence. Just looking to bait out some of the utility over on this A site, though. Pull these rotations away from B, but you still have the Killjoy setup from Anguist on the side of CGN.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, there's something waiting for them moving to the A site now instead, though. Barca have called for the rotate. It's a bold strategy with 20 seconds left on the clock. No clear over wine either. B site control just now taken, but no chance to go back. Spike already here. It's Element's play. He's dropped the spike. He's made this costly in terms of time. The door has to be broken back open, but Guardi has recovered spike, has found a safe space to plant in at least. And CGN, they haven't won it off the clock. And Yek, he's sneaking up. It's being watched by Anguist for the moment, and it looks like it still will be when the play comes through. Maniac gets the better of him. Backing off, though, it looks like Benny might have the timing to swing on in, but I was so desperately wrong about the outcome of this. I thought Barca had the play with Maniac sneaking up behind, but CGN recovered beautifully.
And that all came down to Element's positioning in towards A main there as well. Something that I mentioned we have to keep our eye out for. And both these teams just threading the needle in such fine margins in each round. Over time, so tight so far into the second map. Just... Now when it comes down to it, again, wrong guess this time around. Maniac said, okay, they haven't been hitting my sight when I've got that op down towards B main and OT. Gonna shift over towards A instead. Bit wrong on the gamble. Size taking so much damage right off the gate. And turret denied here as well. It's just gonna be the nano swarm that can slow down this push. At the very least, a little bit of a refresh with the overgrowth coming out from Guardi. Get that heal back up. Play this crossfire.
Oh, right up close. Seems like Vorwin's about to make a play. He's walked up behind him, but Vince was waiting the whole time. Guardi did well, but not well enough. They've taken too many losses across the board. Barca disadvantage now in the retake. 2 versus 3. Operator in the hands of Maniac. He does not want that for this situation. I think that's understandable. Luckily, there was a Vandal at his feet. Swapping over, Paranoia primed, and here comes, I mean, you want to make the play. Nano, the dash didn't work out. A little too shallow, so it's an easy conversion. And the headshot, just to be sure. Anguist in with another big round, and Jesse, oh, he's got the first. Nice and clean. An estimate of both players, and he was on the money. But it's CGN that come out on top, 15-14. Third map back on the cards.
Bit of a miscalculation there, I think, with the angles that were being held over towards B. The crunch to come in, not while expected because the alarm bot being triggered, maybe not just expecting that timing quite yet when they were looking to see how many players would actually try to entry from main. It was just the lone lurker. Now again, match point here for CGN. Heavy lean from Barca towards A main. A push that we haven't seen from them in quite a while. It's been that heavy catwalk control previously. They tended to lean towards. Just trying to cycle into these seekers.
looks like there's a consensus on that attack side for where they're going. Size could have some impact on the late lurk, but there's still an alarm bot watching for him. Big play over the site. Already towards the back with Maniac, but Benny and Vince, they've got this one on lockdown yet again. Spike dropped and Size's lurk. Well, the worst part is he broke the alarm bot, so they know exactly where he is now. They have that intel to work with. And pushed up, holding it close is Element. He'll even stick around a little longer. Has the dash. I was expecting to just fire one or two and then get on out of there. This should be it closed. 16 to 14 for CGN. It was labored, but they got there in the end, and they've brought us all the way to map 3.
Really lovely recovery coming out from them as well. All things considered, Barca having started up 7-5 in that initial half, and CGN clawing their way back. It was neck and neck into the second half of this map and then into OT here as well. It felt like that consistent back and forth from both of these teams, the adaptations that we saw coming through, a lot of parallels as well in the engagements that they were looking to take and the space that they favored towards that mid side, especially these pushes over towards Cat.
Well, it was a good showing from both teams, but in the end, we've had our result. This is going to need a third map to separate these squads, and so we're going all the way to Haven. We'll be going there after the break.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Guessing I'm high as a jet like, whoa. Shorty can't breathe no air, yeah. Red bone body, long hair, yeah. Everything I do real rare, yeah. Can't buy one, need pairs, yeah. I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping, shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live.
Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Dope pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I can't believe it took
feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to get the third map, but not the final one, underway. Final of the series, but we have another BO3 coming up after this one. Ash, are you excited for all the Valorant action ahead of us?
I'm stoked. I mean, last map was neck and neck between CGN and Barca. They kept us on our toes the entire time. Adaptations coming out from both of these squads. I'm looking forward to what they're both able to bring to the table here on Haven, because it seems like as the series has gone forward, both teams have been able to measure each other quite well and adapt appropriately with a lot of their reads.
Well, I'll say that when it comes to CGN, I got to see this squad playing on Haven, and they did an incredible job up against Apex. It was close. They didn't manage to take it across the line in the end, but it was still a very good display. And I think CGN, having had that comeback in the previous, they definitely have the mental buff. For Barca, that was your chance to close the series out, to be gone to bed, to have your mental reset for your future games. Instead, you're going deeper into the night. You got to wait for your dinner, let it get cold, microwave it later, and sit with the thought of the match points you had, the opportunities that you had to take it across the line. Now they have to go all the way to Haven, a map that CGN are pretty comfortable on. And if CGN got off to a good start, I think that's going to be a very big mental battle for the Barca players to break through.
I think that's a really important note to end on there as well, because when it comes down to Haven, Barca doesn't have nearly as many reps in comparison. They've only played on this map for about 3 times. Sure, the last time around up against Go Next Esports, that was that 13-10 win that they managed to find, and it's a bit of a different approach from both of these teams here as well. You have that the Haven again we're expecting that Phoenix to come back out here for Benny. Meanwhile, you switch gears on the side of Barca. We're looking towards that Neon pick to come out here for Maniac, and I feel like that says so much about his depth as a player here as well. His ability to flex across so many different duelists that vary incredibly stylistically.
Well, we've seen them do it in, I think, both of their BO5s regionally. Barca were able to bounce back from deficits, fighting. I believe that definitely in the grand final, it was the last two maps they needed to win. And I think they got equalized in the one before. But the point is, my worry, Ash, and the reason I focus so heavily on saying that for the likes of Barca, I see this as a big disadvantage to lose out that chance to close the series, to go to a third map, because these guys don't play BO3s. This is a new environment for them. They've played BO1s, they've played BO5s, they've not played BO3s, and so that is a different experience when you come to a tournament that's at a higher level, higher stakes as well. For this squad, I am going to keep an eye on how they bounce back. Like I said, I've seen them do it in BO5s regionally, but more pressure into regional stage, I think that's where it can really get to you, and it's going to be a challenge for them as they move through. The Neon pick for Maniac, I'm thrilled to see, but Benny, I am more specifically, I'll be honest, Davey on this map has been phenomenal. His ults, his Sova utility has been out of this world, and Anguish lurks very difficult to deal with.
I love how you're shouting out both of those players. I look over towards the side of Barca Esports, and I think my eyes have to be on Guardy for this. Like, back onto the breach now. We saw him on the Sky the last map, and then it was previously the Gecko on the one before. I should be back here now. But yeah, as I was saying, for Guardy, I feel like he was a little bit of a flashy player the last map. There were a lot of moments where he's just able to step up to the plate, mechanically isolate quite a few of those fights here for the team. I'm looking forward to seeing if that kind of performance can be replicated here for this player.
Yeah, definitely, there's a lot of questions unanswered, but soon we'll get to see the answers unfold in front of our eyes. CGN on the attack side, it's Haven, the last map in the series. CGN bought themselves this by fighting their way through overtime after overtime on Ascent, and now, well, it's the last stage of the challenge, the boss fight against Barca. Defensive Haven, barriers already up. A slow start from the attackers, but they're shifting to the A site, and there's only one man there. I think he'll be falling back quite quickly.
Yep, just gonna take a little bit of that contact and a fast skill up here towards long.
Oh, they're already up close. Warwin forced out by the Molotov and its element, waiting for both, catching big value. Flash is good, damage is done, and Benny doubles down on it, leaving just one man coming in on the flank who has, I think, just been spotted. Yes, indeed. He almost made it down short, but seen by Element at the last minute. Now they've got him boxed in, put in a box. For the side of CGN, a mistake needs to be made for them to lose this round. This one seems to be a formality.
It does. Especially with the crossfire that's able to be held here, the high-low in the corner. Just really not much you can do whatsoever.
As expected, even though you get the first, there's a second player there to trade. If they have the worst day of their life, their mouse is unplugged, there's a third player there to trade. So really not a lot to do. CGN 1-0 start. They'll get some decent rifles out now, and that's the leg up on the attack side.
Lovely start there as well. Such a great read from Benny to throw that molly, the hot into the smoke that goes out towards a short on the side of Barca, just to deny that angle, force these players out who are trying to push on through and make it that much more uncomfortable. And Flash is just absolutely massive to be able to continue to take these fights forward. Again, you consistently see in this second round, the favored buy from Barca is going to be Maniac, always on that Marshall, trying to do a little bit of damage to help the pistols clean up. Or the other way around. Silent contact up towards mid here for CGN. There's the camera watching to give the green light on the execution towards this left side of the map. Maybe a bit more of a retake cam. Not looking to actually pop that right off the gate. Get a little bit of more information.
Spike planted.
Everyone on CGN opts to actually play far back towards main, knowing that Barca won't have the weaponry to actually contest the sprays.
Well, everybody on Barca's ready to go. I'll take the space, but they'll have to take the fights. Smoke is down, reveal inside of it, nobody breaking it. They know the defuse isn't underway. The side of CGN calm at the moment, no need to panic. Gentle spams catch Jesse, that's the other tapper of the spike. This one seems to be sorted without a single casualty on the attacking side, which, considering their investment, is quite lucky. Like, the fact that they don't have even a single player who says, nah, I'll just play the ghost. It's a good thing that they don't lose anyone.
Maybe a conversation that happened beforehand. If we looked at the positioning, right? So they always expected to head over towards B, so kind of figure, let's just buy up in full instead of making that risk in case something does go awry. But now the default's here for Barca on defense. Again, the Cypher utility spread out across C and mid. Typical when it comes down to Haven. Try and maintain as much of that space and information as possible. Pulling that early rotation over towards the C side here as well. Trip already taken down on that C side. Uncomfortable hold, but the spike still has to be gathered on the side of CGN. They can't actually make a move quite yet off of that information. Maybe seeing if they can just pull a couple of these rotations over while they look to re-clear towards A lobby.
Well, the spam's going through and they're dealing a decent amount of damage. You can see Elements on 45, so the early battles for Barca have paid off somewhat, making that entry a bit more squishy. I thought Element was about to just wide swing through that door. He's tucked up. It's a nasty play, and it's one that might find him value. He's greedy, and for good reason. Well, that's one connected, and the punish of Maniac waiting close ends up finding them a bit of info. No steps, no flashes, no utility, nothing as a response from CGN, because they're not on A. They're moving in the other direction, and at this point, I don't think there's any choice for size but to play retake.
Makes it a little bit more uncomfortable to try and actually take this backside control on C, though. The double cages that got put up. Just that funnel back on through. There's two flashes to work with here for Gordy.
Oh, Benny! Nice second, and almost a little bit more to add to the tally. CGN The real grasp on this round. Late play by Jesse, smoked off inside garage. He's making his way out as we speak. You might just see Vince. No, he hasn't noticed him. Oh, it's a disaster. The close corner cleared, but the one on the right left wide open, and Vince able to blow that round wide open to the side of CGN.
He's not going to check for that corner on default. The bait play towards short working out for Maniac as well, and Benny being able to get these initial 2 picks was just massive, because you're not really expecting someone to be still tucked over towards default when you've got the Phoenix swinging from front sight, taking the fight. 3-0 start here for CGN. You've also got the run it back online here too. A bit of chip damage to be found towards window on Benny. The wall bangs through the window wall. An early A lobby control here taken by Maniac off the gate.
And you can see Elements got himself into a position, smoked out now, goes back to the team. CGN looking for some control. They don't want to take too many risks. You know your opponent's not likely to have invested very much into this round. So whenever they take a little bit of space, you expect it to be on the back of things like that. The drone spotting out one, the danger man removed from garage. Are they still going to go for this play? I mean, with so limited information, it's been 10 seconds now since drone went through. Could be 2 to 3 players tucked up close. I think they've made the right call, going down through C-long, keeping ranged battles, which is where they're definitely favored, and even using the run it back in a round like this just to be the human drone. I really like this.
Paying respects to it, that's for sure. Great stun to come through. Anguis being pushed in on, but it doesn't matter to take out Maniac. Doesn't quite have the weaponry to close out that pick. Down to a 3v5 situation.
Wow, nice shot. Element with another. Looked like he was stuck behind that box, but he managed to fight his way out of it. One more player, and it's one more kill for Element. The Blade Storm is most certainly online. 4-0 for CGN. It started out in a similar vein with a streak of rounds, and we saw Barca fight their way back into it in the previous map. See if that's the case here, because they're certainly starting to get a little short on runway.
That's for sure. The same start as we saw on Bind, right? That 4-0. And timeout to be called here from Barca as well. Got the op coming out in the hands of Maniac into this round here too. However, really not too much on the ultimate front as far as what we could maybe expect to come through. Maybe Size if he can find some sort of pick on his site. We're seeing them kind of struggle right now with that push and pull. I'm hoping to see some adaptations maybe in that Cypher setup on the side of Size as well here, Mitch, considering the fact that I think we've very consistently seen Davi be able to take those trips down early on with the Shock Dart lineups, not allowing them to have the same kind of value you would expect.
It's not going to be easy for him to be like have that utility repositioned constantly. Like you really need that information in the early stages of the round. So having it just stripped off early, you might want to start playing with your trips in your pocket and wait for those shockies. But well, that's when CGN will start switching it up and playing just full default plays. The problem with this squad, they've got that on and off switch for their slow starts to the round. Barca seem to have an on switch for aggression, and they have flicked it. It's stuck on at the moment. A site, 4 players here, 2 pushing up, now 2 pulling back. To be honest, they've not done with that what I expected. Jesse has at least stopped the TP to the spawn, somewhat by accident.
Yeah, Vince ended up spawning that one out. Owen's crossed onto site here now. 2 back site on B.
He kills for the side of Barca. Sea of green interrupted by Element and Benny, but not for long. Benny stuck in the back, 5 HP on his opponent. A good chance if the op didn't swing into action just at that moment. Barca, they've got a round on the board at long last.
Finally stopped that bleeding. An operator carried over here as well. But a very different look at the approach to that round here from Barca. Again, it was that very heavy gamble towards that A site. And one of the few rounds as well from CGN where we didn't see them kind of double pumping, pulling multiple fakes within a round, playing that push and pull, instead opting to go just immediately for that B take. But it seems like this time around, we're going back to the regular scheduled programming from CGN.
Right here.
A different setup. Seeing for the first time, Size will be flip-flopping to the right side of the map with that Cypher utility. And so much space already garnered by Maniac on the other side of the map. C fully pushed out.
I'm a big fan of the reposition of the utility. May just catch them off, but the shift walk up, Element's already spotted the first trap wire. He doesn't know about the second. An updraft dash could make the difference. Vorwin already eliminated. Size spotted up top. The spams are on their way for him. They've already destroyed the other traps as well. There's really no issues left for CGN. Man advantage and a plan secured.
Spike planted.
That it is. Overdrive available here into the retake for Maniac. Nearly everybody bunkered on site here on the side of CGN as well.
Nano just got placed. They waited until the utility got pulled into play and activate the Nano. Those players have to run straight through it. Damage being sustained. Maniac still able to grab himself one, but they need to do so much more with the time ticking away and the players starting to wane. Vince, oh, he's gone in for the double and secured it gorgeously. Another round for the attacking side. The lead extended once more.
I feel like something that I just have to shout out here as well is just how consistently Benny's been able to find his picks playing in within the smokes, within those drop smokes from Heaven. We saw the attempt from Size to drop back down. We saw it on Ascent as well. Benny playing within the smokes of his teammates that time around in those Astra bubbles, and always consistently being able to catch one or two off guard. Just so frustrating. 'Cause you're not typically gonna expect the Phoenix to be positioned that way, but the walk up towards C. Everyone's buddied up, stacked up together.
Oh, they're gonna push right into Anguist. I've never seen this guy miss those. Well, he's missed those, so that's an unfortunate start, but one we all knew was coming. Now, Barca, one man advantage. Maniac thinking of going absolutely berserk and walking through that wall. That would have been a mistake with Benny on the other side.
Yep.
Instead, they allow them to reset.
You've got the late backstab here from Size as well, towards Long. Just waiting for a bit more of that chaos to be caused here on site.
Oh, that's what they were waiting for. They let them get back towards Long, hoping Size could dish him up, but instead we're down to the 3v3, stepping in front of the smoke. That's going to be an easy way to get opt. There's a couple rifles here to spam. They haven't landed him just yet. It's already gone to half. Someone needs to spray the defuse right under their nose. Oh, that's one way to lose out that round. Barca stealing it away.
Some question marks there, to be honest, because there was a Vandal in hand here for Benny. That's a player you would expect to be trying to actually get the spam down. It's really only just been that off, though, trying to find that success. And just the fact that they're able to find that is massive on the side of Barca. Got the Rolling Thunder now available for retake. Hunter's Fury in the hands of Barca Swartz as well. Running back is back online here for Benny, though. Already forced the operator off the short angle, having to reposition for Long.
Definitely seems that the intended target will be the C site, but Benny's got a bit of a fake up his sleeve. He will be deleted. Not before. Oh! Guardy! He just walked back out and spammed the smoke. Took Benny down a second time in just as many seconds. That is the return we're looking for. That guy was about to go forward and break the trap as well, cause some headaches for this squad, but that is not the case anymore. Run it back dealt with. Benny dealt with. What more does CGN have?
And look how this presence, this utility is also trying to force the likes of CGN over towards that A site. Not gonna bite quite yet. Anguis still able to answer back.
All was good for his one, but that's all he gets this time around. Jesse on the paranoia element, though, has come behind him. Thinned out the herd of Barca up top. Somehow Jesse's gotten away with that. I guess the paranoia robbed him of the sound, and wasn't sure that Jesse was around. 18 seconds left. Attackers need to make a move straight into the waiting arms of the operator. Jesse's spam was even good for damage. And Maniac swaps out to the rifle just in time for a close range fight. Barca with another.
Lovely recovery coming out from Barca there as well. CGN, they managed to initially turn that round into their favor. All of that having to do with Anguis being able to find that pick element over towards Garage Window as well.
I got the spike.
The back and forth between these teams that is starting to arise gets worrying for CGN, because again, this is kind of what we saw last time around. It was that 4-0 start into a 5-1, then Barca starts to heat up.
Well, the CGN timeout, 4 ultis in play coming into the next, but yeah, it has been Barca heating up, finding their stride over these last couple of rounds, and although there have been a few mistakes, CGN have been making some of their own. Now this attacking side gets to sit back and figure out how they want to approach these next couple of rounds. I feel like so far we have had the closer map that I expect with these last couple of rounds from Barca, but I'm fearful that we're about to see no change in how things are going. Players like Guardi stepping it up, destroying Benny twice in the space of a couple of seconds. Maniac's repositions have been good. He's getting involved in the early op fights as well. There's a lot for CGN to discuss about these coming rounds.
I like too how this is something that we saw in Ascent too, is Barca will swap around who's holding that operator as well, just to keep the likes of CGN guessing as to how aggressive someone's playing or where they can expect that op to be posted up. The flash here. It's a great cage to actually allow size to fall back.
And Hunter's Fury, it's not going to land the kill. Size is still alive, and that's going to be a problem in the back of your mind. What about the traps? What about the cam that could be waiting for you? Running into a Cypher setup, never going to be easy, and they decide not to do it. Moving in the other direction.
Oh,
and that's exactly where Maniac is waiting, catching Benny off, saw the ankle, took the kill in the end. That trap, they should know this is around here. They've already heard it, they've seen it, and Anguis will get rid of it. With a 2-man disadvantage to recover on. I don't know where they're going to start, but there's nowhere easy.
I'm trying to thread the needle in Garage right now, find that timing. Rowan walking up long too. They might not expect the positioning from him. On the other side of the map, fortunately, Maniac will fall. There's 30 seconds left for this team to regroup. Every piece of CGN seems to be falling apart right now. Ultimately, looking to be a save round here for this team, unless they can maybe find that space, and they're not even going to be going for it.
Yeah, falling apart at the seams, that's for sure. CGN saving these rifles forward seems to be guaranteed at least, so somewhat of a leg up coming into the next. But yeah, there's been a lot of rounds where I feel like CGN are just stalling out. They have the A plan, and they don't get a chance to reset to the second strategy because something big, like massive punishes, like the push-up for Maniac, come through and disrupt the plan. And when you lose your Phoenix in this composition, it's a lot of the punch that you're packing to entry those sides gone. You're going to rely on your paranoia for a flash, and it just becomes a much more difficult scenario overall, especially when your Jet is running an operator, as is the case here. Element op in hand. He's gonna look for the early kill on A. They're walking straight towards him. Maniac taking some risks, and he might just be punished for him. There it is.
Element to find
Where's he going?
Party. Oh, the splash. No way.
Okay. Well, you know what? He's done his job. After seeing that many players outside of A and an op, I saw Guardy. I started to take a drink, and then I just see Guardy running it down, looking for the fight, looking for the revenge of his fallen comrade. Hats off to him. Got his one trade from a teammate, neck and neck.
That's all you can ask for. And this is a great space from size too. Having this positioning underneath the window, hearing the rotation, being able to call that early to his teammates. Cutting noise though. They're just looking to check. They're gonna re-hit. This is a great read from Barca, staying bunkered on this A site.
That's where Size probably wants to make a move.
30 seconds left.
No Sentinel to block him out from the back, but Jesse has to hold strong. Won't find anything if Foreman goes down this round under a lot of pressure. And he does fall. The one kill makes it doable. The flank possibly not expected. They haven't gone up long though, so they're aware. Someone could have wrapped around long through short. Timing. Well, actually, Davey was watching him, but Sai is still able to hit the shot in time. Doesn't quite catch the info and element. Same can be said in the other direction though. This is going to be an awkward fight for one of them at least. The swing of Size looking the wrong way, but the reposition in the corner, it gives Element that little gap behind the box. Just enough for him to find a 4K. CGN back up there with 6-4.
Really nicely played by Element for that reposition into the post plant, but making it, forcing that 50-50 be checked, taking that gamble. I think it was just crazy that Guardy was even able to get his one there in short, all things considered. 2 rounds now. CGN, they stopped the bleeding. The 3 rounds that Barca were able to chain together. Lockdown still in hand, yet to be used on the side of CGN. And you have this Rolling Thunder available for Guardy as well. Different look again, walking down into that C pocket. Looking for a quick plant on this B site. This is where that Rolling Thunder really should shine.
A shot on the Vince, a little more needed. And up top is Jesse, delivering as always. That's 3 already, and it doesn't look like there's much to be done by Anguist. What a response from the round lost just before. Jesse took it all on his own shoulders.
I feel like that's something that you really have to give credit to Barca Esports for as well. Their ability to just clap back in such a dominant way and take these opportunities. The upper angle here for Jesse was insane as well. I was a little bit worried initially for this round. We saw the Rolling Thunder go out. No one was really there to actually capitalize off of it. But the way that they're able to just grab that round for themselves, and CGN, again, I feel like we've been waiting for a while on this lockdown. It's been held in their back pocket for several rounds at this point. Got one away from that run it back here for Benny. This is a big round opportunity for CGN. Look at the rotation that they're able to call.
Good shot. Again, connected to open this one up. Barca seizing the space with the operator, finding themselves that opening, and now looking to just kick their heels into the ground. They know the B side is theirs. The only real gap here is Garage. Just looking at the mini map, you've got the trap covering B, but still a player sat outside it, ready to cover the cross in and punish. And anybody tripping that trap, Maniac inside the smoke. An Element clearly didn't expect that. They were setting up for a C fake, wanting to apply pressure, but none is being applied. It's Barca just batting away every attempt that CGN are making at this round. And now as they gear up for an A site take, Spike on its way, little do they know there's still 2 here, and it's a blind Hunter's Fury. This is sheer desperation. Perhaps it can cover Vince's walkout. It has gotten him to the back of the site, and that's at least 1, but there's a little rat tucked in the corner. Left. They haven't spotted Foreman, and now they have. That might just cost the round.
Stun out this off angle here, but Guardy is going to be the one to clean things up. 6-6 at the half here between Barca and CGN.
Seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
Welcome back, folks. This has been a nail biter. We've gone all the way to the final half of the final map, but our first series will end after this. Still plenty more Valorant on the way before that's the case and after that's the case. With only 6 rounds so far, we're far from the end of this one, and CGN now get to test out their defensive side. Of course, I'm not alone here on the mic. I've got Ash with me, and Ash, this has been a good display so far. I mean, I'll ask you this question. It's maybe a little hard, maybe a curveball, but have you been impressed by the Phoenix so far on Haven?
Have I been impressed by the Phoenix on Haven? I'm gonna say no. I feel like it's been okay. It hasn't been anything crazy. Realistically, I feel like Benny's doing his job. Like, we have to remember, again, he is calling on this role here as well. And it's just a very different kind of approach to what we'd probably typically see on this map here too. But a quick plant on this B site, and I already have the triple flank incoming from A.
Well, CGN, as you said, attempt of the flank, but there's a flank on the flank. It's Size coming around, spotting them all. That's the info. Locked in, reposition for Vorwin down bottom mid, so he's safe. Go out of the dropping Benny, and well, dropping another 2. That's window secured. Anguis 10 HP, should be an easy close. Guardy is low and dealt with by Vince right away. The defuse already underway, but that reveal has ruined the plans. It's landed on the leg of Vince. He couldn't shoot the reveal, but he shot the shooter, taking down Vorwin. Maybe bringing this across the line. It's close, but he's not got it. Oh, 0.1 of a second in it. Vince has been robbed.
Right down to the wire. That paranoia was perfect as well. You couldn't have asked to play that any better, but the time just wasn't there. I feel like the flank that came in from A wasn't able to hit its mark quite as early as they would have wanted. It just made it that much more difficult to have to actually get off that spike here as well. But man, I feel like that round kind of sums up how this series has been between these two teams. Again, consistently neck and neck, back and forth at all times.
He certainly knows there's a player there. There's not much he can do about it without risking his life, and as we can see, that might be a mistake with Davey stood on a Marshall.
A nice little reposition here as well, and again, we'll stack towards this A site, looking to play the numbers, all things considered, after they saw Barca reveal their hand as far as that early presence goes. Droning to re-clear towards mid, and Element taken down right off the gate there, peeking alone a little too aggressively towards long.
I think that's a good understanding of what CGN had to do from Barca. Like, they've got C covered with a trap, they've got B and Garage covered with Cypher. Everyone else is pumping the brakes, waiting for a peek. Is if you make that presence early, you just stop, and you're on an eco on the other side. You're either going to gamble and just stick in the corners and hope that they go your way. But on a map like this with 3 sites, it's maybe not the best to gamble on. So you go out, you look for information, and that's where you lose Element. The fight on site not favorable. Through the molly the first. Benny just took that fight raw and won it on the second. Vince has found another. This is neck and neck with the wraparound from Davey, costing it everything. The Marshall, not the best weapon for that fight, and now Anguis left to do it all. Sheriff in hand. 2 quick headshots will be needed. They're ready to swing off each other the second he shows his face. I'm gonna have to look the right way. Straight into the corner. Size is nailing those shots down. And 8 to 6 we go. Good damage though from CGN.
A very solid round overall from both of these teams. I mean, the fact that they're able to even find a couple on this entry here as well with Classics alone. That was 3 of them to find these picks. Benny with 2 for himself, charging up into that run it back there too. It's able to come up so quickly there as well. And only needing 6 orbs into that ultimate. And the bonus looking a little rough on the side of Barca, all things considered.
Well, Maniac has landed the opening onto Benny. Very aggressive early round from Barca towards short. Certainly feeling themselves in a round like this. You don't normally see it unless it's a full rush 3 pistols in play for Barca. Lighter buy. They're playing this as a bonus round. And the fact that they pumped the brakes might just get CGN to push. And for a moment, I thought to push right into Barca. Instead, it's Barca pushing into them. Vorwin.
Right here.
He's going for... Oh, no, it's the drone. Good.
Doesn't know a second player is there, though. It's a nice little high-low setup.
Go, go, go!
At the very least.
Bomb grenade out.
Hello? Is anyone gonna clear the site? Anguish just stood there. Just like what? Maniac walls it off. It's the only spot that hasn't been looked at, and they go in back turn. Mistakes made, and now it's Jesse all by his lonesome having to get this done. The paranoia landed on him just as he expends his own. Has an idea on the player in the corner. The second, well, he was the one that threw the paranoia. Jesse only has 5 bullets left, though, and a reload gives away his position. He's been spotted now. Swing, not good. It's Vince to take it across the line, and CGN fighting back 8-7.
Kind of heartbreaking there for Barca. Part of the pros and cons of throwing up that neon wall there as well, right? You have that ability to you get to scoot past the alarm bot that would normally trigger your presence towards B main, but you also give a little pocket over to somebody else on the other team to kind of play in there too, especially when you're trying to bob and weave within that wall itself. A solid retake. Just giving it 1 round apart between these 2 teams. 1 away from run it back here now in the hands of Benny. 2 from the Rolling Thunder for Guardi. And his default here for Barca.
It looks like Barca clearly looking for the C site. CGN have a read on that. A is being abandoned. Rotations are underway. Maybe Davey making his way in. Hunter's Fury is online. Might be useful here. Try and chop them up, and it is going to be activated. Nice shot, Maniac, the first to fall. Hunter's Fury getting tags, getting kills. What I tell you about Davey. Another big round from him. Splitting the push, doing damage, slowing them, and dropping players as well. CGN now have the rotates in. They bought the time, and there's no way for Barca to get this planted without a lot of kills going their way. They have to fight. Running straight into the crosshair of Vince. And the crossfire on the back of the site makes it even more deadly. 45 HP. This one seems to be on the road to nowhere. Nice try to isolate these duels, but the shots need to land in glorious fashion. An element is still to be detected. Waiting in the smoke as it fades. Vorwin gets him. Okay, it's starting to look doable. We're in a 2v2. HP low for both sides. It's about who gets the first bullet off, and it will be Jesse this time. Now Davies on the back foot, but he gets it across the line. My goodness, this man astounds us again and again. And of course, delivering to equalize the scoreline late in the series.
What a way to tie things up there as well in this 2v2 situation. It's insane as well, though, all things considered, that this round initially started off as this 2v4, securing that plant, but the spray was perfect. You couldn't have asked for anything better. Now Barca forced into a half-buy situation. A couple of sheriffs, the Stingers, online for this team. We got lockdown available here for CGN if they really need to use it. They're looking at a bit of a more aggressive approach this time around. So what it initially looked like. Not actually going to opt for that push. Instead, looking to play it a little bit more safe. Up. Huh.
Well, for anybody who watched CGN's game yesterday on Haven, that is karma for Benny. Tapped straight through mid. Hello. Maniac is already on them, but Vince has made a play. Pushing down through the double doors alongside Element. They've dropped the spike, left Barca in disarray as they try to get back into position, and the wraparound from Element deeper into the spot. Oh, okay, it was good. It was for a moment. Now it's given Jesse a weapon. He's scared to even go for it, and I'm kind of surprised to see Maniac swinging out like that. I thought Maniac clears it. Jesse goes back for the rifle. They had other ideas. Now this becomes a very difficult scenario to connect. Spike down, wrap underway, and Vince finding the kill anyways.
Vince has been, I feel like, a player that we haven't even talked too much about, but an unsung hero in every single one of these maps. he's consistently incredible as far as stepping up when it counts, the impact that he's able to find in these rounds, especially when CGN is finding themselves down in numbers. Vince is the one I feel like who is consistently able to just bring that back into equilibrium for the side of CGN. 17-9 right now for the Omen player. Now, Barca look back towards C. The drone to go up for close. Not spotting anything out this time around.
Hi! I'm pissed!
Seaside's going to be tanking with Maniac leading the way, leading the charge, but it's the flank on size that has not gone according to plan. He was surrounded. Players absolutely everywhere. The question was only how much damage could he do, and the answer was none. Maniac blinded up on the push. Rolling Thunder used, caught nobody, and a lockdown in response. Guardi does well to land the first. The second is a bit of a miracle. And with 4 seconds left, he's not going anywhere, but he'll take another with him. What did he eat for breakfast today? I need to know. Guardi hitting levels we've not seen for a while. Hunter's Fury. Just one pulse sent through. There's the second. The third will reveal the player, and that's Jesse following up. The reveal now, doing just the same and running the clock further down. So far down, there's no way for CGN to climb back out of that hole. 9-9. We're tied up again, deep into map number 3.
Okay, I was talking about Vince being an unsung hero, but for Guardi, this is the player that we can't shut up about. He's been insane in these moments. It's specifically, I feel like the 3Ks in particular have been so heroic coming out from him.
Right here.
And the value is immense. Now, already halfway refreshed back into that Rolling Thunder that he had just used. And this A long vision denied to Element.
Watching here.
Just looking to put a little bit more pressure on this team. Spike is actually traveling closer towards mid though.
I mean, Barca have definitely given themselves a lot of opportunities in this round, but I think it's going to be fake B into a late A play.
Yeah.
Try to drag those rotations off site. Get yourself in there. Maybe we'll even see the TP of Jesse used as the recon to clear out a lot of that space. Some utility expanded traps is what they were trying to clear with that shock. Anguish just now putting a nano in to delay further, but end the play I mean, it's not a very efficient A fake. I don't even think that's the idea. Fake B, fake A, then go somewhere else. Now we're faking out garage to Seaside. I mean, this is global control, I suppose, for the side of Barca, but nothing they can really use to springboard into the late round just yet.
No, but look at, if they do opt for the pivot towards C, you've got this sandwich here from CGN as well. Instead, it's going to be the B play. Stun not able to catch anything here, and Maniac already early A-link control.
Yeah, they've pushed right up into it. 3 players, but that sends them the other way, or at least so you would think. They were happy to stand and fight. Benny's ult denied. Shock bounces will not send them that far away, although some damage is done, and Anguist is able to drop forward. Now, starting to pick up pace on the other side as we see Element lead the charge straight into 2 players. 3 make that as he cleans up the rest of that hold all by his lonesome. Double digits now locked in for CGN. The home stretch, well, not quite just yet, but they're getting closer.
I like the idea there from Barca, though, that push in towards A link. That's what you expect here when you're playing on B, right? Deny one of those lanes for the retake, but then so much, I feel like, respect was given towards the fight that CGN was looking to take back towards that A link side. Then they weren't quite comfortably positioned for how quickly that push was going to come through. You can see it in the replay here. Element just walking around. Now, timeout for Barca Esports. Second one to be called here. So, done and dusted. No more to use for the remainder of this matchup. Unless CGN looks to pull out one of their own.
Yeah, they are very much running dry at this point.
I just don't even know if these pumps that Barca are trying to do up against CGN are working very well. I feel like they're trying to cause some distractions, allow size to find a lot of these lurk opportunities, but CGN have been so disciplined and so on top of clearing size out from any which way he might be lurking. I feel like any of those lurk positions have consistently been caught out before that spike is even planted. They're so attuned to the timing at this point that we're not really seeing the value from it. Maybe see a bit of a pace change coming out from Barca as a remedy for one round, just to kind of break back through.
You know, I view the last round like it's if it was basketball, like Barca had the ball, they're doing all this crazy stuff, they're throwing it through their legs, backwards, round the back, all this stuff, faking out the shot, and it turns out they're in their half of the court. It's like the CGN just stood there like, okay, you gonna do something? Oh, there's a guy in garage, I killed him. What now? Oh, there's guy A, there's still 3 of us there. And they were just ready without having to overreact. A lot of the plays coming in too fast to have effect. It's an awkward fight. Navy saving an awkward ending for his teammate. Element at least able for one before going down. Shock darts could do massive damage because they've already done so much to this squad on the way out. Barca worse for wear, that's for sure, but Davey can't land the shots. It's getting a little bit costly. And he steps in to make sure it doesn't get out of hand.
I got a little dodgy, got a little bit scary there. I think it just ran out of bullets there for Davi, but overall, this initial fight, Maniac a little bit too ahead of the utility that time around. And okay, I was talking about a pace change here, right? For the likes of Barca. That wasn't exactly what I necessarily had in mind. I think now that we have this rifles coming back through, though, you can see pings going across the map here from CGN. Maybe to play a little bit of that push and pull.
Hunter's Fury, it's connected. Guardi in trouble. In fact, that's 2 tags already with Jesse and Vorwin down. Guardi on 46 HP. A stellar start for the defensive side. This could be 12 sealed on the back of that play. They certainly have the advantage to do it, and that flash further extends it.
Feels like Barca's scrambling a little bit right now.
I'm out of here. Good. Last player standing.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's an attempt, but 3 more, 39 HP, and the flank already covered with the spike down and known about by CGN. That wasn't going anywhere. Dominant in these last couple of rounds. CGN running away with it. An early Hunter's Fury even finding value, but again, it comes from Davey. Of course it does.
I think it was a great read as well, coming out from CGN, expecting the re-hit back towards that A site. Sure, they tried to pump a fast tempo during their eco round, reading into the fact that Barca hopes that CGN might not expect the same kind of look outside of A lobby. Barca do have Rolling Thunder to work with here. Op's going to be sought out right off the gate. Angus having to back up from C-Long. The rotation already being pulled. A site looking quite weak at this time, but Barca are slow to capitalize on the space.
Slow, but steady.
Right there.
They're starting to shift up through long, and CGN don't quite have a read yet. We've got players spread across the map, even using their drone just now on the defensive side to clear out garage, and outside of it, starting to get the idea. This hit's coming in elsewhere. Rolling Thunder activated. It didn't catch the player on the right. Luckily, Guardi did. And Maniac is there for more. That's opening kills going the way of the attack, and a spike plant surely coming through.
Spike planted.
Fox to do a little bit of damage here at the very least.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've seen this one before. Element feeling activated. Maniac needs to deal with him and can't get away. The dash back as Anguist is able to trade and keep this 2 versus 2. Element Blade Storm now activated, looking for that player on long. He has an idea of him in the corner, and the right click is perfect. 3rd kill already. Nano active, and that's a death sentence. The defuse already going to be halfway, and Anguist wasn't happy leaving it at that. He wanted to swing in for more. 13-9 as we close out this map, and CGN ultimately take the series.
What a way to do it here for CGN as well. They started off this map 4-0, managed to close that out in a comfortable fashion into the second half. It felt like Barca just weren't able to find the answers on their attacking side. And that was with a 6-6 half, all things considered, before we swapped sides. Overall, though, Mitch, I feel like this was an incredibly close series, and we knew it was going to be a tight one, but I don't know if we expected the adaptations to come so swiftly from both of these teams.
Yeah, I can see that. I think like the scrappy nature of the game is really what catches me off guard. And when we come into this tournament again, like looking at these two squads, I expect CGN to be middling. They're the team that didn't qualify, that made it through a long run. That there's also of the play-ins, that there's also a lot of footage of them playing in, so they're at a pretty big disadvantage. And then we sort of expect that their firepower or caliber shouldn't match up with other teams, and yet they've now managed to defeat Barca, who looked okay by all means in their previous games. They've defeated Desire. They almost had Apex. I mean, they pushed them to the wire. This has been a really impressive performance by CGN in this tournament so far, and now it seems like they've set themselves up to go that little bit further. At this point, they're sat with 2 wins, and of course, depends how the group goes. That gives them a really good opportunity to take this further into the tournament.
Yeah, it does. I think we also have to give credit to the fact that we're forgetting the fact that CGN was the consistent team within the DACH region this entire year as well, right?
Sure.
The favorites expected to win over MOUZ in the second split, but just falling short that time around. And it is showing why this team is one of the teams that we've had our eyes on. And yes, they've had that longer kind of journey to get here realistically, but also those reps can also go into your favor. The fact that they got that opportunity to play against a lot of different regional teams within the play-in series, get those reps under their belt, maybe adjust more to the play styles that we expect coming out from each individual region there as well. But so far, I think both these teams really played their heart outs today. I think Element really started to light up as this series went on. It was very interesting to see the different looks and approaches that CGN had to pull out map to map when they do shoe in this really interesting Phoenix pick here too.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about the Phoenix. Obviously, it's hard not to with this composition, with this squad that we've seen play again and again. But one of the things that was interesting to me is like the only map that we then see them lose, and granted Ascent was incredibly close, is 16-14. The only map we've seen them lose is where CGN come in making compositional shifts. They decided to move away from a deadlock on bind, and their defensive side struggles without a dedicated sentinel. So I think this is somewhere that there is a pretty clear learning opportunity for them in that. Maybe they go right back to their old comp, or maybe there's just some work to be done on how they play their defensive side. But it's good to see those adaptations still, whether it works or not. Often that comes down to execution on the day, comes down to things you could have done better on the server and in the reactions. And I think to see teams trying things, new things, bringing out these new comps, shifting their identity, I'll definitely applaud it. For CGN, that would probably involve actually getting rid of the Phoenix, but from what we've seen over these last couple days, there's no need for them to do that.
No, there isn't. It's really interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how that actually works for them, as we are going to be able to have the opportunity to chat with Benny for an interview in a little bit. We're just getting that set up right now, you guys. But I think that we've got a lot to set our eyes on here for Ascension. It's really been this toss-up between each and every team so far. I think there've only been really a couple stompy games. For the most part, they've been quite tight. It's really cool to see how all of these players are able to really bring their A game, even having those hero moments that we saw, whether it was from Guardi on the side of Barca. You also saw that coming out from Anguis often on the side of CGN, and Vince there as well. And it's just really cool to see these players just be able to show off their prowess individually, on top of being, of course, incredible within their team settings.
Yeah, well, I mean, before we move on to the interview, just to touch on that, you have hit the nail on the head with the fact there's only been a couple of stomps, but it's been kind of weird with the teams that got stomped. MOUZ, we talk about CGN and how good they've been and the performance they've delivered. Well, then MOUZ should be better, right? Topping out the region. MOUZ came in, they beat Saul, great. That's good. Saul's a solid team. It was a close game. The Ultimates, who got absolutely decimated starting out the tournament, just to bring up the stats, it was 13-1, 13-6 by Pacific. So it seemed to be kind of a non-contender, like a team that isn't going to show up for us. They beat MOUZ on the first map, which was already a surprise, and then 13-2'd them on Abyss. So at that point, you know, Abyss, a map that MOUZ had played the previous day, that they're, you know, they're looking to play. This isn't outside a left field map pick. It's kind of weird, man. Like, there is no clear favorite. And a long time ago, I learned the lesson when it comes to Ascension, when it comes to inter-regional competitions, that you just cannot judge people based on their regions. A team can look absolutely fantastic, but then when they come to this stage, when they play against other teams, they get absolutely bodied. But here, it seems like the judgment is don't prejudge anyone anymore, because all of these teams are delivering what seems to be a performance that, for now, it's up in the air who goes forward in the tournament. And that's very rare. Usually there's like a clear difference in levels.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to the fact that maybe even some general styles or are more accustomed to either feeding into another region's play style or vice versa there as well, and just their ability to adapt in that kind of sense. I think that's what makes it such like an interesting toss-up, is even what is maybe comfortable for a lot of these teams, what they're used to facing up against, and how they're able to quickly pivot. I think we saw, again, a masterclass from both these squads and the adaptations that they were able to make there, Mitch.
We absolutely did. We saw a masterclass from CGN, and so it's time to bring in one of the masters of their gameplay. We've got Benny for an interview. Thank you so much for turning up here after the game, Benny. I know that was a long one, so appreciate you showing up.
Well, congratulations on that win there here within day 3. I was curious. I mean, we know that this Phoenix has been a pocket pick for you guys, and you being the IGL for the team as well. I'm curious to see, from your perspective, how you feel like playing the Phoenix on some maps maybe changes your style of IGLing, or how you kind of have to approach those maps in comparison to when you're flexing on to like the initiator role and whatnot, map dependent, because it is a very different responsibility you have to be taking because of the agent that you're playing.
It's a bit more comforty for me personally, but for the role I'm fulfilling in the team, it's certainly a disadvantage. I find myself dying sometimes in opening duels where I'm like, okay, I get this kill every single time, but I'm looking at my map and trying to coordinate. Yeah. It's still, for us at least, we found on a lot of maps outweighs the cons a bit, because it offers some unique utility. The molly, for example, I think is probably the strongest one in the game. Just because people don't expect the DPS. It can also heal yourself. It offers unique play with smokes, because I can molly a smoke and go take it. So it has advantages, but certain disadvantages for the role of IGLing. I think we figured out how to work around that for the most part. It's still not perfect, but it's certainly something we're aware of and we're actively trying to circumvent.
Well, I think this is something that I probably get more value out of asking every other team than asking you guys, because you'll be the problem for most teams, I think. But I wanted to ask, coming into an interregional tournament like this, where you're no longer just playing within your own region, you've got many different takes on how to play the game, many different breeding grounds. Did you find that to be a challenge as an IGL or as a team, as a unit, preparing for so many different regional backgrounds and approaches to the game? I know that, again, you guys are going to be the ones that upset most people, because I don't think they play your comps very often.
I would fully agree. We are probably the most annoying team for any team in this competition, because as soon as you have to prepare for us, it's just a nightmare, I would assume. For us, it's relatively easy. We're well acquainted with all the teams first. Like, we scrimmed a lot of them early in the year. For example, Desire, we played a lot, so this was like one of my pain points a bit. We played them so much that they should have a good understanding of us. Obviously, we did have a good understanding of them as well, but usually with our unique style, having less understanding of us is really good for us, especially in a tournament like this. Other than that, I think we're doing fairly well on preparation. We are, I think, well prepared for almost any style, any region. Turkey will be interesting, I'm sure, if we get to meet them. And then, I guess, problem-wise, maybe MOUZ again, because they just know us. It's gonna be a bit of a disadvantage.
That's totally fair. Well, with this win today, you guys have also managed to secure that second place within Group A here, right? Going 2-1 within your group, and your next matchup is going to be Go Next Esports, who's currently topping Group A. What are your expectations going into this matchup? As far as, do you feel like they're going to be a difficult opponent to be going against, and how confident do you feel in being able to take that series?
I would rank them fairly similar to every other team. I think all the games are close, and for a reason. The teams are really close, and it really depends a bit on the day as well. They are unique in a way that, at least from what I've seen so far in the tournament, they really have individual players that consistently make really clutch decisions in important situations. Whereas I feel like a team like Apex probably plays it's just a bit more team focused. So difference there, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how this fares up against our also a bit more individualistic approach. So that's for sure interesting. They will be a hard opponent. They are top of the group for a reason as well. But I'm fairly certain we can also beat them. We could have beaten Apex. We can beat them. Same story.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The Apex game was close on 2 separate maps, but hey, that's a good litmus test for us looking from the outside. You guys have really impressed a lot of us on the production, certainly on the streams, and I look forward to seeing more of your games. Benny, thank you so much for taking time out of your day after almost 3 hours server time in Valorant. Appreciate you. Have a great night.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Well, Ash, that was Benny. First of all, he gave a great interview, didn't he? I mean, sometimes you ask questions just like, did you think that was an advantage? Yes. And we move on with our lives. But Benny was giving us it all. I love it. We got to have him back. It was a pleasure going through that series with you, Ash, but we're not done yet. We've got MOUZ versus Pacific coming up next. For now, we're going to go to a break, so we'll see you soon.
Man, I just move quick and I stay active. Get know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Get know, I'm a pro. Get know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa. With my king, got the blinders on. Feeling my crack, get high and long. Amazon, I'm a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind that's on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast more King Kong coming today. Obstacles try to delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. On a wave from the cave, the main stage. I'm about to engage, raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just sat down in the world rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone.
Defenders win.
Zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. I've had You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets. It's funny, I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Welcome back, folks. The first series is already done. This early, this quick? I know what you're thinking. I just got home to watch it. Well, luckily the VOD's up on YouTube. You can check that out on Valorant EMEA. But also, there's a second stream going on. We're in a bit of a race today, Ash, and well, both games ended at the same time. So we'll have to see who can close it out first. MOUZ versus Pacific here on the Omega stream, or the Alpha stream, who have Apex and Desire. What was, in some people's mind, a potential final, and for a lot of people, the two teams that would be going out of this group on top.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy again how the groups have kind of just shaped up in general, but both of these matches are expected to be pretty big heaters, I think, realistically. For Pacific Esport, we have only seen them once so far, and then for MOUZ, they've played 2 of their games already, so a little bit more on the line for MOUZ today, especially to try and take a win for themselves and cement themselves within the top 2 early on so far within this week. Meanwhile, Pacific Esport, they have a little bit more wiggle room there, and they've looked quite good so far. They had an insanely dominant series up against the Ultimates in the first day of the group stage here within Ascension, and it's pretty insane, all things considered. This is a very heavy hitting squad here, as you expect though from a Turkish team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely he would. And as you'd expect from a Turkish team, again, to double down the point, Comeback is the guy that draws your eye. A Turkish duelist, a Turkish jet. That's going to be a big challenge over on the side of MOUZ. A lot of names that you'll recognize there. And we talk about players like Fizzy, but also Obnox. That's a run it back for me, going back to the days of Big in the early Valorant days. He was a name that you'd see float around quite a bit. So I'm very excited to see what this squad can do. MOUZ, of course, topping out Dak, but Pacific making a name for themselves here, because when they started this one out up against the Ultimates, they had their one game, then they had an off day, I think yesterday. Yep, they had an off day yesterday, and so obviously we've only seen them once, and my mind was set going into yesterday that, okay, Pacific maybe are very good, but the Ultimates just, I guess they don't have hands. You know, it is what it is. But then they defeated MOUZ. So after a close game with Job Life, it's seeming like, you know, Pacific might just be the best team we've ever seen. And honestly, MOUZ, after a shaky game with the Ultimates, listen, I might just see Pacific dominating them here 2-0. Lotus is going to be our first map, and for the side of Pacific, this was the map that they 13-1'd Ultimates on.
Yeah, it's pretty scary to have that coming up as your first map. But then when you look over towards the side of MOUZ, I love how you talked a little bit about kind of the experience level on that MOUZ roster. Meanwhile, for the side of Pacific, it's kind of the opposite story here, right? This is the first time that we've seen this org enter within the challenger scene, and then they kind of just came out of nowhere and looked so good within the Turkish region, and kind of just came out of nowhere because it was a big upset that they had over Howl, where we would have expected that team to actually make it all the way through. So there's a lot of weight on the shoulders of this very young roster that is looking to try and make this Ascension run. And hey, Mitch, this year was the year of the rookies within VCT. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you know, one of the funny things as well, looking at these guys, is that Fizzy did something last Ascension that no one else could do, at least in Gentlemate's run. They won 3-0 against Apex Gentlemates in the grand final. They won 3-0 against Ascent in the lower final. When it came to the lower round, Saw took a map off them. None of the other teams managed to do that on that run, but it was Saw who took the VCT team's map away. Now Fizzy, he's back in Ascension, and he's looking to take down some big hitters. Pacific are that squad. We're gonna have a little bit of a change up for MOUZ. The Yoru coming into Lotus. There's a lot of potential for this agent, but we either see it hit the ground running or head first into a brick wall, and that's all we get.
I think my concern here with the Yoru pick is also the fact that it is going to be this solo duelist endeavor, where I feel like we have seen a couple Yorus previously on Lotus. I remember, I think it was Starso was actually one of the ones that was pulling it out in EMEA earlier this season, and it was more of that kind of disruption kind of play. You kind of go, you trigger some of those doors, you TP back with your team, you try and pull some rotations, but you're not the one that people are expecting to be that entry onto site. Typically it was the Rays looking to make some more of that space, and then you're just looking to regroup with the team or even play some sort of late lurk later. So I'm interested to see how it's going to work out as the primary here for MOUZ. Of course, bit of a different story with them starting out on defense first. We're not going to get that preview quite yet. It will allow those early rotations though on defense to come on through if necessary.
Well, we've got barriers up and MOUZ pushed up. Obnox the first to take contact, and he'll lose it. Stun came from Alluri, so they know exactly where he is, but he's got a way out. And in fact, the cage is put down by Pacific to concede the control. They'll fall back in the other direction, sending this towards the A site, but MOUZ have rolled the dice. They've taken the gamble, and they have gambled correctly. The A site no longer wide open. There's plenty of defenders here waiting to catch them as they round the corners, and sure, the first one falls, but how many more can they deal with? How many more do they expect? Another on the back side, but Zus able to catch one from the side. They now know where both the Pacific players are.
Yeah, just taking these solo engagements though, and it's just going to be a clean up here on the side of MOUZ. I'm going to have that investment going into that dimensional drift on the side of Zus as well here. Interesting start to kick things off though. That immediate information, that aggression to come out from the defenders, try and funnel Pacific into that Cypher setup that was leaning over towards that A site, which is a bit untraditional, I want to say, all things considered, when it comes down to Lotus at the very least.
Well, the buy here is pretty decent for MOUZ. The Outlaw is going to give them a lot of potential. It's on Zus, so it's looking for the A long angle. There is quite a long angle there indeed. No Viper, so that's typically going to be what robs you of that control when the attack side's running it. And a nice, easy kill to open this one up. Free for Zus. We'll see how much more he can get.
Not going to be too much more for now, at the very least. Paying respects to it as much as possible. Maybe looking to bait out another shot from comeback, using high gear to maybe shift on over. Great mound control so far here from MOUZ. Kind of leaving Pacific. Kind of thinking about what they want to work with here.
I mean, just dropping a couple weapons, all they need to do. Well, look, they've done a good job to start it. And every kill is a weapon removed. This is a full buy up from MOUZ. No weaknesses, no pistols. Oh, wow, comeback's in trouble. Surely, no. Starks ran out of ammo at an inopportune time. Comeback, 6 shots in the magazine. And a chance to drop 2 players on the site. Moving back, there's a player behind him. Sus has got the shot off in time. Still, 2 players lost. It will be the weaker weapons that fall by the wayside, but still, that's reinvestment that has to be made, or weaknesses here.
Yeah, just doing as much damage as possible, all things considered. But a nice ebb and flow so far. I'm curious to see, once weapons do come out on board for both these teams, what kind of space Zus does look to continue to grab on the defense. More aggressive look towards EMEA this time around. No one's going to be home though. Instead, it's a heavier lean towards the seaside. Flip-flop when it comes down to that Cypher setup here as well. Shifted back over on the left side of the map where it's more typically expected. None of the shocks able to hit quite yet.
Well, seems like some are hitting now. Fizzy's going out 1 bullet at a time. And bodies are dropping every time. That was close, Rose.
Oh.
Well, doesn't last too much longer. It's all down to Alluri covering that cross. And now the attack side stalled out completely. MOUZ with an iron grip over this round by the looks of things. The spike still left behind on Mound. Busy with the information. He's trying to break his gun by the looks of things. The only question is if Loida can find some value loitering around B, but I'm not seeing that happen anytime soon.
Cage triggered. Here.
Yeah, no opportunity for it quite yet. Maybe try and secure this plant on C, but then it should be that flood back in from MOUZ pretty comfortably. No paranoia to work with here either. Just gonna have to go for some sort of early engagement. It's gonna be Sella looking to push up.
Sella's got the angle. There's going to be plenty of players swinging. A stun, a flash, and just about around the corner. Okay. I don't know how long you're going to survive once these players make it around that smoke. And the trade is easy for Alluri. MOUZ? Time. Plenty of it to get that defuse done. And 3-0 now locked in.
A very comfortable retake for them. Got a little bit dodgy considering the health on those last 2 players, but Fizzy able to get 2 here. Well, that pick towards MOUZ shifts the entire round into the favor of MOUZ. And so diligently being able to play those numbers, falling back, ensuring that they were going to go into this as a comfortable 4v2 situation. And then for Pacific, they're going to call that early timeout. I respect the fact that they're getting it out of the way right off the gate. Maybe even just trying to touch base with each other, whether it's an actual strategy that they're looking to have a conversation about, or even just kind of just bringing everyone back down to earth for a moment. High-stake gameplay, of course, with so much on the line. And again, this is a roster that doesn't have quite as much experience realistically. A team that really just kind of blew Turkey out of the water out of surprise in their ability to be so standout in the second split.
Well, a couple of factors online for the side of MOUZ that will be ringing alarm bells during this timeout from the Turkish squad. ZUS already hitting a lot of shots. That outlaw was looking scary, and now he's upgraded to an operator. That scope is going to be a big problem Pacific need to deal with, and to be honest, Ash, I didn't think they'd want to deal with it in this round. But after the pause, Pacific have come in full investment. Ult on comeback is going to be what he's using, not using the sliding accuracy of a Vandal. Instead, just the finger guns to entry. This is a wild play, and they are going straight into the operator, but he can get out of there immediately. So a free pick. The return is not there, although traded eventually. It's still favoring MOUZ. And then in terms of post plan, they've got ZUS to go in, ult in hand, and find everybody. This is a difficult round for the attackers.
Spike planted.
I'm not sure that ult's even going to be used. They are just pushing in from the side door, which could have been a mistake. Loida able to grab massive value with that 3k, and ZUS, sure, last player's low, but you've got an operator. That's certainly not a favorable weapon to take this one with. Decoy online could be used here. The element of surprise is what ZUS is holding on to. Wrap around, he's checked every angle, not up close though, not right behind that box, and it's a nasty play by Loida that gets the 4th kill in the first round for the Turkish side.
A must need one there for Turkey as well. Pacific being able to claw that one back, all things considered, the investment worthwhile from them. But now we've also got an hopping Neon on the attacking side, so having to take a bit of a slower approach into this round here on the side of Pacific. See if they can work some sort of pick across the map to kick things off.
Wow. Reposition of Loida, the double kill. So the first player coming through the door, the broken door, destroyed. The second player was a trade on the teammate. Reposition, absolutely sublime. ZUS in trouble. They're already up close, but he hits that shot off rip. Fizzy's up top as well, supporting the play, waiting for them to... Well, no, not waiting for a damn thing. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a whiff has occurred. Lloyd is on 15 HP at least, and the flank play by Stark. Nice try with the ult, but they're ready for that.
That kind of puts a pin into this round here as well, right? Sure. If you're Obnox and Alluri, you're going to look to try, maybe get some exit frags, try and get a pick or two, or even get picked off to try and guarantee that these ultimates can potentially come up into the next round. Meanwhile, for us, that operator is so important to have to save going forward.
Don't push the smoke. Don't push the smoke. With that.
Why?
I mean,
I understand if Obnox and Alluri stick around, but like...
You know, honestly, Ash, the whole time you're talking in my head, I'm just repeating like, no stop for ZUS. Like please stop pushing. And then he walks up water, and I'm like, I see the smoke come in. I'm like, thank God you've actually saved him, because you've put the smoke down, and obviously he won't push it, and he pushes the smoke. But again, Alluri was behind to pick that up. If you're telling me that's some guy on Reddit, well, the strategy was actually that if he dies, Alluri just picks it up and runs away. Like, you're telling me he thinks he's not getting shot through the smoke. He didn't. I'll say that was lucky, in my opinion. Still, look, it gets shot back into his hands, and Alluri's like, oh, I'll take that. Fair. They risked not having an operator, which is a bold play.
They really did. And now they also they don't get that extra ult orb that goes into that rolling thunder for this round either. I guess maybe feeling comfortable knowing that the Nightfall at the very least was online here. I'm gonna try and bait out some of this utility.
Thunder's Fury active. Fired through. Larocque able to grab the double. Good control over Mound now as well. In the back of that, it seems like Lloyd has been able to sneak his way in with the ultimate under the cover of the Hunter's Fury. And the C site completely secured. MOUZ with nothing to do but save these weapons to the next round. And the blink of an eye, this one is over. The question for me, and I think the answer is no. The question is, do Pacific, as they realize no one's going for this, try to remove those weapons? If anyone's going to do it, it's Rose.
It would be Rose, but Rose is also the one that doesn't have the money to spare. Realistically, the rest of the team can still buy him, of course. But hunting not really worthwhile now after you've already lost one. Ultimately, struggling to see the value currently from the op that has been in play. Granted, this last round was a bit of an awkward buy on the side of MOUZ. They're trying to scrounge up everything that they had that more aggressive push over towards Mound there as well. But the clapback from Lorak completely shifts that engagement. 3 rounds of success that Pacific were able to find off the back of their own timeout as well, now forcing MOUZ to call one of their own.
Yes, they are. It's MOUZ that have to sit back and discuss how they want to navigate this one. Zus, he had a good start, and he's continued in that form. 7-3 at the moment. But since that op has come out, success has evaded them. Pacific have been able to avoid it majority of the way, and trade out the damage that it gets done if they don't. Rolling Thunder went away for a Lurie as well. It's a really big round for MOUZ, a chance to disrupt Pacific's win streak. The problem is, because of a couple of relatively clean rounds, that economy is going to be pretty healthy for a while. The attackers have bought themselves a good buffer. The same is definitely not to be said for MOUZ. I mean, even just take a look at your screen right now. That the other 2 players can't buy, nobody can drop for them. So it's going to be a lot of weaknesses, but the ults might just make up for that lost value.
They're gonna... Here. At first I thought they were maybe opting for the half buy to come through, but there'll be some sort of variation on that, assuming that Obnox doesn't plan to use too much utility, should be able to still buy into the next one. Changing up the speed this time around, though, with the approach towards Rubble here for the side of Pacific. Still working on some sort of trap play at the moment.
Space has been taken side of Pacific. They've already pushed up close to the smoke, found themselves the kill on Zus, punished a lot of that space. Stark goes in to recover the op at least, so that's still kicking. But finding opportunities now to use it will be limited. Comeback, well, that was your chance. Stark came down out of heaven, op in hand, and just met the one tap of comeback. Now with those picks, 2 towards the A site, I wouldn't be surprised if they commit to an A site hit.
Question is, how much trouble can these 3 players cause here for the side of Pacific? Got that Nightfall available if they want to look to throw that down when the plant is being stuck.
Oh well,
30 seconds left.
Information plays massively into it, but they can't punish players on A site because there's none left. Only taking down the one as the spike is planted elsewhere. Pacific buy themselves a second wind. Rose as well. Nasty little play towards Rubble. Sitting there waiting. Lorak repositions towards the broken door, ready to pounce. As soon as Rose gets contact, another Prowler confirms that he's still there, and Lorak, oh, he hasn't expected a second player on the same angle. Eventually Rose gets the reward, now hightailing it to the site. Stun goes through. That should be a Lurie, at least getting it to half. But is he ready for Rose to be this close? It doesn't look like it. The ult's got him, though. He's being kicked up there. A Hadouken, and the round is won by MOUZ.
The timing there was right down to the wire for both of those players as well. It was a gamble on who was going to catch the other out first. But what a way to recover the round there for MOUZ. Pacific just a bit negligent in being able to clear out towards tree, finding so much value in heaven here for Fizzy as well.
Standing.
What a way to bring this round back. We have to consider the fact that it was down to, what was it, a 3v4, 3v5 in favor of Pacific?
It seemed like they had it locked in, yeah. A big recovery by MOUZ. It would be, I suppose, a Shoryuken that a Luri hit. And Zus straight on a Salasun, able to find one. Alluri on the trade, taking Obnox down. Seemed to be a good start. The Pacific still seeking out control. The Seaside is their new target. Very passive trapwires just to catch them on the very deep push. One player spotted by the drone, revealed, and it's the op that trades out on the other angle. That's such a nice setup as well. Works perfectly into MOUZ's favor. And another hero play is required. It's Rose tucked up close with Larocque on the op, managing to find the first each. Now it's equalized. Now it's doable. Ultimate used almost as a distraction, and now Larocque is going to be hunted down by this Phantom from another dimension. It's Stark landing both shots. Put a nail in this one. But MOUZ up to 5.
Beautiful retake coming out from MOUZ. The dimensional drift really being a big game changer there as well, coming out just in the nick of time. It looked like Pacific were starting to shift this round in their favor, but the timings were perfect. Everything lining up for MOUZ. Now Pacific stuck on the back foot. Economy dwindling, forced into a half-buy situation. I'm a little bit nervous about us seeing this double op come out here from the side of MOUZ though, because it's a double-edged sword on whether or not this actually pans out. I feel like the utility from Larocque has been so good at pushing the ops off these angles.
Oh, that's a different interpretation than utility there. Just swing in, tap him in the head. Fizzy off the angle, out of the round, and Seaside now under, I mean, not under threat. It's been seized. It's been taken. As they're going to have to fight just to get it back. Prowler blocked the vision there. That could have been a fight, and I think it would have went Comeback's way with the Luri down. Might not matter. MOUZ 2-man disadvantage. It looks like they're still setting their sights on C, still wanting to commit to this. Obnox is out. Well, of course they're committing to it. This is a very favorable position. If you're Obnox, just tapping people in the head, but now Stark and himself both extremely low. Easy kills. Hunter's Fury not even needed, to be honest. The Stinger would be enough. With one player low and the other being forced out of position, tagged up by the Hunter's Fury, it might just be time to get out of here. Stark wants to make it costly, and he'll succeed in his quest. It might cost him his life. Ah, he's good.
Able to get out. An attempt at that retake, but a great round coming out from Pacific, especially when the buy was awkward for them. And again, that was the nature of that round. We pointed out right at the beginning, forcing those two ops in hand. But it becomes a little bit more difficult when that Cypher is the second player on the sniper rifle as well, just playing in front of his utility. Getting picked off easy meant early. Sorry, I meant that C was an easy take there for Pacific now. Back to standard expectations.
Well, the ult has definitely gathered a little bit of information for Loida. Not too helpful. Reaching towards, well, don't know how that's happened. Zus is just being tapped down, completely unaware, blindsided by the play. Pacific have control of the site and the man advantage to work with now. Information as well. Well, okay, that's one way to handle it. Fizzy just guesses, and he guesses right.
It's a good read. Great pre-aim. One more flash left here for Alluri on the retake. Aftershock 2 to zone.
They've smoked up top. As they're blocking the angle. They're still wanting to commit to this for sure. Paranoia goes down. Door goes wide open. The cage is blocking for now. Still a safe haven to play from with Stark drop. This one's gone from bad to worse. MOUZ had no foothold over that site, and the man advantage as well. They proved to be all that Pacific need to carry this through to an equal scoreline to tie it up 5-5.
Such back and forth series so far. Again, a lot of these fights get pretty scrappy here as well. I feel like there have been just such good reads from both sides too. I'm actually surprised that trip managed to stay up. I feel like we saw 2 prowlers go into it, did we not? Earlier in the round.
Yeah.
Didn't get shot out.
Must wait a moment.
Early info spotted though. Looking to scale faster up towards this A site, but that presence towards C was meant to funnel them into Fizzy's setup.
On the doors swinging open, and the drone clearing out tree. Site players spotted on the fall back. Is he still up top? And Opnox here to help reveal available, but Pacific are moving elsewhere. All that utility will be avoided by a simple B hit. Still, Alluri close by, no stun. Still 2 flashes. Stark just outside on B-Con and C-Con. This could be a crunch for MOUZ any moment, and the sniper up close. It's not favorable, yet somehow Comeback makes it work. He's on for another. No scoping with the third. At this point, we need to check the dude's PC. What was that?
Round before the switch.
I'm sure we're getting a replay. Like our replay team has got this one down pat.
Wow.
No. That's disgusting.
It doesn't even bother with the right click. No zoom. He's only got 1 button on his mouse. Really nice. 6-5 for Pacific. The attack side has earned that previous round. Let's put it that way. And it looks like Comeback is feeling exhilarated. He is straight in for a fight. He's bouncing all over the place, and he's out the round just like that. That was like a whiffed round of pinball. Straight down the chute.
Hey, he baited it out. A ton of utility at the very least. Fizzy able to reposition towards heaven. A little bit of spray damage. If you can get a pick, though, the neural theft will be up and available. This positioning from Larok is massive, though. The timing is everything.
Oh, the execution on the way back through seems good for MOUZ, but they've left the flank open. Larok, though, spotted. He'll have to try to recover this with a straight-up fight to Opnox, one that he will not win. A fight for Stark, good, with 4 players backing him up. Defuse closes out the final round 6-6. We were expecting a close series, and, well, it seems like we've got one.
Switching
All
sides.
tied up at the half here. See how the approach changes now that we swap sides for both these teams, and how Zus is going to manage on the attack, being that primary entry here for MOUZ. But we got a quick break though, so we'll see you guys on the other side as we head into the next.
Decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to kick off round 13. The second half about to go underway, and it's neck and neck as we left you. Pacific, well, they managed to find a streak of 3 twice, and if you're following me, that makes 6.
Oh my god, you can count?
I had that one written down. I don't know what any of those words mean. I can read, just about.
We're doing our best out here, right?
Yeah, listen, EMEA education ain't what it used to be. Oh, big flash, big swing, and it's MOUZ coming ahead in all the fights. Just one left. Sun versus 4.
Yeah, I don't know how this one's gonna gonna pan out in Celison's favor. It'll take a lot of mistakes for MOUZ for him to be able to rip this round back. And we're gonna expect that discipline to come through here, of course. Realistically, just try and do as much damage as he possibly can, but with these setups, he'll be walking, no matter what, into 4 players staring right at him.
Yeah, no easy way out of this one. And it is the bittersweet embrace of death that closes the round. Salison out of the round, and MOUZ in the lead. 7-6, decent scoreline. We've had it neck and neck so far. I'm expecting that Pacific won't fall too far behind, regardless of how we go. And this map certainly set to deliver on a high level.
Especially when there's just going to be such different approaches, I think, from both of these teams, realistically. The type of dynamicism you would expect from a Yoru versus a Neon. Quite different with tempo. And the general approach to map control here as well.
I will say that MOUZ have done an excellent job already in terms of shutting down Pacific. On the attack side, that's where Pacific found 11 rounds up against the Ultimates, a squad that, again, defeated MOUZ. So, transitive properties and all that. I think Pacific on the back foot, in theory, coming into this defensive side. In the last 2 months, we haven't seen an official where they play more than 2 defensive rounds. So, that's suboptimal. A little room to grow into here.
That's for sure. Love the call to stick with the numbers on the side of Pacific as well. Just try and bolster the fights that they'll be taking.
I'm out of here.
And it is only the classics. You'd be surprised if more than 2 players die, and that's what needs to happen for there to be any real impact felt by MOUZ. Illuri and Fizzy both have weak weapons. They're the ones leading the charge, so they can be traded out, not give a weapon over. And that's really just a shooting gallery, unless there's a player hiding in the corner with a right click primed and ready.
Yeah.
1 enemy remaining.
This is the opportunity to get that dimensional drift online already for the next round. Timing though. Gonna get caught out. Vandal picked up. Will Celison look for more? It's just gonna be the save so far though. Wrap around. Force MOUZ to kind of look for him. And deny the rifle, most importantly, to them to be able to bring into the bonus round there as well.
Oh, they've pinged up the guess that he's here, but it's only Illuri that's moving towards him. The risk of losing rifle's not worthwhile, so it's the pistol. And Fizzy that go out looking to try to land this information. There he is, spotted. And he's going back in the other direction. Chance for Fizzy, maybe. No, he'll be dropped as well. But the key thing is the other 2 players don't hunt because they don't want to lose a rifle up against a Vandal, of course, and wreck their buy for the next round. Good damage at the end of the day by Celison.
Realistically though, with the FPX style buy coming out on the side of MOUZ anyways, they will still be able to bolster into this very comfortably for the bonus. Just having to sacrifice some of those shields to bring these rifles alive, and then you've got the dimensional drift that you get to work with here for Zus off the back of that round as well.
Well, presence made towards the C site gets Pacific rotating quite quickly. 3 players already on C. Zus clearing it out. 1, 2, 3. That's a big spot. Spike should be sent in a different direction now. It looks like door open. A bit of pressure from Zus. He grabs the kill, and TP's not out of there. Still on this C site, still causing problems and dropping Salison. Larocque, in the meantime, died to a classic in this round, has fallen to pieces.
Shut up.
Rose and comeback seem to be finding something from nothing. With Zus as the last one, the defuse already tapped. He's drawn into a fight, but this one he'll win. An absolutely unhinged round from the Yoru, but one that has caught Pacific off guard.
Zus went massive in that round, but it's insane that Rose was able to find so much value. Saw that paranoia go through, able to get one and then a second there as well. For a chaotic entry over towards this B site to even start things off. Immaculate trades, but realistically, could have been anyone's round depending on that one last fight. Now Pacific stuck on pistols. Still pushing the issue towards A main though. The dart comes through, clears everything out. They feel comfortable repositioning back towards C. You even see that Trent being flipped a little bit deeper to give that earlier signal to Pacific if they need a rotation.
Gate crash sent out by Zus. I wasn't sure. I thought he was going to go for a fake, but now you see them get up nice and close the side of MOUZ to the C site. So I guess a late lurk by Zus instead. Yeah. Or maybe he's opening up the opportunity for this squad to go back to B, to walk in for free. There is no one here. There's no traps, just a camera watching for it. Yeah, I think he's starting to feel that out, that there is just no presence. Nobody's spotting him, but in the end the door's open for the seaside hit. They're running right into the stack. Oh, it's gonna be a disaster. The reveal that won't even get them the information. They think there's just one there. They're about to find out the hard way just how wrong that is. Loida grabbing a single kill, and Celisson up top doing the work with Rose's Hunter's Fury. They've got everything they need to take this one across the line.
A lovely round coming out from Pacific. MOUZ overcooking those rotations just a little bit, and the gamble, that guess, that read was so good out of Pacific. Playing those numbers, allowing them to walk in backside. The line that Rose was able to have from B as well to get that Hunter's Fury down was massive. Funneled all in towards Ben there. It couldn't have been more perfect to zone to secure those picks. Hello?
Oh, spray's good. Spray is great, in fact. Loida able to reset for the second kill, now looking for a little bit more. There's no need. The smokes are up and MOUZ are out, moving to the other side of the map. It looks like the B site is going to be the new target, but they're not all going there. Fizzy is sent out to Mound to try to grab space.
I love that shifting gear though from Pacific. The first very aggressive look that we've really seen, fighting for that Mound control, just looking to catch MOUZ off guard. Now having to take a pause, see if Pacific will play into their hand at any point. Just patient so far. Mound control still maintained by Rose as well with the op in hand. Just being funneled straight into the Cypher setup here on C.
Cover going on.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that setup is sat waiting for them. The first trap will be spotted. The second a little more obscure, but also heard. Celisson knows they're up close. Only the one though. It's concrete information. 14 seconds denying the spike all that's needed to be done, and that's exactly what Comeback's gotten. The walk up. 7 seconds left. He's buying time. I think he's bought enough. It's not. Oh, it's very close, but I think it was 0.5 across. No, he's got it. He's actually managed to plant it.
I swear to God, that was down to the millisecond.
I'm gonna have to watch that one back. Oh, he didn't.
Wait,
okay,
no.
I was right. The HUD confused me for a second. Okay, because I thought I saw it on 3.9 when he just pressed 4 to start the plant. That makes sense.
So did I. So did I. We're on the same page with that one. I was like, he doesn't have it, and then I was like, he has it.
Yeah, that was very confusing. But yeah, it must have been like 0.1, 0.15, something like that. But just barely buying enough time. Comeback did a phenomenal job.
It's absolutely wonderful. Oh, Loida shut down right off the gate here. Rose. Let's go back out. The door is broken for A-Link.
A lot of flashes. put through, and it's the defensive side that end up seeing clearly in the end. MOUZ, 3 players are now gone.
I have retrieved the spike.
With the spike recovered, might just want to take this somewhere else. Zus is sticking around though. He still wants some damage, and well, he's gotten it. Fortunately, it's dealt to him. Last man standing's been seen moving elsewhere. Towards the seaside he goes, and a plant should await him there.
Oh no.
Well, actually, now he's been slowed down. They're very close. And there's a player coming up behind. He's hurt him. Nice connection by Fizzy. He's going the other way. Hightailing it. Picking up the operator. 40 seconds left. 42 HP. It's tempting. You want to save that weapon, but at the same time, you've got a real chance to win the round.
30 seconds left.
I don't know if he necessarily even wants to save it. Maybe try and just deny it to Pacific. Swap back to a rifle here. Get the plant down on the A site, but it's going to be the call. Op has been tossed somewhere that Pacific won't be able to redeem it later on. Goes for an early fight, knowing that he has to catch these 2 players off guard in 1v2, especially when that fault line is still up and ready. Wouldn't be surprised if they actually use it to clear up heaven.
Well, now they've seen him as well. Insult to injury. Izzy's got a tough situation brewing. 42 HP. The op might have helped out, but needs to be able to dispatch 2 opponents quickly. No cages to cover this one off. Nice off angle by Fizzy. He'll find the kill, and the cam even reveals the other player, knowing exactly where he is, knowing the defuse is not underway with the spams coming in. Just 40 HP up against impossible odds, but Fizzy makes it work.
A massive clutch round coming out from Fizzy. To be able to take that 1v3 is something that should not have happened. Earning double digits here for MOUZ as well. And it was so scrappy, so chaotic for that fight over towards Rebel. Fizzy played it perfectly.
And that's one of the reasons that so many of us are big soft fans. Fizzy back in the day, he was doing work on that Ascension stage. He got the taste of playing on it back in the Coliseum. Now doing just the same here. Double digits found for MOUZ. 4 ultimates online for this squad, looking to overwhelm the A site, and it's Sella's son on the back that is not lasting very long. Taken down immediately. The flank from Pacific. Ult already faded for comeback. 3 rifles to work with, but they're about to be known. I think this ult's gonna get them all.
Face your fear.
Well, I got 2, and the only guy that wasn't caught was killed. So that's all the information in the hands of MOUZ. They've got it all to work with, and there's no way for Pacific to get back into this one. It is 11 rounds for MOUZ. 11-8. Many chances to close out this map, and the best part, Ash, is that Haven up next is their map pick.
I'm out of here.
Terrifying prospect here for Pacific. Especially with how rough their money situation is looking. This hero rifle is going to be so important going into the next round here for the team. And I love how quickly MOUZ adjusted here as well. The information comes in that all the players are coming from the flank. They opt to take flip sides of the site and take over that control of Seat C spawn. Play like the defenders now. To timeout to be called here. Pacific using their last one of regulation. 2 away from the Rolling Thunder, but we haven't really seen them put too much priority on fighting for any of that orb control. Both orbs on this map tend to be much more comfortable for the attackers to actually garner for themselves. Meanwhile, for MOUZ, I feel like they have every weapon in their arsenal that they could possibly need. When you look towards that Rolling Thunder, you look towards the dimensional drift that found so much success from Zus in previous rounds, to be able to continue to close this gap.
Well, the last timeout for Pacific, if they don't get their show in order, I don't think we'll see another timeout. MOUZ looking to just run away with this one. Credits down to their last for the Pacific side. Investments here.
Goes here.
3 weaknesses. 2 of them are Guardians, so still capable of fighting. Certainly from what we've seen here today. Salasun, the SMG, the Spectre. Main thing is though, MOUZ are 11-8 in the lead. 3 ultimates, 2 big ones. Rolling Thunder for entry on the attack side. That is so, pardon me, so valuable. And then Dimensional Drift as well. Same can be said.
Respect to be paid to the one way is controlling. Extremities here on C forcing Salasun to play towards backside, just not having the information on if anyone had crossed over. But you look at the other side of the map, they've got the Sova drone all the way out, spots out, busy as well. Managing to break that trip. Put a little bit of pressure on that flank.
Yeah, the passive C play is paying off, at least for the moment. See what the decision is around Zus. He's going for it. He's committing. He's fully committing and jumping around, dodging the bullets of Salasun. The stun was perfect. But stunned a little bit was Zus to find out that Rose was so close by. Guardian finds another kill with Larocque landing one, and Rose reveal. Perfect. Following up for the triple and keeping Pacific well and truly in it. Gap now down to 2. And MOUZ, well, it's not like they're in the worst position in the world. They can still get a buy for most players. They're going to start to feel those pennies pinch.
That was a massive swing round here for the side of Pacific. And I like the protocol that was being called by Rose there. IGL on the side of Pacific Esports. You saw that they're playing offside on C, expecting that Rolling Thunder to come through there. And you go for that information on Rubble to make it that much easier to get the read down pat. I'm looking to contest the space a little more heavily. Force out quite a bit of utility. There's no way.
At least Comeback got him in the end. I feel like that's karma settling for this squad. Rolling Thunder back in return. Comeback's getting ahead of it, wanting to fight in the space that he knows they're going to try to take back. Flash goes through. Double flash for the swing. It's a little late and it catches them off guard. He's only good for the one though. And the defensive side will struggle as a result. Attackers can go wherever they so wish, and the ult used towards the A site. Salasun, he's got ears on him. He's heard that one, and there's a second player close by. They might just want to swing this and punish Stark for playing so close. I know exactly where he is, and that's a gorgeous bait from this squad. Now it seems like the advantage to Pacific, the squad that is clawing their way back into this one. The door could be wide open to walk back into the series, to the map at least, and equalize things. Opnox trying his best to stop that from becoming a reality, and it's Fizzy doubling up alongside him. Larocque, the last man standing. 2 players to root out. He won't let the door open. At least he won't let Opnox through it. And that baits out the 1v1, sticking to halfway, waiting for the fight to come through, knowing that Fizzy might misplay this and give him the chance to rip his head clean off, just as he did with the time on his side. Larocque has got it done. Double digits for Pacific. The gap down to 1.
Such a cold stick to half there from Larocque as well. Just being able to finish off that last pick, and MOUZ called their time out. The adjustments from Pacific have been so nice. We didn't need to see this one again. You guys did not have to do... We did not have to do him dirty like that. That was unnecessary. A little bit emotionally damaging, but it happens to the best of us.
Shut up and let me work.
But the recovery here in this 1v2 is what was truly insane about this round. Larocque being a supporting character throughout this entire matchup, just consistently setting up comeback, being able to have his star moment himself.
Well, I said Pacific wouldn't get a chance to call another timeout, that's for sure, but MOUZ have done it for them. Feeling the heat, feeling the pressure as they now sit just 1 round ahead. That lead slipping away. And Pacific...
They don't have money to work with either.
No. Yeah, this is it. Saying towards the end of the last round that Pacific had a chance, winning that round to fight right back into things, open the door back on the map, and that's exactly what they've done. Like you said, the money is low for MOUZ, and to be honest, Ash, I expected them to go for an eco. I expect them to play like stingers and then fight in for the next. so they've got a good amount of economy built up. But they've gone for it here and now. And this also makes sense. They'll get a buy around here. Lose this, eco, give your opponents 12, and then fight for OT.
I'd rather let my opponent have 11, I feel like. But, I mean, to each their own for what you want to try and fight more aggressively for. The opportunity to maybe widen the gap by 2 instead is understandable. Bit of a pause this time from MOUZ. Comes through, spots out. Rock is holding the spike, tucks out of the door there though. The rotation comes through. Such an aggressive position from Loida, and the pivot back over towards this B site.
There's not many awaiting them from an angle that I expected them to fight from. Never mind, comeback has gone straight in, using his own wall to get up close. The door back open. MOUZ redirect to the C site. Stark has already found a bit of control there. You can see Larocque is up close, looking for the fight around on the breach, and he'll get it. At least for the first one. The swing out from Zusto is good, and Stark's there to back him up. Won't be punished either by comeback. And now, well, there's no way for him to come back into a safe position. It's all about Loida. 1v2 after that first pick, and both players tagged. This is doable. He's heard the reload down below, ready for the swing, but it's both players, a firing squad. The shots through the wall don't land. They don't find their mark. MOUZ will run this clock further down. 7 bullets, 3 now. The reload needed for Loida. The HP terribly low, and well, the round score 1 up for MOUZ, 12-10 with map point under their belt.
Match point.
Incredibly well played in that 2v1 as well, just moving like a unit there, not allowing them to get split up, and to allow Loida to isolate that 1v1 situation. A worthwhile force. Is a big gamble for that round to actually pay off for them now. Pacific, the ones to find themselves on the back foot, not able to pull out a full buy quite yet. A broken economy that MOUZ were looking for from that last round, snowballing up into a couple ultimates here as well. I'm actually surprised comeback didn't toss that Vandal over to somebody else when he has the overdrive up.
My shots, in goes comeback. Finding one, overdrive, not gonna land any more than that. Like you said, not throwing the rifle over. Pistol here for Rose. Classic, up in the smoke. MOUZ aren't looking to commit to it. 3 HP on Obnox, 47 on Fizzy. A lot of damage has been done, and they have to be cautious, have to be careful. 2 chances to close this out, but with the credits invested into this one, they most certainly want to do it here.
Yeah, given the opportunity, look the off angle Fizzy's looking to play here as well, waiting for a Rose to just cross through.
I know exactly where.
Oh, it's huge. The fact that they have neural theft as a result. They can walk into this C site. They've seen Cypher close, but that won't make much of a difference. It's free. The plant cannot be messed with. The weapons on the retake are weak. It might help out against Obnox and Fizzy. Maybe even Alluri if it's a close range fight, but getting that will be the problem. A firing squad of MOUZ grouped up, ganged up, ready to take the fights and the trades as they come. It's only Larocque remaining. He lands the first, nicely done. Nope, that's not an upgrade. The skin can be confusing. It's a beautiful relay onto Stark, but Alluri gets it done in the end, closing us out 13-10. MOUZ take their opponent's map pick.
Great adjustments coming out from them. But Pacific are the ones that we really got to give that kudos to even try and come back into this second half there as well, when MOUZ were looking so comfortable with the lead that they were amassing. Once we saw them shift onto the attacking side, truly neck and neck between these two teams. I feel like this series has the opportunity to go to that third map. We're going to head to a quick break though, and we'll be back with map number 2.
Welcome back, folks. There we go. I've remembered to unmute my microphone this time. A little bit late, but hey, better late than never. /1 minute in. That happened the other day, Ash. You know, things happen. But I'm excited to get into this one, Haven. As we move on to the second map in the series, I think the start is not what I expected. As I said, I thought Pacific's results against other teams would maybe set them up as like a really heavy hitter with the day off and so on, but MOUZ have come to play.
They absolutely have, and Zus is a big part of that. I feel like his entries were insane. Even just his ability to take some of that map control on defense there as well was massive for that team. We saw so much value coming out of those dimensional drifts where he was just consistently able to pop out of that ultimate and get his one and create just all the room, do the scouting for his team there as well. And it was just a really good look. It took a little bit longer, I think, for the Pacific team to kind of heat up into this matchup, because realistically, when you're looking at just results, I think, from Ascension in general, several of these players looking towards comeback, LaRock and Loida, are within the top 5 of players at the moment within this group stage. And they just had a little bit of a slower start, I think, at the beginning of Lotus, but warmed up and ready. I'm looking forward to seeing how Haven goes. It just gets a little bit dodgy knowing that this next pick is MOUZ's.
Well, I think moving on to Haven, as you say, this is MOUZ's map pick. It's also somewhere that the win streak wise, we may say that Pacific are doing a little bit better. You know, in the last couple months, they've won it a lot more. So that could be something positive to look at. But the reality is the last 3 games that we have on record for CGN, or sorry, for MOUZ are, spoiler, CGN and Focus twice, and they beat them, albeit in close games, but those are very respectable teams. CGN's results here, again with the run through the play-in, proves that. And Focus, we know we hold that team in high regard in general. So for me, it seems like it's not only your map pick, but a very strong regional map for you as well, coming hot off the back of a win. But again, that thing I'm waiting to see is the Pacific squad dig deep, come out swinging, and we already had some phenomenal rounds from comeback. Now that I expect him to be on Jet, a Turkish Jet, I'm not going to count them out.
No, definitely not. It was so nice to see them kind of heat up as that first map went on Lotus. And when it comes down to, I think, that Haven pick as well, you're talking about how it is a strong map for both of these teams. I think that's a really and that being the team that MOUZ is typically used to playing up against. It's two very juxtaposing play styles, I think, when you want to compare and contrast how Pacific likes to play versus a team like CGN that's very contact heavy, very slow, information starves you. Meanwhile, Pacific, they're a little bit louder with their executes. They can be tempered, they can be measured, but they also do like to be a bit more explosive when it comes down to the brunt of actually taking those sites or taking that space away from you. So it'll be interesting to see how that adaptation goes on the side of MOUZ.
It absolutely will be. Yeah, I think as well, one other thing for MOUZ is that they have Zus coming in on fire. In terms of opening duels last map, he was off memory, I have no idea how many, but it was insane. He was dominating the early fights. When he had the off out, it got even better. The Outlaw was doing it in the first couple of rounds. Like, he was just a threat throughout each half, and I think that him being on form and certainly having a very good score line, I think now moving into this next map, that's got to be a focus point for Pacific, and it's why I highlight Comeback as someone I need to see do well, because that's a guy that, well, if anyone is going to shut down the Jet of MOUZ, I'd expect it to be the Jet of Pacific, especially the Turkish Jet. So I think we've got a very exciting game coming up, and I don't expect Pacific to simply roll over. After all, this is a map that, as we've said, they've won 7 times in a row regionally against some pretty good teams as well, so it's anyone's game.
It definitely is. Even to give a little bit more context to what you were saying there about Zus, I think that was he went 10-3 actually in those first engagements,
10-3,
which is crazy realistically. But heading now into Agent Select, realistically, this is just about kind of what we expected from both of these squads here coming over towards Haven. Nothing too crazy realistically.
it's expected, right? This is the difference between these two compositions being the Cypher versus the Killjoy. We've seen this before. I think it's pretty bog standard when it comes to a Haven. I enjoy Breach on this map. I think it's a very good pick. I have no issue with what we're seeing on the table, and all that's left to do is to get into the game. Zus, that's the guy that I have my eyes on, and seeing whether he can continue that performance from the previous map, or whether someone on the side of Pacific, perhaps Comeback, can shut him down early and put him in his place. This is Pacific fighting for Abyss for a third map in this series, and they're doing it on MOUZ's pick. Defensive side for MOUZ to start.
Interested to see how this goes forward, especially considering the fact that previously they had been running mirror compositions, right? MOUZ had only most recently in the grand final up against CGN made that swap over to the Cypher. Previously it had been the Killjoy. Maybe just giving a little bit more opportunity to be dynamic across the map, being able to walk out of range, and being a little bit more flexible in that kind of sense with positioning. But it looks like it's an early mid fight. MOUZ are looking to take that space here for Zus right off the bat, already hopped into window.
Yeah, well, there's not going to be any dash, but there's nowhere to run, I suppose. Zus has the back, but it's the front that we're worried about. Garage Alluri already able to drop the one, but it's a trade. Fizzy in there for his own. The left side wide open though, and Rose steps up and fills that space. Pacific keep things neck and neck with the spike retrieved and on its way to site. They could be in good form, but we're on board with Zus, the player the Pacific don't know about. They've seen the others, they've heard the spams, they've seen the utility, and now that last piece of information, final piece of the puzzle slips into place, but it seems like there might be something missing. Salasun, he's got a long way to go. A lot of players to drop, and it ain't gonna happen today. That's the pistol round for MOUZ. Momentum continues in their favor.
Comfortable for them. Makes sense, especially after the way they were able to just kind of shut down and close off that first map that we saw on Lotus there as well. The plays have been so comfortable. I love the space that Zus looks to take. And of course, again, it's going to be a little bit of a different style, just due to the difference of utility that these agents do provide. The Jet versus the Yoru, just looking to compare and contrast in that regard. This might just be a pretty quick round though, considering Pacific are all stacked up here. See long, deep smoke to be given down by MOUZ as well, the one way to hit.
This is a really big... Oh my! Ew. It's a big force by Pacific, but for Loida to be the one opening that up, sure, okay, the other guns aren't great on range, but what a shot! And Obnox is down to just 5 HP. This round was not looking great for Pacific, even with the force buy, especially C long. You know, with those weapons, it's that's always gonna be tough. But they have really flipped that one on its head. No utility is a problem.
All gathered outside of B now too. And the one way to make it just that much more difficult.
What was that?
That's tough.
This is not gone, I think it's fair to say, according to plan. To the side of MOUZ. They pick up the pistol. Lose a player to a one tap by a sheriff down long. Lose all of that man's health to a one tap by a sheriff down long, and then he gets killed in the end by a stinger. Push out of double doors with a weapon up against the pistols. Ballsy play, I'll say that. And whiff your shots. Remember what we've just witnessed. This is they're gonna want to forget about this one real quick, but the effects are gonna linger for quite a while. There we go. Some damage, limiting what's carried forward to the next, but big weapons upgraded for free, and more importantly, the rhythm of this completely disrupted now, as we're going to see it 1-to-1 with economy favoring Pacific.
Yeah, the shot that Loida managed to land to is through the aftershock of looming on top of that. But a massive round to steal away here for Pacific, especially considering the investment that they had made. Rose now only one away from that Hunter's Fury as well. easily cycle that up. And a stack on the seaside here from MOUZ. That's an insane high-low setup to be peeking into. There's 4 to 5 players staring right at you. The green light just to fully pivot and try to beat the timing towards this A site.
Yeah, they're going to be a little bit late. Loida and Salasun have moved quite quickly into position. Although they were looking the wrong way for a second, they quickly adjust. Now,
Last player standing.
oh, that was heard. They should very much expect Stark to be here. They did not expect Stark to be here. That's worrying. He has made it back out, but, well, he ain't gonna go very far. Some damage done at least. With Pacific 2-1 after starting this out with a pistol round loss. That is gonna put a smile on their face for sure.
Should be able to cycle up that Hunter's Fury into this round as well. Just look to prioritize one of those Ult Orbs. Wasn't really necessary earlier. But overall, this is where we're going to have our eyes on MOUZ to make the difference. Try and tie things up.
Revealing area.
Scatter. There's some work to be done for Pacific around mid. For a moment, Illuri was pushing way down. He gives up on that aggression, and a good thing too. The support utility will be online for what is most certainly an A hit. Already seen that drop out, not going to quite work out. Another kind of dice roll play to just jump on in. Pacific given opportunities and capitalizing on every single one. Busy. Well, that's free, and he's dropped in for the final. Cool under pressure, puts the pieces together, and what a gorgeous picture it is. 2-2 for the side of MOUZ. Oh, come off it now. That was just rude.
Yo, what is going on? Loida getting that one tap to the dome dropping from heaven, and then for Fizzy to close out the round just like that too. Yeah, we gotta run this one back. That was gross. It was the ankles breaking first for me.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, but Karma came back to get them.
Oh, it absolutely did.
This is a nice spot.
But I like
Did
how
you just slow-mo replay him teabagging? That's hilarious.
honestly, mad respects.
You gotta get the important stuff in, you know? I respect
absolutely.
it. Hell yeah.
It's part of the storylining, Mitch, okay? This is how we build. This is how
Finally.
we build.
We're showing some culture around here. This is what I'm talking about.
It's how rivalries are built, okay?
Let's hope no one has that finisher on. I think we all know which one. 2-2.
Okay.
Pacific, I've got a mixed bag buy. We've got Bladestorm online for comeback on the A site in the sights of the attackers.
One way to be thrown down here, A short. Happily to disrespect though, off of the drone not spotting anything out. Again, playing this retake situation. Opportunity to play the post plant for the Hunter's Fury here as well.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big part of the game plan for Pacific, and MOUZ will know that. They know they have to get into the site relatively quick. So that clock can be run down.
Use it to zone that entry back on.
Oh, yeah. It's already been popped. It's already been activated, looking for some victims, but there's barely any to find. Loida has cleaned up on the site. And with that, well, 3 kills is all they need. MOUZ are going to save. Most MOUZ are going to save. Stark is still in heaven.
I mean, had a bulldog in hand, still gonna save that nonetheless. Able to get out, maybe just looking for an exit or two, but that wasn't gonna be given up in this situation. Hunter's Fury just doing enough though, although it didn't find too much, to just split up that retake that came down through heaven through CT. Big part of that was also that paranoia that comes out from hell from Loida as well, just really splitting up this endeavor through and through. But a really nice pace change here from Pacific. That blitz towards the A site.
We
And again,
will reveal their
this time, MOUZ looked to stack, expecting them to run it back.
Well, MOUZ have definitely put a lot of their eggs in one basket here. In a basket, you could say. ZUS has been cracked wide open. There's still a strong hold on short, and that does catch them off guard. Big stack up on the site. They now have an idea of it. Another player on short, though. That's an element of surprise they weren't quite ready for. Luckily, more than enough players left on Pacific. Clean up the end of the round. Another to the attacking side, and the lead extended.
Just going through the motions for that one. This is the round that we have our eyes on, though. Is us going to have the op up here? Probably looking for an early peek outside of garage doors. And then you've got this cycle of ultimates that are now online, snowballed on the side of MOUZ to use into these retake situations. That's for the most part where we've seen Pacific find their success. They don't have any issues actually getting on site, getting that plant down. It's MOUZ really trying to break back in on those retakes that they've been struggling with so far.
Yeah, they just don't get a foot in the door, right?
No.
I mean, Pacific have been able to also have some big players step up in those moments. Just as MOUZ are about to step in, the big 3K out of Loida. That shuts you down, and that affects you for rounds to come.
I think too that it's the fact that Pacific haven't needed to use that much utility to actually get onto site either, so they have so much saved up in post plan as well.
Yeah. The ults have been there for them as well. Hunter's Fury that wasn't even needed. This one though might be. Unfortunately, it's been baited. They ran into B, they tapped the spike, and now move back to the A site. Illuri able to find at least the one Rolling Thunder. I like it. It's done wonders. I thought it had Celasun. Managed to deliver a bullet stunned up. The breach utility's cosmetic bar the flash. It's outrageous. And come back with a beautiful shot. Cements this as a Pacific round. The attackers building up round after round. And the streak needs to be broken by MOUZ. They interrupted it for a moment, but right back to your regularly scheduled programming.
I was also with the op being taken out early on. It was us being shut down off the gate by Loida, but timeout to be called now by MOUZ. 3 rounds that Pacific have been able to chain together back to back. And again, it's been this uncomfortable situation for MOUZ not having the money to work into this. Eyes are going to be back on ZUS with the Blade Storms up for this one. That was an expensive round loss. You use that Rolling Thunder. It looks so good. Illuri caught everyone in it. It's just the trades that were able to come through there for Pacific. What do you feel like? Sorry, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I mean, the fact that Illuri hits the Rolling Thunder, immediately swings the player that's on site and loses the fight, and it was immediate. That was I'm pretty sure that was a one tap from comeback, not like a whiff out of Illuri. That's got to be so frustrating. He did everything right and then just got screwed anyways.
It's the breach stun buff, genuinely.
Yeah.
It's so 50-50. You're like, okay, am I actually gonna die here? Do I get the pick here? But overall,
I think the problem, like, for me, the problem is that they like when you get stunned, you land. If your feet are on the ground, you're ready. It's a little harder to aim, but you know you're about to be peaked. Like you're ready for that fight because it's coming now. It's like a little warning sign. I don't know how you make it harder without it just like, I don't know, insta killing you. You know what I mean? Like it's almost impossible. MOUZ have got a big disadvantage in this round. What is Stark doing?
What is going on?
This man is on his own. He has just led the charge, but no one's followed. Oh, that's a bit of a disaster. My goodness.
And they know ZUS is flanking him too.
5 HP. Yeah, that weapon's coming into the next round, isn't it? Well, it might not be. Oh, he's really close. And that's unfortunate. Zus caught out by comeback, just running around that corner in time.
Got a little dodgy on the B site there. Some questionable TPs, it's okay. We've got weapons back up in the hands of MOUZ now.
What was going on in his
I don't
mind?
know.
It's like he was like, okay guys, everybody, let's go. No, but he whispered it like his mic was muted. That's hilarious.
Kicking gears back up though over towards this A site. Again, same TP that we saw last time around from Loida. They're ready for it though.
Yeah, the whole fool me once type thing. Zus though, 5 HP. He's being tagged up and sent packing. That's not quite a trade, especially against an op, but it'll make him a more manageable threat later on. Steps were heard by Fizzy. Came out of his cam just in time to hear Rose jumping up. And that gives him the angle. The wrap around. Stark, the one to get the kill, but the info is what got them there in the first place. Now, the op in position of Zus, ready to pick them off, and 5 HP or not. He's good for one. Fizzy's got the rest. They're back on the board.
A flawless and a much needed round there for the side of MOUZ. Finally able to stagnate the number of rounds that we were seeing chained together here by Pacific. I think part of that too, I mean, it was a great trap, expecting that TP to come in from A, but also fighting a little bit more aggressively. I felt like MOUZ in the early rounds started to give Pacific a lot of respect on these early engagements.
This should do.
Give them a little bit more space to actually move back up. But now they're using so much utility to capitalize.
Well, I mean, it seems like in some cases here, we've got big Redgar fans playing Omen on both sides.
Okay.
They are going in for the confusion strategy. He'll never expect this is my real TP. That's not quite how that agent works, unfortunately. 4 versus 2. Pacific looking for the plant and finding it locked down in play, but it's unlikely to be used this time around. There need to be a few picks, or they need to fight for control on one side or the other. Otherwise, oh, they're just gonna get crunched, you'd imagine. Here comes the 2-man play. Lurie and Stark. Stark's gone to the back site, spotted one. Now Laroc's the only unknown factor, and they know exactly where he is. Okay, starting to put 2 and 2 together. That lockdown, ambitious this late in the game. 5 seconds, they've got to drop it, and they will. It'll be destroyed before it ever goes through, and the defuse has plenty of time, so nicely done in the end.
All I had to do was just live a little bit longer there as well. Guaranteed at least one of them being detained by a little bit more of that time, but just trying to get that jet, catch this off guard. Now a timeout to answer with here for Pacific. First one that they'll be calling this map, as they see MOUZ start to slowly creep up on them.
Should run.
Yeah, better safe than sorry for sure. I think securing that lead ahead of the end of the half is the right play. This is really where the coaches can have the most impact. You've just witnessed 10 rounds of gameplay. You've got a good idea, not just on how they're playing, but on how they're adapting. And I think that's something that can be harder to read on the server in the moment. So I like this. Using up one of those timeouts before we cross over to Pacific's defensive side. And a chance, look, 8-4, it's going to be a fantastic half for that Turkish squad. And they've got the money to invest into this one. They've got an ult advantage, although Obnox is just one away. Most importantly, coming into this map, I said I was worried that Zus would be able to continue his form of the previous map, maybe even to challenge Comeback. That is not, and that I needed to see Comeback deliver a good performance right off the rip, out the gates. And he's done exactly that. 12 and 5 at the moment. Big reason that Pacific are finding this level of success right now.
Yeah, and a lot of that being the support that comes out from LaRock and Loida. Paranoia, fault line that gets thrown down, the contact up through the smoke. And what a spray from Fizzy. What? No.
All right, he's finally got his comeuppance, and in fact, Stark's gone down too. This is quickly spiraled. A 2 versus 2. After Fizzy blindly fired, they blindly shot back. But look at the reposition from Opnox. Oh, he's giving his position away. Lloyd is low HP. It's still a favorable fight, and Opnox lands one straight between the eyes. Rotation way ahead of the game is Alluri. Will be on site just in time, rounding that corner before the spike is planted and missing the shot, so it gets through. What the hell? That's just another orb for the breach.
Exactly. What on earth was that round? That I know we're seeing this one run back because I gotta see it again. It was the blind spray for me. Gets 2 is insane.
Oh man.
And then the fact that I don't even know what's going on. Lloyd is blind, gets 2 of his own. The Hunter's Fury gets 1. What is going on? What is happening?
Right there. And also, like, Fizzy gets 2, and then he goes, "I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna just do it again." Lands one straight to the head of the third guy. Like, that's one of the more random rounds I've witnessed, and I don't know what gave it away. They just saw a smoke, right? Like, we were on board with the player up top, and Zus didn't see anything. It was just
soul red.
Divine inspiration from Fizzy. Well, now he is sent packing out of the site. He's dropped his weapon. He was really scared, surrendering for a moment, but he's mustered the courage to stand and fight. Here comes Rose, rounding the corner at the wrong time. Alluri's the one to clean that one up with Hunter's Fury buying time.
Oh, got 2.
Double tag and the follow-up from Zus. Okay, he's sent wide.
What is happening?
Shot by comeback. It's back on the board. It's doable again for the attacking side. I don't know how. You want to count them out of a round, and
Spike planted.
you think it's over. It's just getting started.
Get out of my way.
It's left to Stark. I don't know what's happening here. Comeback is firing off, shooting shadows, trying to eliminate his ghosts and his demons. Stark's gonna fake it out. 2 smokes, making it look like it's just a little caterpillar, but he's on the way back around. This butterfly is gonna find new wings in just a moment. See how high he can fly, how high he can fly, whatever. Who cares? 7-5 at the half. Pacific, they've done very well in the end. But I think MOUZ, there's a couple rounds there that they managed to string together that I'll need to watch back later.
That we will. Well, we're gonna have to see what more they have to bring on the other side of this break.
A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard.
Welcome back, folks. We've got another half of Valorant coming your way with MOUZ. 5 rounds on the board. Attack side, well, they got there in the end. Sorry, defense side, rather. They got there in the end. They had a couple of rounds towards those last 4 that looked in their favor. Maybe it could have even been a 6-6 half, but for once, we've got a team leading. Pacific have the advantage. Now we get to test out their defense.
See how this goes. Attack looked quite good for them. Got a little trap set up here on the B site. All players tuck from the dart.
Nice shot. Has taken it back to even territory. MOUZ are on their way back towards the A site. They've read that that's the lighter side, that it's a bit more open, and they've definitely made the right call. Presence on scene B early. Maybe a reason for this. Turret much further back for Salasun. It's not going to grab the information until it's a little bit too late, and that spike should be planted. The nano, though. Okay, it's going to buy him a moment. Salasun's going up into heaven. I don't know if it's wise to peek this. A good chance he's going to have to face into 2. Though now, not much of an option. Blocked out by the smoke.
30 seconds left.
They've got LaRock with an entire kit of utility, though, here for the retake. Both flashes, stun, and aftershock available.
There it is. The stun signaled to push forward, but Stark stood inside the smoke, able to get a lot of value out of it. Still Pacific are fighting back, getting their teeth into this round. It's Fizzy landing one, but not able for the next. It's the body shot that can't bring it across the line. Pacific extend their lead 8-5.
This is the Loida that we were looking to see here on the side of Pacific as well. Getting the second pistol round massive for this team. That's so nicely played. I was still waiting here. I expected the trap to still come through, but I guess opting to still just save that fault line, guarantee that'd be available in a retake situation instead. But a nice cleanup here from this Pacific team. MOUZ not going to opt for the same force up that we saw Pacific gamble in the second round of the first half here on Haven. Playing it safe instead.
Ooh, there was a chance. A real chance. But nothing to be found. Rose playing a risky game up close. Again, this is a light buy on the side of MOUZ. Not somewhere that you'll typically want to be isolated, to be taking those more aggressive stances. Now there's a bit more to this hold on long. You've seen LaRock rotate back around, hold this with the Guardian. This is it's gonna help out, but he's running low on ammo. Rose about to be a little bit more isolated, doing well though, still holding on, holding strong and doing damage. Shock dart in, that almost drops a player, and now he should be able to finish him off easily. In fact, the selfless guy gives it to LaRock.
Really nice little bait play there as Rose just runs across the screen over towards short as well. So those warning shots being fired by LaRock. Some Spectre gameplay. A nice flawless round there to come out from the side of Pacific. Now, rifles in hands here for MOUZ. Ultimate economy, not quite bustling yet for either side. Still going for this default.
Stark, the first to fall. Aggression straight down C. Long has worked out. The side of Pacific. The drone on A clears everything. MOUZ hear it. MOUZ realized that that space has been freed up for the side of Pacific, and they want to go back out and contest for it. The kill not found, but it might cause a rotation. It doesn't. There's a slight shift to the right side, but still, C will be the same. Their ultimate target only has Salasun.
MOUZ are also forced to kind of slow things down, look to see if they can find some sort of pick as they contact up C here, since they did lose those smokes in off the gate of this round.
Nice! Loida straight to the head of Fizzy on the cross. There is a chance for this defensive side still,
Spike planted.
even with those weaker weapons. Now, the attacking side, very fragmented. Thus, well, this is going to be a round for him to go ham. We've already seen Comeback have a fantastic half. Now that the attacking side has swapped over, it was Zus's opportunity. but it's his counterpart who drops him, leaving Obnox up close. The wrap around, all that remains of their chances. Alluri, he's being checked. He's being spotted. The stun going out towards the spike. Well handled. They could be defusing, so he swings to check, and that's when Loida lands the shot. Double digits confirmed for the side of Pacific, and a third map looking more likely than ever.
I really like the idea there from Alluri looking to wrap back around Garage, just not having quite enough time to get that flank back through. And a massive round pickup here. That was expensive loss for the side of MOUZ. Like Pacific. I mean, they looked quite decent on Lotus. We saw them start to heat up. But I feel like on Haven, we're really seeing how well they can work as a unit. Some of the calling that's coming through here. From Rose as well.
Nice shot. Comebacks in for one. Trading out the work of Zus yet again. That head-to-head duel's been going his way, and well, in this round, it's just getting easier and easier. No shields on any of these players. There's no heavy shields, sorry, but you know, I'm an outlaw player, so to me, same thing. For comeback, most certainly is. One shot to the body, and these guys are falling. And a chance to build up the ultimate as well. Just 2 away from finding his ult, while his teammate on site, who has an Odin, shout out Larocque, is just 2 away from finding a Rolling Thunder. So either way, they're in pretty good form, as long as they find the kills.
Oh, this smoke is dangerous, though. Tough to play inside of it with the outlaw, all things considered.
Last player standing.
Oh!
Aw, thought you tried
That's one way to do it. I guess he had a shotgun. It has 2 barrels. Good enough for me.
We got this.
At an eye test, that's basically what it is. 11-5. I mean, at this point, 11-5, the comeback is going to have to be flawless.
Aw, thought you tried
Feeling
harder.
really difficult for MOUZ to try and break through. Seems like we might have a little bit of a check pause to be called right now, and Pacific are also slowly just really starting to snowball into a couple of these ultimates. You've got one away from both the Rolling Thunder, the Hunter's Fury. Could say similarly for the Rolling Thunder in the hands of Alluri on the side of MOUZ as well. Since we swapped sides, it's been all Pacific across the board here on defense. 4 rounds in a row, 2 of them being the retakes. For MOUZ, again, they haven't really had any issues actually breaking in onto these sites. It's been the retake protocols for Pacific that have looked really good. Their willingness to give up some of that space, retake it later on, and just work together to reclaim it as well.
Well, for those of you who were wondering, the technical pause that we just had was just a short issue for MOUZ. They had a little bit of lag, but it's solved. It's good to go now. And on their side, I mean, I don't want to say they're thinking about Abyss. If they lose this round, then they're thinking about Abyss. All the credits in. Ult's coming online. Pacific close to the finish line.
Nice little freestyle there.
Thank you. I actually wrote that earlier just in case.
Oh, really? Yeah, that one procs and already.
Got a few more here. Rolling Thunder. What a blunder. Larocque. He's dead. He's 6 feet under. Pacific have done well in losing the opening pick and allowing the spike plant, if that's what you consider well. MOUZ have themselves a lot of controls. A little bit of damage from the shock dart, but big retake needed.
Big retake needed. That's for sure. This positioning is so good. Already ready with the fault line to delay. Off the back of the reaction from that paranoia. Dashed in here.
Well, dashing into their death, evidently. It's a meat grinder from MOUZ. Everybody meeting the same fate. Bar Loida is out of here. Bar Loida, who's out of here. Actually gonna try to ninja defuse this. Okay, well this is a ballsy play. They're just gonna walk straight in the smoke and take you down.
Okay.
2 players stuck by just in case. That was a risk of an AWP for a ninja, and you know what? Normally I would actually genuinely be angry, but right now I respect the hell out of it. If you got 12-5 off of ninja defusing, I think they forfeit this series. I wouldn't even play Abyss. I'd just be like, all right, fair enough. Give him the win. Let him go. Probably do play Abyss, but
I think this team would definitely still play at Abyss, but I agree. That would have been wild. I do give a lot of respect to the fact that that was even attempted. But a walk down mid once again.
Oh, well, a rock in a hard place for Fizzy. And it looked like for a second comeback was going to continue going, but he's decided to come back instead. Oh, that is a risky play. TP with Spike up into heaven.
Yeah.
I mean, Rose is just sat here beckoning you in, waiting for the drop.
Last player standing.
What are we doing?
I guess it had ears. Unlucky.
It's a big risk to be taken. I really like this micro play though, coming out from Pacific, just pairing that push up through mid alongside that Hunter's Fury. But now at match point here, 6 rounds needed for MOUZ to try and claw this all the way to an overtime. Pacific though look unstoppable so far on defense. And another incredible tool for a retake situation here in the hands of Pacific. The Rolling Thunder up and online.
Shadows traveling.
It's tough because I feel like we haven't even really seen MOUZ even get that opportunity to get started so far on attack.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I mean, there's been, again, though, I think the disruptive individuals on Pacific, they step up when they're needed most. Not this time, though. Rosen come back straight out of the round. Garage and B wide open. You can see them scrolling on the side of Pacific to fill in those gaps.
I know
Celestine and Loida on their way to B, but that information about to fall cleanly into MOUZ's hands. They're fighting it. They're swinging through to fight it. That is an ambitious call. Instead, now looking to isolate a player who's no longer isolated, has support coming through. Luckily, they land every shot, so it doesn't matter.
Nicely done here, and a very clean round at the very least for MOUZ. They needed to really take it in that fashion as well, just knowing where their money situation has been, needing to really bolster that economy if they want to try and make a run out of the remainder of this map here. This Haven is MOUZ's map pick. Again, they look towards that mid control, something that they've contested so heavily on the attacking side.
Look, 5 rounds in a row is a big task for anybody to pick up. But we've seen it done, even starting out Ascension first day. Very same thing. Shock to remove some of the utility garage to be pressured. Thus, he's getting tagged up pretty decently, but just to wedge himself a little bit of control. Alongside Fizzy, they're going to hold on to this, but Loida desperately trying to take that back out of their hands. He's spotted 2, feels the pressure. Spike plant coming in on B. Rolling Thunder forces them back. They've already gone out of the B site. They've gone out of garage too, but not by choice. Celestine ripping that control from MOUZ's hands. And now a 3 versus 5 left as a result. And look at the flank. Comeback is right behind them in the window, and Rose has gone the long way around spawn. They are surrounded with nowhere to go. Nowhere but to the abyss. And that's exactly where they're going to be fighting in the next. It's Stark. Just a formality to take down. And then we'll have that final map. Our 6th of the day. There it is.
Done and dusted. A 13-7 win there for Pacific, and I feel like after seeing how good they looked on defense, it's no surprise that we didn't see MOUZ have that chance to climb back. I think shifting gears there, that was a gorgeous Rolling Thunder to come through on the push that we saw coming out of Garage there as well. And just really sealing the deal with the map control, just shifting gears here on defense to be able to put that final nail in the coffin.
This has been a good display from Pacific. As I said, my main thought coming into this series was that they would do incredibly well, and I think we started to see them hit the form, come back with a great map. We'll see what they can do on Abyss map number 3.
stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That wind is degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in a room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
Uno más, hermanos. We're almost there. One more map, a sixth to play out, and I'm very excited for this one. We're going on to Abyss. And Ash, look, recently, Pacific, they've been doing pretty well there. I'm sure they're happy to have a third map in this series, but MOUZ, I'm just hoping this doesn't bring up any bad memories, because they got smashed here versus the Ultimates.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how that goes, because that is definitely tough for them. There's also the fact that they went that overtime match, so by no means have they had necessarily an easy time on Abyss. But revisiting what happened here on Haven, it was an insane second half coming out from Pacific. Again, felt like we really saw this team start to light up at the end of Lotus, and that just continued to carry forward heading into Haven, into our second map. Loida had a crazy map, going 25-9 as the Omen player here. That's just insane numbers to be putting out. And then there was just so much space that I think Comeback was able to find as well, both on defense and on the attacking side.
Oh yeah, Loida, I mean, Loida was the disruption for this squad. So many big rounds that upset the flow of the game, the swing rounds under Loida's belt. Now moving into this next map, right, we've seen Comeback have, again, I hate to use the pun a different way, but have a comeback, be able to find himself going from one map where he was doing okay to a second, his opponent's map pick, where he's dominating. And now we move on to Abyss, somewhere that I'm again expecting a big performance from him. He's coming hot off that one. And when you think about Abyss, typically for this squad, this has been a field, or he's been having a field day on this map the last couple of times they've played it. So a big player to keep your eye on moving into that next one. And then the question obviously is, can Zus get back to form? Can he hit his stride? Because if Comeback's coming in on fire, well, then Zus has got some ground to gain based on that last map.
Yeah, Zus was having a bit of a tough time in that last map, and that was a big difference compared to how we saw him being able to perform there on Lotus as well. And a lot of that comes down to just some of the later duels. I think just the setups that were happening, the way that I think Pacific were really good at holding down a lot of those crossfires. So while he was like winning out on those opening engagements, actually getting onto the site itself, it felt like he didn't really have an opportunity to isolate any of those fights, because the positioning was so good on the side of Pacific. It made it very difficult to kind of break through in a lot of those 50-50s. But now heading over towards Abyss, I think this is where things get interesting, because it's a very frag heavy map. It's also a very post plant heavy map. You have a lot of long sight lines, and when it comes down to the compositions that we're expecting from both these teams, it should be a mirror matchup with the kind of standard Abyss comp that I feel like has just come to fruition within the meta. So I'm think it's going to be a really cool litmus test, because we truly get to see both these teams just going head to head, no differences in the comp there, and seeing who really comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, we did see what MOUZ were playing the exact same comp Pacific were playing for a while, but then they changed out for an Astra, which makes perfect sense. And Astra versus Omen will be the only thing that we can maybe look to be different. And again, maybe they've cooked something up in the meantime. Either way, I'm excited to see what goes down on Abyss. The big thing though as well, Ash, that we have to consider, and I said this yesterday when our series ran, depending on how this map goes, probably about the same length of time, the impact on these players. Your day isn't as simple as, oh, they started the game 2 hours ago. You got to wait for the previous game to finish, so they're sitting around. Maybe you get an extra scrim in, probably you're just warming up, waiting. It goes to a third map, you're waiting around a little bit more, you're seeing what's going on. So you're already kind of 2 hours into work in that sense. You will have scrimmed before, done all this stuff, and then your series gets pushed all the way to a third map. Now it's late for some of these players, depending on time zones. You could already be talking about it being 20 past midnight. This is going to test you. This is going to test something deep inside of you, from a sense of just having that fuel still in the engine deep into this. If we end up in an overtime or something like that is just where you start to see mistakes being made by individuals, because a brain fog starts to kick in. So another challenge I mean, that's for both of these teams. Nobody's free from that.
Yeah, I think it definitely gets scary if this third map also goes the distance in that kind of sense too, especially on a map like Abyss, where again, there's so much variety, I think, in the ways that you can approach this map as well, depending on how you want to look at that mid control, or how you want to prioritize trying to take down a lot of the Cypher trips, just to kind of put that pressure down early on. So I'm looking forward to seeing like that kind of approach. And again, also, if we're even going to see that Astra continue to make the return, or if they do go back to that Omen, considering the fact that it didn't work out too well for them previously. And we're not gonna have to wait too much longer to actually find out. They will actually be sitting with the Astra pick still, I guess, leaning again more into that kind of post plant meta. There is obviously going to be that trade-off. Loida is going to have that ability to be a little bit more proactive for himself in that kind of regard as well, but I'm looking forward to this nonetheless.
Yeah, I think looking at MOUZ, right, obviously the last time they played Astra wasn't a success, but 18-16 against Saw, it's hard to pin down exactly where they're at right now. Close series, obviously up against MOUZ, but they got destroyed by Job Life, another strong team within the tournament. Kind of hard to figure out the power levels in general, but that's why we play these matches. It's been difficult to separate these two teams, so we've had to go all the way to Abyss, the third map for Pacific versus MOUZ. Attack side for MOUZ to kick this one off, and all eyes on Zeus to see what he can get done. The battle between himself and Comeback could well tell us which way the tide is going to turn.
We'll have to see how this ends up going. Already, pistol rounds, the ability to have the time to go for a bit more of that split setup here on the side of Pacific. Sela just throwing down the trip over towards A main, and then MOUZ just already heavily leaning for this mid control off the gate of this pistol round. Not scanning anybody out with that 0 point so far. The players just tucking away from it.
Yeah, there's no intel to gather that way. It's the old-fashioned way. Straight up fight and come back down to 13 HP. Lloyd has been tagged as well. Good information to play with for the side of MOUZ. That there's two people mid. I don't know what they're supposed to do with that information, but they've got it. Looks like a fake will come into play. Just moving over, breaking the trap, getting out of there for free as well. And all the while, that's just to keep players off the B site where the ultimate target shall be. There is one player waiting for them. Salason's used his cage. They detected he's the only one on the site, but that won't get him off there. All too easy. They've got to actually get in and challenge Salason, and that is proving to be quite the difficulty. Obnox makes it look easy, and with Alluri on for one, it's a 3v2. Out of nowhere, they have an opportunity to take this across the line. A fight back by Larocque, but he's got to do it all. 100 HP. And Obnox is only 9, so it is a narrower margin than it might look like. Alluri, though, will be the first one to take the fight and fall. Now it's just 9 HP between Larocque and the opening pistol of map number 3, and Hill landed his 3rd kill in the round. A gorgeous retake and a gorgeous clutch.
Really nicely done there. Obnox, though, just having so much success finding those initial picks on this site. Sela being able to find the first, though, was massive, but for Obnox to even get 2 there was huge. Overall, see if they continue on with this mid approach here, especially on the eco rounds here of MOUZ. Already switching up the setup. Said just gonna fully lock down this B site here for Pacific Celasun with 2 trips standard across the front of B. And it might instead be some early information that Pacific will look to gather towards that mid side.
Yeah, well, the knife's just gone down from Pacific, right? They've seen so many players sitting outside of A. MOUZ on the rotate. One up close, steps are heard. Information's there for comeback. Element of surprise could have worked out, but a little bit too loud on the way in. Is he? Oh, he's been spotted by the cam. Had a good idea where Celasun was, but that ain't gonna help you out. Now the cavalry's here and the round should be done.
One enemy remaining.
Done and dusted, a flawless round, and just going through the motions there. But yeah, hopping up on the ledge. Unfortunate that the camera just gave away his positioning. But at least intel that's gathered here from MOUZ, right? Going into their 3rd attacking round.
Cage trigger.
And it gets all that more difficult as well when your smoke's the first to go down. The weapons in hand. You've also got a null command here for Obnox already up and available into this one. And they know that Celasun has been setting up over towards that B side. But then they very heavily stack over at A.
The same deep knife thrown through, this time catching one. And that's going to get the nade out of them. Rose obviously not sitting behind the pillar. Actually intentionally stepped in to the knife. And I think an element of that might have been to remove the utility. If so, I commend you. If not, why'd you stand in the knife? But, you know, fair enough.
Questions we may never know the answer to.
We'll ask him later on. Get him on for that 1 a.m. interview. I don't think we will. We'll let the guys go to bed after. It's been a hard fought series so far. And for Pacific, 2-0 up. The defensive side isn't happy with that. They want a little bit more. Unfortunately, Obnox has denied them any of their utility. And so the site will quickly be overrun. Traps destroyed. Cam down. And space. I mean, I'm just looking at Zus. He wanted to keep walking up there, but it looks like he will fall back for the full B main post plant.
Yeah, fully aware. Now, there is nobody close enough to follow up, and then you've also got that grab well there for the post plant as well, right?
They're buying so much time with it. And they're trying to bait out the grab well to start. They've done so. Now, firing squad swings through. Defuse still underway. Don't know where that one's going. Zustin, he's not hit the shots, but, well, the double swing of Allurian Stark has closed it out nicely. You can count another one up as a round for MOUZ is secured. That, I got a little close, I'll be honest. I was starting to think the defuse was going to get pulled all the way through here. 3 players, 2 stacked up as bodyguards, and yet they're not able to defend.
Yeah, nicely done, just not having the weapons to contest. Now into a default here. Up online here for comeback. Gonna be playing the mid angle. Still waiting for that knife to come through. It's been conditioned consistently. Rose continues to get hit by it though. Kind of expect it to come through at that point. Oh, just through the wall.
And MOUZ seem to be leaving that spike outside of mid, so no dedication just yet. Seems Pacific are expecting a B hit. Rotation comes around. Rose gonna be covering mid from this side just so he can support a little bit quicker towards that B side, but MOUZ are directing this elsewhere. The spike being left in mid was an indicator that they weren't set in their ways just yet. And it seems the A site will be the correct port of call for them. Laroc and Loida waiting on the other side.
Drone to come through and cycle the smoke back out. Fragment still available here for Laroc to stave off this push.
Good information. The player up close. Oh, spotted just in time. That could have gotten very dangerous. When Loida revealed, it's an easy connection. The late lurk out of Stark as well has mid on lockdown. A little bit whiffy to start with, but Salison ultimately meets his demise. Rose dancing around, but not landing enough bullets, leaving Fizzy on 5 HP. And even with so many players low on MOUZ, so many fights for Pacific that have just been a fraction, a bullet or two away from swinging in their favor, this will probably be 4 players left alive for the attacking side.
It should be. They don't have the funds to really go hunting right now. And then realistically, I mean, that's tough because Comeback was so close to getting 2 picks in mid there, both of them being wall bangs. MOUZ getting away by the slimmest of margins. So important to be able to carry this one over. Still going for it. Not quite able to get around the corner. So tied up 2-2 overall. It's a little bit wonky, that hold on the A site. I feel like the crossfires just weren't quite there. A timeout maybe to just take a breather on the side of Pacific.
Yeah, I think the issue really is that you don't have that point of contact. Like, Lloyd is in a good position to pop Paranoia off Laroc's contact, but the problem is how quick MOUZ are breaking through. Zus just blitzes his way into the site. It's expected, right? You're dashed to clear, but it's the fact that there's 2 teammates so quickly behind him clearing those corners. So Zus sees the guy on the left, and there's a bullet going his way. It's got to be 0.2 of a second later. So there's really not a lot then. What the hell's Lloyd going to do? Can't even Paranoia, by the way, because Lloyd is busy shooting a recon right up above him. So both players just get removed from play essentially before they can have any aspect. So I agree with you. Yeah, there's got to be a rethink on how that A site looks, because that wasn't based on, sometimes you see those site takes based on an ultimate Hunter's Fury, even a Seeker's given away. Could be anything. A Blade Storm that just you dash in, you start popping heads. But this was a repeatable success. They could just do that in this round.
Yeah, just kind of dismantling the hold that we were seeing there, right? And Lloyd is going to be alone this time around, solo holding. Trying to get out if possible. Cosmic Divide will provide the cover necessary. Surprised that Paranoia actually gets thrown out and committed.
Yeah. It's a strange call. Shock Dart from Rose. Kill as well is found by breaching through the wall. Another from Comeback. Another from Comeback. That's 3! And he's looking for 4. You best believe he's through that wall again. Stark tries to take him down, but he is met with the might of Comeback. 4 kills on the operator, most of which walking through a wall. That is absurd.
I don't even have a words for the peak that he was able to pull off there. Just to be able to duck in and out of that Cosmic Divide. Of course, we got the replay locked and ready. You get the first, the second, and then you go for more as well. That flick on the last one was disgusting.
Pure filth. Well, I'll tell you what, they most certainly fixed the A-hold in that round. Just get Comeback in front of the MOUZ push, and it seems to do the trick. He's sitting around mid now. Nade went through, but he's got a safe gap in a position they might not be checking, even though they've given up the control for a moment. Really, it's
Scanning ahead.
Zus and Illyry you want to watch. Those are the players with rifles at the moment. Those are the ones you expect to be facing these angles. Zus has been stood there for the last 30 seconds, just staring at a pixel.
Just waiting. No one's looking and willing to contest mid though, knowing that the op is probably waiting around the corner. Oh, this drone. Oh, they heard the steps. Sure, the tuck is there, but just one of those steps was heard. You wouldn't typically expect the Cypher to be playing the upper angle like this.
It's a risky position, and maybe this is why. cage goes up though, so a safe haven to play from, and it's a complete counter to the dash in from Jet. The flash has somehow caught Celosun, but he survived long enough to drop Sus. I don't know what's going on, and neither do MOUZ. They've been picked apart left, right, and center with 12 seconds left. There is no chance for the attacking side. Well, that's one way to get it done. 4-2 now for Pacific, and they're starting to build up a couple of rounds.
Oh my god, the timing through the smoke here though is us just bypassing. And then the flashes to come out as well. Just really nicely played MOUZ now to call a timeout. 2 away from that null command. Got Neural Theft and Hunter's Fury available here for MOUZ. Part of me is kind of expecting this to go back into maybe a lower buy than the force that we're seeing come through on the MOUZ squad, just to get something a little bit more comfortable. Otherwise though, Pacific, they've definitely found a lot of their answers. We've seen the way they've changed the way they look to reposition. Is us still able to get those entries, the vertical, like the updraft dash onto site on both B and A, but Pacific they've adjusted themselves to be able to find the trades a little bit easier, be able to play together, not get divided up by the utility.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see these barriers go back up in a moment. Paul has subsided, and MOUZ not looking to take the pace up all too much.
Yes, this goes here.
Their early stance seems to be around some mid control. They're going to work for that, but you can see that Pacific have more of an attacking mind than perhaps the attackers do. You've already got one player spotted pushing up, but the second one I don't think was seen. Loida now tucked in on B. Look at that on the minimap. That's so much information. I don't know why Rose is on the rotate around here. They might push up, but I was very much hoping we'd see the rotation of the A site where the push is coming through. Instead, it's still a little bit light here. One player up in heaven blocked out, but Larocque doing his best to hold on to the back of the site. Flash goes through. Larocque is not going to commit. Instead, conceding the space. Celosun! He's got a headshot angle up top, and the Hunter's Fury's coming in. They have called in the fire support, and it's caught one. Although comeback has fallen, the damage done on the Zus in return might just be worthwhile with 45 seconds, and the spike still needing to be planted. That paranoia really ruined Obnox's day, and now he's been seen. They've got the intel, and he's the one with the spike. If he goes down, this round might just be done.
Yeah, just trying to bait out some sort of early fight. Time ticking. Pacific know they have the advantage.
Zus is waiting. Might pick one. Yes, and the second close. The bullets whizzing over the top of Larocque's head, just about clinging on to life. Pacific able to find a 5th round as a result. The win streak continues. The gap extends in favor of the defenders.
Gun here.
Nice and measured hold there. Great read from Pacific as well, just to be able to swap that cipher over towards the A site. Knowing MOUZ hadn't had that success mid to B, and expecting that adjustment to come through.
Last player standing.
Wait. The replay team's cooking right now.
They always are. You can't catch them on an off day. I'll tell you that.
That's true. My goats for real.
The same old approach from the side of MOUZ. You can see that mid was receiving a little bit of pressure. It was just us. I saw Obnox and Illyri outside. I thought that was going to be the utility, your reveals and whatnot put in. I think they know Lloyd is there. They haven't seen him, but yeah, they heard him try to teleport across. Bladestorm comes in, good for one. Backed off as well. Huge play by comeback. It's exactly what it is for this squad, but Zus, well, he does one better. Brings out the Bladestorm of his own, finds it. Fizzy and Obnox drop down. This is looking a little bit spooky now. MOUZ, they had control for a moment. They felt the reins, but they couldn't quite get their grips on them. Stark's just 30 HP. He's going to go by the wayside, and Zus is going to have a big game on his hands. He's already dropped Rose, pardon me. And Blade Storm looking for the headshot, all that's needed, but they've all missed. And now he's in no man's land. The spike's still to be planted, and he's the one with it.
30 seconds left.
Able to plant safe, though, at the very least. Got a neural theft available, you can find a body.
Oh, never mind. Not anymore. You can't. Ripped clean off the shoulders is the head of Salas on the Rock. Last man alive, 36 and 31 HP. They're both so desperately low. Larocque has to bring it across the finish line himself. Oh, what a shot! Stark eliminated from the round. And Larocque has the read. What a play! The knife, the fake step to the left, and the wide swing back. Get played.
No, that was a gorgeous 1v2 retake. They're coming out from Larocque, who is holding down backside as well on this site alongside Rose on the initial execute. Great read coming out from the KO player. Now MOUZ getting a bit of a having to force into this scenario. You've got Null Command still up, one away from that Cosmic Divide. Oh.
I've seen nothing on A. Rotation's already underway to B. And MOUZ, Obnox, having put his knife into B. The Pacific, no. They're aware of the play. They're trying to get ahead of it. A risk taken by Comeback. So far, he's been good for at least one every time. That operator in his hands is a deadly weapon. I thought he was going to get that kill.
Me
it's
too.
Larocque to find it in the end. It would have been an impressive narrow margin fight. Obnox just picked up a double. He is trying to breathe life into the MOUZ attack side. That position from Loida has ended it. That's the spike drop. That's full control and knowledge on Stark's position. 7 rounds on the board for Pacific. A team ace as well. Every player putting in the work, but it's the same scoreline as when I complimented him last time. Comeback most certainly activated these last 2 maps. He is 12 and 5 again.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
They look so comfortable right now. I am surprised that while MOUZ continue to go for these B hits, though, we're not seeing that Null Command being popped. Just so you don't have to worry about those trips.
Yeah.
Try and make it a little bit more comfortable for that entry onto site, because I feel like Zus has been going in here for MOUZ, creating that space, but the team not able to follow up as swiftly. Respects to be paid here towards the one way, just waiting for the drone to catch up.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide out here for the A split.
Good paranoia. It's going to slow them down. The recon up top. It's going to get a big reveal in a second. Loida in for huge damage. Shock Dart had done some as well. Illury, while he's left in a pretty bleak scenario. The drone's about to see him as well. He didn't even know it was coming because of the wall. Now they know where he is. And there is, much like he would say, if he pressed his X key, there is nowhere to run. It's him that's trapped in. Players across the map, and 40 seconds left on the clock with no realistic ability to pull this one back.
No. This time, it's really just going to be maybe seeing if you can get that plant down. Maybe a pick, if anything, do a little bit of damage, but realistically, I feel like even though it's just a Bulldog, it becomes relatively important to save this into the next round here as well.
Ahead. There they are.
Ah, well, 3 HP. It's too late to think about saving at that point, but it was clear the outcome. I was wondering for a second, why are we watching Salasun on the other side? But of course, he had the cam up on B. So they're just spotting him out in the open, and it's the easiest kill of your life. Loida. Loida has been one of the most impressive players of Ascension overall. I think, like, listen, when you're a duelist, of course, like someone like Comeback, you can't deny it. That's raw individual skill and ability set up to help them succeed. So But outside of the duelist role, I think Lloyd has been one of the most impressive players. Might not be, you know, an insane map, 6, 5, and 6 right now. Still good. And there's been a few risks taken, like the TP up on B behind the box, where Lloyd had just insta-died, because that's what happens when you take a risk like that most of the time. But it's the fact that there's been so many maps that I've seen so far where Loida is single-handedly stopping pushes. Like if you look at the fingerprint a player has on a round or on each round in a map, I feel like Comeback is pretty consistently there, right? Like Comeback definitely probably has the biggest thumbprint, but after that, in terms of swing rounds, I think there's an argument for Loida being the runner-up.
I definitely agree with you. Just the impact that he's able to find on, whether it's holding down a site, even going for some lurk picks, some crazy positions that are just able to catch the opponent off guard. Even just clutch rate wise, being 43%, 3 out of 7 clutches won there for Loida says a lot about his ability to micro in a lot of those situations. Right now, we've got to have our eyes on MOUZ for the remainder of this half.
They have a lot of ground to make up. That is a big gap, and after a hard-fought series, you don't want to see this one go by the wayside quite so quickly. If they want to have a chance at coming back in the next half, it's here and now. 8-2 with 2 rounds left to play in the half. Investment of a Hunter's Fury. It's cleared a couple of laneways, and there are players from MOUZ positioned deep into middle, but they haven't found anywhere to launch off of this position into a favorable spot, into meaningful map control.
Command finally popped here, though.
Oh! 2 more bullets, and Rose was going to be in a lot of trouble.
No.
Son. Just when things are looking up for the side of MOUZ, there's always someone to step it up in return. Stark and Fizzy, though, they managed to make this one doable. Salison is super low, flashed up and dealt with, and so it's down to Loita and Rose. Well, we spoke a big game about Loita. I suppose now is the time to prove it, but Rose is in the ideal position, rounding this corner at just the right time, but luckily they spotted him with the cam.
Spike planted.
1v3 situation here. Can Loita do it? It's not going to happen this time around. MOUZ, a much needed round on the board for them. 1 more round left in this first half. But I like the way that MOUZ actually took the mid control here. They really paused just to see if any mistakes would be made by Pacific, if they would look to try and re-clear. They're playing very far back, bunkered on those sites and towards spawn instead.
Yes, this should do.
Well, 1 round left to play for. No doubt everything's going on the line here and now. Pacific aggression down middle. The Rock is not able to connect it, and Illuri is instead. Zus steps up, and now MOUZ find themselves in a 5v2. How quickly they can find themselves in the recovery position. This was 8-2. Could have been double digits for Pacific. But instead, it might not be a great half, but it's not a damning one.
No, Pacific really tried to shift gears on MOUZ there in this last round, seeing if they could catch them off guard with that mid push, and all the pieces of the puzzle were there. The frags were just returned better on the side of MOUZ. 2v4 situation, a couple players low on the MOUZ side. Paranoia available.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Nice shot. There's no way. Loida again. The fingerprint on the round could be huge. The embeds would be deep, but not this time. It comes close though. And you see a spark of what could have been 8-4 at the half time. Strong position for Pacific to play from.
Very nicely done. But we've got a little bit more Valorant to come for you guys. Again, it'll be the second half of our last map of today, right on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4 when we left you, and 8-4 when we return. Weird that. Pacific, they've done one hell of a job. They've had a good game under their belt. They won the pistol, but the 6 rounds in a row is kind of the streak that draws your eye. Now, it seems like they've got themselves teed up for the home run. I don't think those are from the same sports, but still a team of MOUZ in the way, and the defensive side now to be mounted by this squad. Perhaps a bit more comfort awaits them there.
My camera is destroyed.
We'll have to see how that tends to look. It'll be a fast flood back on towards this B site, though.
That's a lot of damage.
Spike down, B.
Come by the side of MOUZ. A pistol round here could be very valuable for them just to get the ball rolling, and it looks like they've got it locked in fact, flawlessly getting this one across the line. That is 5 rounds for MOUZ, and the gap about to close.
A hot start needed for them as well, starting off on this second half on the back foot.
Last player standing. Long.
Still trying to figure out how that second kill happened. Felt like I heard a lot of ghosts being shot and then people were dead.
Oh yeah.
And someone had just dashed on over, and a couple lucky sprays through the smoke there as well, but there's a nice stack towards that B site. It's time for one split here for Pacific. It'll lurk towards mid from Cella's Sun. That noise enough to still pull some of that rotation away. The main can already taken down.
Cage trigger. Tripwire destroyed.
Yeah, that looks like we're gonna just be conceding that control, not looking to overcommit the initial fights. Spams through the smoke are good, with comeback falling, a big player removed, and if any of these rifles do go down and fall into the hands of the opponents, comeback being out of the round, certainly a positive to look at. Nicely done. Easy on the next. Both of those were headshots. Neither of them needed to be. This one should be closed out without any losses by the looks of things. It's only a classic that stands against them, and Cypher's the only player truly low, and he's the one on the defuse. This, there you go, is indeed another flawless round.
Nice start here from MOUZ on the second half. Just looking to continue to chain these rounds together. That Outlaw going to be able to do a little bit more damage here into round 3 as well, seeing a couple light shields on the side of Pacific at the very least. Already got that neural theft up and ready here for Fizzy too. Pacific look to revisit this B site. Pressuring towards mid. That recon enough to pull 3 players actually away from B. Full faith in the Cypher setup.
Yeah, I mean, content to play the retake, I suppose. It's not like they have anything massively helpful for that, but I guess this just plays out as a round that they're content taking risks in. First risk has not paid off. 2 traps on the site, but they cast their eye in to see if B is open, and well, they find out that it is certainly being contested. Downside of these traps, I think, is the fact that you can just walk up to site around the left side, so someone has to keep an eye on it. It's not free space, and it looks like that space is free for the attackers.
Able to dodge that trip top site there as well with the dash.
I think, considering the fact that Fizzy was, I think he was the one that was stood up top at one point, right? Like you're going to expect. Oh no, that would have been last half. That would have been a Cella's man who's just got ripped a new one by Stark. Yeah, just in general, those traps fairly common, and I guess this time around, being cautious of it has paid off. Another kill for the attacking side. It looks like there is a bit of a fight still. For a moment, there was a heartbeat. That quickly was quelled, as it should have been a clean close to the round. 9 on the board. Pacific 3 ahead.
I'm just trying to fight into B main there after the information was gathered by Stark, who had lurked around from mid. Just not being able to put enough pressure on B main to pull that attention away from the players on site trying to push back in for that retake. Can kind of look to expect Larocque to try and get that null command online here with the A orb. I think that's 3 players tagged up by that knife, so 3 revealed already. Calls for an early rotation here from MOUZ. Thing is, they may just look to revisit Fizzy's site now that the null command is up. 4 stack here. Daunting to walk into. I feel like Rose has consistently tried to play this kind of disruption towards mid, pull some of those eyes away. MOUZ wise to it though at this point. Not looking to take the bite.
Dash in up top, lots of space taken, but immediately denied by Alluri. He does well to hold on at the start, but MOUZ, and they still have a scrap for the site control with Larocque down. It's Rose that stands in their way, and he will quickly be dispatched. MOUZ up to 7 now. The gap down to 2. It's still, look, it's map 3. You expect it to be close, but it's a much closer game than I was imagining it could be, to be honest, overall. Again, I favored Pacific, but I saw a world where MOUZ came in and stomped as well. I didn't think they'd push each other quite to this length.
Yeah, it's really been that back and forth, this tug of war between MOUZ and Pacific throughout this best of 3 series. Right now, Pacific having trouble really breaking in on the attack now into the second half. MOUZ, again, the read was really good. That stack towards A. Feeling comfortable about it. Now Pacific, they're going to be forced onto pistols alone, a little half by into this round. Really nothing that we can have our eyes on, not even the knives to be fresh into this one from comeback. But this conversation is going to be more about how they want to continue to approach this half, not so much what the eco has to offer them, aside from maybe finding a few picks, trying to ramp up that ultimate economy.
That goes there.
But the general approach, I think,
yes.
Again, there have been those attempts to try and draw some of that attention away from Rose, who's using a lot of that Sova utility towards mid and whatnot, but again, MOUZ have gotten pretty comfortable with their reads and don't find too much stock in it unless they see comeback behind that util, looking to try and follow up.
My ult is ready.
Oh, a little TP play out of Loida. Going up mid behind library, then up into the vent. A lot of space taken. It's just a classic there, but these are the kind of positions that can find you value.
Careful. Here.
The rest of Pacific moving towards A.
Being able to listen out for some of that positioning. I'm not so aware of it as well, just not even looking to play inside of heaven.
Blocking vision.
That's the problem. Some of the other doors are going to take a bit longer to break. This one, just a right click and it's open. It's very dangerous to play around that position if you've lost the mid control. They've cracked it open on mid, and there's someone in vent, you're in trouble. MOUZ playing towards the spawn side. 4 in position, but now looking instead for heaven. Moving towards the position Loida has been sat in the whole time, and well, he's been spotted. There'll be no free. Oh! Picks was going to be the next word. Comeback has been picked off for free, but Fizzy comes up behind, lands himself a shot to the back of the head of comeback, and now Rose is the last one standing. An easy cleanup in the end for a patient MOUZ.
Nice maneuvers there. Just being able to swarm around the players of Pacific, who credit given to them, trying to go for some of those early engagements. They needed to take some of these fights early on, considering their weapon deficit. But playing as a full unit here. Now, 1 round separates these 2 teams. Pacific, an important swing round for them. Try and break through, bolster the economy that's been dwindling, that back and forth between these saves and these buys. Otherwise, you might just be seeing MOUZ take the lead after this.
Momentum is definitely in their favor. See if they can stop this push, though, on the site. Stark has a big task. He's been wrapping around that smoke, but he's been spotted now. Hunter's Fury targeting him, and, well, the counter Hunter's Fury from Illuri grabbing the kill. Tanks one blast of it, but it's well worth it. Eliminating Rose in the end. Now MOUZ. Man disadvantage. Specific. The wind in their sails by the looks of things. Spike planted. A second player lurking in heaven. It's not just Salison. It's the mid play from Comeback who's able to blindside Illuri. Now that's all that remains of this attacking play. Two up in heaven, and they hadn't seen Fizzy. Comeback has it all to do. He's already got 3 kills. How much more can you expect from him? And the fourth connected for the clutch.
So nicely done there. Pacific, again, taking that A site, it's so important to maintain that heaven control. Otherwise, playing the crossfires, maintaining that post plant is so difficult on A.
Spike. One enemy remaining.
That was a big oversight. The fact that Fizzy's able to sneak his way around, that could have been the round there. I mean, if the other player was one single step forward, half a step forward, that's both heads ripped off. But they got lucky this time around.
Again, by the smallest of margins, neck and neck between these two teams. Committed to the TP on A as well. Loida down, no smokes available here for Pacific. They're committing to this A execution. Site left empty. MOUZ happy to play retake here. Cosmic Divide available for it.
Spike planted.
Well, 2 rounds in between them. As we said, Pacific have secured themselves a good position. That kill onto Fizzy, they're back into even footing. A site. 3 players here. I mean, this is going to be a scrap from Pacific. There's no passive post plans from this squad. They like to stay up and get their teeth into you. The problem is MOUZ can bite right back. 9 rounds now on the board thanks to a flurry of frags. And I guess the time wasn't that low anyways. 10 seconds left, and in terms of utility, they're running fairly dry. But it's strange for me, Ash, to see that so frequently when this team is getting the site and putting the spike down, they're staying with like just 4 players alive, 3 of them in a triangle on the site.
And
the trades haven't come through.
That this is it's a perfect highlight of what you need to find success on a map like Abyss here as well, right? Just being able to push one of those lanes, especially when both teams are going to be running that KO. The opportunity to flash out of those smokes, flash out of heaven, really disrupts the crossfires that you're trying to find, annihilates that 50-50. And it becomes too comfortable for MOUZ to actually play for that retake.
Oh, Zus, nice shot. Fizzy's in the same boat. These pistols off to a poor start. The space taken. Punished massively, and Rose is not getting out of there alive. Not with 4 players on the site. And they are not only outgunned, but outmanned on the site they're trying to push. Although the flank from Stark, I am not behind this flank whatsoever. If he dies, he gives them a gun.
Yep.
Best case scenario is what? He kills 2 pistols. And he already has his ult, so we can't even have that argument. That's very strange. But hey, look, it's not going to be punished here.
Not this time around. 1v4 situation. Lorok's really just looking to get this spike down. Maybe get some sort of pick if he
30 seconds
can find Stark early on. We'll be running to meet him in A main. No, wait, okay. Whoa, no. Should have gotten 1 maximum there. Maybe not even the 1 considering the fight that was taken in like a 1v3. Hello?
Yeah, not optimal. In that case, I would have probably brought it back to saying Stark should have stayed on the A side. If he stayed there, they wouldn't have planted. There, op is going to be retrieved. 2 players surviving. It's all fine for MOUZ. Money looking decent. Sure, there's going to be a lot of reinvestment coming into the next round, but same can be said for their opponents who now, well, I don't think they'll fully feel the pinch, but it's on its way. MOUZ have a chance to get back into this series.
One enemy.
He's getting a little too close for comfort. $10 to 10 MOUZ. They do have null commands and cosmic divide available here. Try and play for some sort of retake situation.
Take flight.
Counter drone. 2 players spotted left side. B side, a little bit of pressure. Loida crossing over. Where is he off to? And where is comeback off to? Stepping straight up mid. It is an ambitious play. Loida's on the just on the walk up. He's just sending it. And they're playing it very passive. You can look at the position that Illyri's in. Illyri's allowing you to walk most of the way into the site, but covering the cross further back. Because Lloyd has been able to walk in for free, they're now looking for the rotation towards this B site. And no doubt a late play from comeback could completely upset the rhythm of this defensive side retake.
Standing ahead.
His timing is
30 seconds left.
Plant secured here.
Spike planted.
And no one's gonna be actually going through mid.
Eyes down.
There it is. The reason they didn't go mid, I don't know about that. That's a big miscalculation. I have an idea. Why don't we all peek the op one at a time? Luckily, the ops peeked us, so that's worked out. Stark and Illyri surely saving these weapons. 2 versus 4. Time ticking. And their internal clock must be coming into play as MOUZ bail out of here to the A site, and it seems Lloyd is a little bit too far behind. So those weapons should be carried forward to the next, as long as they're a little bit passive with where they stand, not just standing in the open. 11 rounds now for Pacific.
Yeah, save to come through at the very least, but comeback should not have found that much value on this mid position, especially after Fizzy gets picked off there. I guess maybe not expecting comeback to still be holding the deep angle. 1 round to match point. MOUZ still not command available. Got a Hunter's Fury for the post plant here for Rose as well on the side of Pacific. And the retakes is really where MOUZ have been shining for the most part.
Concealment.
I do wonder if we'll see a little bit of a change then. Hunter's Fury online, you've struggled at A site holds and post plants. Getting on there is fine, but holding on to it is the challenge. We may just see them move back to B main, and we may see Hunter's Fury off contact.
I cannot use
Luckily, the knife comes through, and so no tag from the drone. Pacific hightailing it to B.
right here.
But funneled straight into the setup here that Fizzy has on this B side. Playing so far back here as well, knowing that the protocol is going to be playing that retake.
Right here.
Both initiators on the side of MOUZ with full kit available into this one as well. Plenty of opportunity to play for that information. See Pacific, everyone falling back, just try and play off site, protect the Hunter's Fury, have that potential to come through.
Obnox has already used the knife. It won't be canceling Hunter's Fury, but it does clear out the site. They know they can take that space quickly. Nade through already. Fragment burned up by the side of Pacific. Shock darts still in play. Losing players. Down goes comeback. Hunter's Fury catches Fizzy. No defuse. It's not half just yet. Zus on his way forward. Blade Storm's good for so much damage. It's only Rose left standing, but that could be enough. In fact, it is enough. Already, the time is gone. What a play by the Sova of Pacific. A double spray down to close the round.
Heartbreaking too, because MOUZ, they had the idea, they had so much space pushing into B main, finding a couple of those picks there as well, just nobody getting on that spike quite early enough while the chaos was actually being caused. Now just one round away from closing out this map. You can see the dash forward. Zus good for 2. Obnox gets his as well. They're just getting on that just a little bit too late, right down to the wire. Through the wall. Fizzy already down to half.
It looks like Pacific, they stacked up a lot outside of B. They've done a lot of damage too. Comebacks in position to just stalk them with the operator. Zus isn't happy conceding space though, wants to take it back somewhere else. Already seen the elbow, ready for the swing, but Loida wins it anyways. Comeback's at least been dropped. That is the operator on the ground, and a return to a 4 versus 4.
Just looking to revisit this site. Trade for a trade. 3 to 3 now. Cypher for the taking. You've got a double flank incoming. Stark's going to be late to this though.
It's LaRock losing the fight. That's causing huge issues. The ultimate will confirm it. It might even be easier to fight Spawn, but they see the rotation. Players, yeah. Salasun, you don't want to go down and leave your teammate 31 HP to make the clutch happen. No. Instead, Loida, operator, using the low HP. Is the ult going to be used here as well? Information just on the site. One shot from the right hand side. I think they know there's still one in heaven. There's the info. They know where both players are, but it's Salasun staying alive on the site. Should be difficult, but he's done well to drop Stark, and now the numbers advantage should be enough to take it across the line. The swing out from Salasun, and the damage leaving Obnox on just 6 HP, needing to stick the spike, and he can't defuse it. Not with Loida lurking around. 4 kills for Pacific to take this across the line, and it was found at just the last second.
There's a lovely recovery there, especially after we saw them go down to a 2v3. Just being able to buy as much time as possible, run down the clock on those retakes was an incredible adaptation coming out from Pacific, where we really saw them start to thrive late into the second half.
Well, we saw Pacific up against Ultimates do incredibly well, and their win streak continues. A little bit more labored, but MOUZ certainly brings some competition. This, again, throws my kind of internal power rankings in my head way off, where you have the Ultimates obviously getting decimated by Pacific. The Ultimates beating MOUZ, but then MOUZ putting up a really good fight against Pacific. I don't know what to make of it, other than we're going to have a really interesting next couple of days, Ash.
Yeah, we definitely will be. It's kind of crazy to see how back and forth it's been throughout both of these groups, how tight today's games have been. And overall, now looking at these results here, we saw earlier on Omega stream with us, me and Mitch, that was CGN versus Barca Esports, who they're not out quite yet, actually. We'll have to see how that match tomorrow goes for Barca, but definitely a bit more of a difficult climb back up. And then for Group B, we just ended off this matchup between Pacific and MOUZ, who Pacific, they managed to maintain their top 2 placement with this win.
You know what was quite cool? Seeing Barca play today, seeing Size, getting to cast that guy. They were really fun to watch. Now they're up against Desire, sitting 0-2 as well. Desire was a team that was very much hyped up. We're going to get to see them here on the Omega stream tomorrow, as we will for Ultimates versus Saw. And you can see your Alpha stream matchups there on your screen as well. The other thing I'll say, and I only realized that after the matchup, Ash, was that at Masters Madrid, I met Size from Barca. I met him, and he was telling me that he was playing in tier 2, hoping to make it. Obviously, it's before they qualify to Ascension or anything like that. And I said to him, hopefully I get to cast you someday. And he was like, oh, maybe, we'll see. And already I've gotten to cast him a couple of times here now. So that's so cool. It's such a small world, and great to see him succeed in a very young Spanish player who I was introduced to by a few friends who said he's very good, and they didn't lie, I suppose. This has been really cool here today. I've had a great time, Ash. How about you? You enjoyed yourself?
I had a great time. That's it for me for casting, at least for Ascension. I'll be on the analyst desk for the remainder of the event, but it's always a pleasure to cast with you, Mitch, and I feel like we're very fortunate to have some banger series today. Both of these matches going all the way to that third map, and again, it's been pretty cool to see just how close all of these games have been across the board, just seeing these regions be able to compete against each other and how they face off and measure up. And I think that we're in for, no matter what, it's going to be an incredible team that's going to be ascending to VCT EMEA this year.
Oh yeah, the competition is tight when it comes to Ascension this year. Who knows who's going to take it? We need more days for that, and well, it's the night time now. So we're gonna go off to one last break, and we'll see you tomorrow, whether it's the Alpha or the Omega stream. One thing's for sure, you should be watching EMEA. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more action.
Golden touch, got a mind that's on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast more King Kong coming today. Obstacles try to lay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro. Didn't know I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro. Didn't know I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah.